Good morning. I'm Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's Thursday, June 15th, 2023, and we are convening this hearing in person at the John A. Wilson Building in room 500, as well as virtually via Zoom. The time is 10:15 a.m., and I'm calling to order this public hearing. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's hearing. I want to thank our distinguished guests, including those who've traveled from California, Illinois, and North Carolina, as well as those who are testifying virtually as far away as Germany, to share their expertise with the council. And I want to give special thanks to a few people who helped my team and I make today what I'm sure will be a very special and robust hearing. So thank you to Patrice Sultan, Ronnie Galvin, Timmy Bennett, and Iris Benson Sulzer for your time and all your efforts. And as well as thank you to my legislative director, Donnie Crawford, for everything that she's poured into making today's hearing possible. Today, the committee will consider Bill 25-152, the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. I introduced this measure on February 24th, 2023, along with my colleagues, council members Trayon White, Anita Bonds, Robert White, Janice Lewis-George, Zachary Parker, Brianne Nadeau, Brooke Pinto, Charles Allen, and Vince Gray. Among other things, this measure would establish a 9-member reparations task force to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans directly harmed by the ills of slavery, Jim Crow, and structural and institutional racism. It will require the district's commissioner of the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking to establish a slavery-era database of records relating to slaveholding, which will subsequently be made available to the reparations task force to aid in the study of reparations proposals. And finally, the bill would establish a Reparations Foundation Fund to be used for the payment of reparations under a program established pursuant to the findings and recommendations of the Reparations Task Force. This legislation seeks to acknowledge and address centuries of government-sanctioned policies and private practices that exploited Black people as chattel property, violently robbed Black communities of generational wealth, and baked anti-Black racism into the core of our institutions, both public and private, across our society. And this bill takes on particular importance here in our nation's capital. As I said earlier today, we are home to the only place in the country where the government provided compensation after the end of slavery in the district, but to whom they did provide compensation is the question. They provided compensation only to enslavers. And now today, the oft-cited racial wealth gap in D.C. is stark, with the typical white household having a net worth of 81 times greater than the typical Black household. The only way that we can really start to move the ball forward to close the racial wealth gap would be through intentional policies like reparations. It will require an official recognition of the role of government-sanctioned slavery, segregation, and racism that has denied wealth-building opportunities to Black people for generations. And we must be intentional in our efforts so that Black people might finally be compensated for their ancestors' labor, and that we also atone for the continuing effects of policies and systems designed to suppress their potential to build wealth. For those who may not be familiar with my background, I'm a fourth-generation Washingtonian, born and raised in the Stronghold neighborhood of Northeast D.C. I'm a descendant of African people who worked tirelessly to help build our country without compensation for their work. And today, my wife and I are raising our 2 daughters in the home that my grandparents bought in 1952, a home that has a racially restrictive covenant on it. And like many of the people we're here from today, people from Belinda Sutton and Kylie House to Marcus Garvey and Queen Mother Audley Moore, I've picked up the baton that our ancestors have handed to us. It's the baton of freedom, baton of justice, baton of equality, and most importantly, the baton to repair the harms that they have experienced and whose generations after them has also experienced and are still experiencing today. And those pillars are ultimately what's driven the work that we're doing on this issue and others across the council. So despite the many years of devastation and loss that Black people have endured in this country, I remain hopeful. The so-called 2020 racial reckoning after the murder of George Floyd has helped bolster the case for policies like reparations and the work and calls that groups such as the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, or in COBRA, have long led. And as a lawmaker, it's my responsibility to respond to those calls with the historic legislation that we will consider today ahead of our Juneteenth weekend coming up. With us to discuss the bills are renowned academics and researchers, reparations practitioners, faith leaders, philanthropists, local community activists, and other experts. Witnesses will speak to reparations efforts around the country, internationally, and the precedent that has been set for non-Black Americans who receive reparations from the federal government. I want to note that different viewpoints will be shared today, and I think that's important, including the serious belief that a true reparations program can only be led by the federal government. And that's okay. The testimony we received today will inform how the committee moves forward with the bill and its final form. I look forward to hearing from each of you and learning from your expertise on the various topics. Before we turn to the first panel of witnesses, I want to check to see if any of my colleagues have joined us this morning. I want to thank Councilmember Treon White, who joined us at this morning's press conference. I don't see any of my colleagues who have joined yet, but I also want to now remind witnesses before we move to public testimony that each witness today is going to have 3 minutes to provide oral testimony. And I'd ask that those who are participating on Zoom, please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. And finally, I'll just remind folks that we have 128 public witnesses who've signed up to testify. So I'll ask that you each are mindful of the clock. If you are testifying virtually, you should see a virtual clock that will indicate the time remaining. I hate to do it, but I will be forced to cut some folks off if your time runs over. I know your testimony is valuable. It's valuable to the committee in building, I think, a really complete and comprehensive record. But I also want to be thoughtful for all those folks who, especially those who are at the end of the witness list. With that, I'm going to call our first panel. I'm going to call Councilmember Devin Reed from the 8th Ward, City of Evanston, Illinois, who's joining us in person. Thank you for being here. Claire McFarland, Reparations Committee member, City of Evanston, Illinois, and Vice President, Descendants of St. Louis University Enslaved. Morris Robinson, founder, Shorefront Legacy Center. Dr. Cheryl Grills, Commissioner, National African American Reparations Commission, member, California Reparations Task Force, and Professor of Psychology and Director of the Psychology Applied Research Center at Loyola Marymount University. Camilla Moore, Chairperson, California Reparations Task Force, and Tanya Wellens, President and CEO of the Greater Washington Community Foundation. Good morning to each of you. I appreciate you joining us this morning. I'm going to begin with Councilmember Reed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for welcoming me here. I am Devon Reed, a council member of Evanston's 8th Ward. I also was elected city clerk at the age of 24 and served as city clerk as our reparations program was being developed. And I'm honored to serve as the council member for the 8th Ward today, which has Evanston's largest Black population and borders Chicago to the north of Chicago. I am both honored and humbled to stand before you today, invited by Councilmember McDuffie to engage in an impactful dialogue about this topic that is crucial to the fabric of our society, and that is repair for our Black residents throughout this nation. Evanston, a city that I am so proud to represent, was the first in our great nation to create a municipal reparations program. This historic step was not just a fiscal decision, it was a moral one. We understood the need to confront our past, to acknowledge the structural inequities, and to work toward justice and equality for all in our community. Our reparations program, as I stand in DC today, I challenge all of us to envision a world that does not merely talk about equality, but actively pursues it. Our Black residents deserve not just the recognition of past injustices, but tangible actions to create lasting change. I am honored that my office was the first office, authored the city's first memorandum making the case for local reparations, and we honed in on our history of housing discrimination, discriminatory policies that were enacted by the city. One of the things I'll say that I regret with that memorandum is that we did not focus broadly on harms that were caused to the Black community. We did hone in on housing, and I think that made our program legally safe by having a narrowly tailored focus. But I encourage the district to look at the totality. I think we know that here in DC, African Americans are far more likely to be incarcerated for a number of charges, and I think it's important to factor in policing as well as housing issues, as well as slavery, and that was mentioned by the council member earlier. I also think it's important to ensure that there is a source of revenue that is not disproportionately generated by the African American community. In Evanston, we use our cannabis sales tax, and that has been slow to provide the funding that we need, but we've also expanded to our real estate transfer tax fund. And lastly, I'll say that it is important to ensure that as we go through this process, that we do not perpetuate historical harm, and so thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for your testimony. I appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Claire McFarland. Thank you for joining us in person as well. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to speak, Councilmember McDuffie. And it's an honor to be here today to speak in support of this bill. I bring you greetings from the Evanston Reparations Committee and from the descendants of St. Louis University enslaved. And on behalf of both groups, I lend my wholehearted support to the efforts of this bill. Some years ago, my city of Evanston sat just where you sit today in deliberation of similar legislation to establish a reparations fund. The ordinance passed in 2019, and in 2022, January, Evanston became the first governmental entity within the United States to distribute reparations to African American citizens. And I'm here to share some of the highlights of that journey and to show that reparations can work. There's debate over whether reparations are appropriate or even feasible. And even among those who support it, there's debate over what forms it should take: federal, municipal, state level. And to all those questions, I say yes. It should not be an either-or proposition. It should be in addition to. Harms happened on every level. Redress is appropriate on every level. But I'm here today to speak about local reparations. The beauty of local reparations is that it can be more easily tailored to the experience and the needs of your local community, your specific community. When Evanston began this journey, we received guidance and support from a national network, African American Redress Network, and COBRA, and critically, DC's own Howard University School of Law and the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center, to whom we're really, indebted. And I want to share some of the advice and speak about some of our shared experiences, our specific experiences on the implementation. So the first critical thing I want to bring forth is starting with education of politicians, public policymakers, a wider community, and lead with that data. Evanston City Council underwent a program of education before it voted on the ordinance, and I believe that was critical for its passage. This focuses minds and converts hearts. Once our council members had that common education and viewed our city's data in that informed context, the ordinance passed unanimously. Second, it's so critical to consult your community stakeholders. The harmed community has to have a voice in what shape their redress takes. Evanston held town halls and did various outreach measures, and the community addressed 3 areas: housing, economic development, and education. And then with our implementation, and my colleague touched on this a bit, we began this tightrope walk that we continue today between being bold with our efforts and cautious with our implementation. We are mindful of the urgency and the pressing need for redress, particularly of our seniors, but we realize that we have to stay within the boundaries of laws and our judicial precedent. The first distribution of the Housing Redress Program is underway. We've had to be nimble as challenges arise with the funding streams, as he mentioned. New programs are in fund formation, data is being gathered. Evanston isn't a monolith, but the program enjoys overwhelming support. It has brought our community together, and I really want to express that it's allowed us to reimagine what we want our city to look like and take concrete steps to get there. So reparations is what justice looks like now, is what healing looks like now for our city, and we invite DC to join us on the journey. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is joining us virtually, Morris Robinson. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, committee and council members. My name is Morris Robinson, Jr., and I am the founder of the Shorefront Legacy Center based in Evanston, Illinois. We are a repository that documents and preserves the history of Black experience on Chicago's suburban North Shore. This history spans more than 160 years. In the summer of 2020, city administrators in Evanston reached out to me and through Shorefront requested that a report be prepared compiling evidence of the city's history of discriminatory policies and practices from 1919 through 1969. The resulting report will lay the groundbreaking support needed to advance its local reparations initiative, previously adopted November 2019 as Resolution 126R19, which provided a revenue source to address housing, educational, and economic initiatives as prioritized by Evanston's harmed community. Drawn from over 20 years of research of our local Black community, myself and fellow researcher historian Jenny Thompson produced a report that provided a narrative history of racial discrimination in Evanston. The report made use of archival materials housed at various local repositories and draws from numerous primary sources, including government reports and documents, U.S. Census data, newspaper accounts, correspondences, classified advertisements, oral histories, maps, and photographs, along with a range of secondary sources. This final report was made freely available on the City of Evanston's website as a public resource. As a result of the project, the City of Evanston, through Shorefront, digitized over 40 microfilm reels as searchable PDF files and shared with repositories and other public-facing institutions. This is important to note that moving forward, municipalities should approach historic reporting with transparency and honesty to support advancing transformative initiatives to remedy historical past harms. During the same time, the City of Evanston's Reparations Committee identified some limitations related to its funding stream. Response followed immediately with the assistance of myself and several concerned community members who sought out community-based partnerships and advocates. The resulting work led to the establishment of the Reparations Stakeholder Authority of Evanston, known as the RSAE, and in partnership with the Evanston Community Foundation, ECF. Its primary goal focused on educating institutions that have played a part in historic harms and encourage financial support of our local reparations initiatives. Managed at ECF, the funds fall under the governance of the RSAE for recommended distribution as identified by members of our harmed community. The arrangement will eventually see a separate funding pool independent of the city that has the potential to respond more rapidly in support of local reparations. Thank you for this opportunity to submit this testimony for inclusion in the permanent records of this committee.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Dr. Cheryl Grills, who is also joining us virtually this morning. If you want to turn on your video and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I applaud the district for embarking upon this journey for justice. More than Black bodies were stolen, enslaved, beaten, raped, and mutilated. Black people's connection to a homeland, culture, names, religions, languages, history, and peoplehood were assaulted and undermined. But contrary to the position of some, who would, for example, want to label us as freedmen. These ties, while battered, were not severed. As a social scientist, I and others argue that many cultural retentions remain that tie us culturally, psychologically, and spiritually to our original homelands in Africa. Further, more than a single assault in an isolated period occurred. The harms are multi-generational and multifaceted. Thus, the remedies must be multifaceted and with a vision passed into perpetuity. Reparations must therefore include systemic remedies. A check alone will not repair the legacies of enslavement. It won't eliminate the systems, policies, practices, and beliefs that have come to define America's perception of, attitudes towards, and treatment of Black people that has across generations subordinated, dehumanized, assaulted, and terrorized us. I offer for your consideration some experiences and lessons learned. First, provide ample resources, support, and power to your task force to do its work and to do it well. In California, the Department of Justice provided us with about a dozen staff working on the logistics associated with our hearings, a team of about 20 attorneys who supported the writing of the interim and final reports, external researchers who compiled things like a compendium of racist California laws and cases, a team of economists, and more. We also had resources for communications and community engagement, and we had subpoena power. Second, do a robust and inclusive engagement of the African American community. In California, with the help of the UCLA Ralph Bunche Center, we hosted 17 community listening sessions across the state involving 867 participants and a statewide random sample poll and statewide community listening session surveys with a total of 4,383 respondents. That data helped to level the playing field around issues of support for reparations, of which there is much, and the forms of reparations and who should be given support. Second, be discerning with respect to community engagement. The loudest voices in the room are not necessarily representative of the voices of the broader African American community. Next, produce a report of findings that makes a compelling case for the need for reparations and that educates the public, elected officials, and the community. Next, ensure that a communication strategy that not only manages the narrative, it also educates the community. And do not underestimate the role of healing in the reparations process. In conclusion, reparations is not a Black issue, it is an American issue. It involves more than compensating a class of people harmed by enslavement and the racist laws and policies. It is about holding America accountable to its professed ideals. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Camila Moore, Chairperson, California Reparations Task Force. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. I am pleased to testify before the D.C. Council as the chairperson of the First in the Nation California Reparations Task Force. The California Reparations Task Force became a reality due to state legislation titled AB 3121, which was authored by then California Assembly member Shirley Weber, who is now California's first African American Secretary of State, and signed into law by California Governor Gavin Newsom in September 2020. The task force held its first hearing in June 2021, and our final hearing will be held this June of 29 in Sacramento, in the state capitol. Over the past 2 years, the California Reparations Task Force has not only studied, but also developed comprehensive reparations proposals for African Americans. For instance, our interim report, released June of 2021, memorializes the study phase of our work. The interim report is nearly 500 pages long, and each chapter, after the chapter on enslavement, describes the 12 major areas of systemic discrimination, or what the task force defined as the lingering badges and incidents of slavery that negatively and disproportionately impact descendants of slaves, from racial terror, political disenfranchisement, housing segregation, mental and physical harm and neglect, and the wealth gap, to highlight a few. As the historic task force sunsets in the near future, I've been asked to provide a few key insights and best practices to help guide decision makers in implementing Bill 25-152, which is currently pending before the DC Council. First, Bill 25-152 is a carbon copy of AB 3121, so it is appropriate for the Council to look to the task force as guidance for several aspects of the work. Like AB 3121, this bill also includes contracting power, as my fellow task force member Grills mentioned earlier. We use the contracting power to hire a PR firm for communication support and to hire economists and public policy experts to develop a methodology to calculate potential compensation. I'd recommend using a public bids process for all contracting to maximize transparency and public trust. Also, you all have subpoena power, so I would think about thinking early about how to best use that power. In terms of communications, it's imperative to spread the word to eligible community and DC residents, so it's also important to use a public bids process to enlist a competent and committed PR firm with a proven track record. Also, in terms of recommendations for reparations, I recommend that all recommendations comport with international law. So all reparations proposals must include those 5 forms of reparations under international law. Also, the task force set historic precedent in affirming lineage-based reparations, and I'm happy to expand on that. But first, keep in mind that Ta-Nehisi Coates once wrote in the seminal case for reparations, never forget that we African Americans were enslaved in this country longer than we have been free. So reparations not only addresses the debt that's owed for over 250 years of stolen labor and hindered opportunity, but again, as I said earlier, for those lingering badges and incidents of slavery that negatively impact us. Also, lastly, the history of reparations movement has been lineage-based, and the final report actually tracks that movement, starting with enslaved people mentioned earlier, like Belinda Sutton, Callie House, Isaiah Dickerson, Queen Mother Moore, who coined the term descendants of American slaves in 1962, even to the Black Panther Party. Lastly, I'll say Nicole Hannah-Jones of the 1619 Project also recently explained how and why reparations should be reserved for direct descendants. And I quote, she stated, "Something that's commonly and intentionally or unintentionally misunderstood, reparations are not just for slavery. They are for all of the economic, educational, and political subjugation visited upon the descendants of slavery. Black as a race is a political and economic fiction. So everything that Black Americans suffer is not because they are Black, but because this nation was determined to keep the descendants of slavery a permanently subjugated people, to keep them an economically, politically exploited people. Race was created to determine who was enslavable. So apartheid, school segregation, anti-miscegenation laws, disenfranchisement, redlining, Nicole Hannah-Jones states, was visited upon Black people because they were descended from slavery. So reparations is for all we suffer because our ancestors were enslaved. Lastly, I'll conclude by saying, like the heirs of Holocaust survivors who have also received reparations in some form, direct descendants of slaves are standing in the shoes of our ancestors. Keep in mind the White House, the Capitol, the Statue of Freedom on top of the Capitol, even the bricks that created the Smithsonian Institution were built by slaves. DC also has the largest racial wealth gap in the country. So reparations is a debt that's owed and it's overdue. So thank you for the time.
And thank you for your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is Tonya Wellens, who also has joined us in person. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Great, thank you. Good morning. Let me start by saying thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, and thank you to all of our guests who've traveled far and wide to be with us today. This legislation is important to the Community Foundation because we are on the front end, for many reasons, but because we're on the front end of a 10-year commitment to increase economic mobility with a North Star of closing our region's racial wealth gap, our persistent racial wealth gap. You know, we know in our strategy that our region is home to 9 of 20 of the wealthiest jurisdictions in the entire country, yet white families, as you noted earlier, have 81 times more wealth than Black families here in our nation's capital and in the broader region. The wealth gap is largely the historic result of slavery, land theft, local and state legislation, home ownership, federal, state, and local government contracting and awards. It is also the consequence of disadvantages, of discrimination, of deliberate policies which prevented Black families from full access to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You know, while sitting on the White House lawn just the other day, celebrating Juneteenth, which is now a federal holiday, I couldn't help but feel the presence of Washingtonians whose labor and genius, to quote my good friend Timmy Bennett, built that structure and all the structures we enjoy so dearly without reward or recognition. I had the benefit of living and working in post-apartheid South Africa in the late 1990s. We all point to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and how it told the story of the atrocities that were suffered. The leadership at that time did most of the right things they could do to build a multiracial democracy, but fell short on reparations for Black people. Our city is rich with research institutions, philanthropy, developers, lawyers, universities, and economists who have full access to the historic documents and records at a federal and local level. And we have a unique opportunity to once lead again where others have fallen short in documenting the history of our ancestors and devising a full plan of repair. While over the course of the last 50 years, our community foundation has invested $1.5 billion in laudable community efforts, and we will continue to, no amount of grant making to nonprofits will fully repair the damage that has been done to the descendants of slavery and the ensuing policies which followed. We support the creation of a reparations task force to study reparations in DC. Being able to name the specific harm, to measure the level of extraction, of social, physical, fiscal loss endured by Black people, and to name the institutions, sectors that instigated the harm and invite them to participate in the repair is incredibly important to me and my peers and partners in philanthropy as we work to address the most pressing social challenges that our city faces, the racial wealth gap being one of them. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses who testified on this first panel. I think this is a perfect way to kick off this hearing. I have a couple of questions for a few of the witnesses who testified. I want to begin with Councilmember Reed. Your testimony was great. What stood out to me, though, was sort of a sense of regret about not going or putting in place a program broad enough. I want you to talk a little bit about some areas that if you had it to do all over again, perhaps you would have covered in your program. I also want to be able to dovetail on that. You said that the Housing and Home Ownership Fund was a directive of the community, and you also emphasized the need to make sure the community is included in this process. I couldn't agree more with you. I would love to hear about how you think the district could attempt to strike the most appropriate balance as we pursue this work. So I'm going to start with Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. While I think our focus on housing was important and it was directed by the community, I do wish in Evanston, and this is true in many communities, African Americans are 7 times more likely to be stopped by police in a traffic stop than their white counterparts in the city. African Americans are more likely to be arrested for cannabis possession in our city. African Americans are more likely to be arrested overall in our city. And I do wish that we had focused on, and we know that having a criminal record can have lasting economic impacts on an individual and their ability to provide for themselves and their family. And so I do wish that we had focused in on policing as well as health outcomes in making the case. And we do have other programs that are coming down the pike other than just our housing program. There is an economic development component and a education component as well. We have a separated school district, and so there are educational outcomes that do not necessarily fall on the back of the municipality, but I do wish we had done a better job of bringing in the school district. I also believe it's important, to make sure. I mentioned regretting potentially we were on the process of limiting our program early on to only allowing folks to use the funds to purchase housing in the historically harmed area, which is our 5th ward, and that could have been, in essence, reverse redlining, if you will. But we avoided that pretty early on. But I do think it is important to watch out for potential pitfalls such as reverse redlining, and making sure that you're making the program or the research broad enough to encompass as much of the harm as possible that was perpetrated disproportionately against the Black community. Thank you.
Next. If you could just hit the button in front of you.
Got it. Continuing on from what Devon said in an answer to your question, the balance. And I go back to the initial point that I said of education. I think that all these different points, it's important. It's really, really critical to give our harmed community a voice. And the education piece needs to go to the harmed community. So just like we had that program of education for the council before the vote, we need to get before our community as much information as possible and let them make the choice. Now, once they make the choice, I do think that needs to be honored. I do think that we've been robbed of dignity so long for people, coming down telling us what to do. And I do see efforts that have come underway, very well-meaning, but perhaps not appropriate for those that received them. Mm-hmm. So I think that education piece comes into it. I think advocating, making sure that in those discussions, they have the data and they are considering things like over-policing in our community. They are considering information about our health disparities and our wealth gap, and that they have that. Once that's been given, I think that we need to listen, and I feel that our job as a committee in Evanston is to listen and to implement once people have spoken. Okay. And I think that's where the balance comes in.
Did you all see any sort of organized opposition to the effort?
Oh, yes. Yeah. It's not monolithic. And by and large, it's really supported. And I think even people who sort of weren't paying attention and were on the fence, once it's implemented and they saw the national reaction, feel quite a sense of pride. But even within our Black community, there is, I think that's probably the most organized opposition, has been people who felt differently about whether reparations were needed or the form that it was taking. It is important to listen to those voices and to consider them. And I think on the committee, we have struck a good and a fruitful balance of not just waiting for the other person to finish talking and then convince them of our point, mm-hmm. but to try to listen, really listen and consider. And perhaps, some things are just so diametrically opposed to the program, they cannot be brought in, to what we're doing. But sometimes we're able to shift and, move and maybe be more inclusive. Those debates enrich us, and if only to prepare us for meeting another challenge.
Sure. Councilmember?
Yeah, if I can take 30 seconds. I think most of the opposition came from outside of our community. There is, as Committee Member McFarland mentioned, opposition within our community. It is our Black community. In fact, there's a group founded called Evanston Rejects Racist Reparations, and it wasn't founded by our white community, which our community is primarily white and affluent. And part of that was because our initial program, some folks were dissatisfied with the fact that folks felt as though there was a continuation of paternalism with Black folks, and the fact that there was no direct cash payment option, and the funding went directly from the city. The housing grants went directly from the city's coffers to a bank, whether it was for the down payment assistance, for mortgage, whether it's for the mortgage relief, or in the case of home improvement repair, it went directly from the city's coffers to the contractor. And so I think it is important to make sure that there is a wide amount of flexibility and that we allow the harmed community to define for themselves how best to be redressed. So thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Now I want to turn to, before I shift to California, I want to ask Morris Robinson, who's still with us online. You were one of the co-authors of the Evanston Policies and Practices Report to present evidence and factual information related to historic and contemporary instances, as you testified, where the city of Evanston might have facilitated, participated in, enacted, or stood neutral in the wake of acts of segregative and discriminatory practices in all aspects of engagement with the Evanston Black community. That's a mouthful, and it sounds like a lot of work. Can you just talk briefly about the report process and how long it took for you all to write it? Did you rely on primary or secondary sources? Like, how did you approach this work, and is there anything that you would do differently upon reflection?
Sure, thank you for this opportunity to clarify. Again, I founded my organization 25 years ago, and we started researching the Black community in Evanston specifically because of this lack of information about the historic community that spans over 160 years. So technically for the last 20 years, I have been researching all of these causes and issues that we now wrap under the support in reparations initiatives. So in putting the entire report together, it took less than a year because we already had access to firsthand information. I've already conducted over 50 oral histories and some video as well. We've been in contact with other people who've done research and have firsthand information, pre-published work that deals with stats and demographics and incidents, and mining our archives, not just from Shorefront, but also from the Evanston History Center, the City of Evanston, Northwestern University archives, and assembling all of these different factors, not just the legal aspect of it, but also the social construct in Evanston. As Alderman Reed had mentioned about the paternalistic approach, Evanston has a long history of the paternalism type of format. They adopted policies in Jim Crow without actually creating policies. So we had to do a lot of careful research in finding the underlying coded messages and language that are used to, that were used against the historic Black communities here. I think what really led to a lot of public discussion was the installation of a national exhibit called Undesign the Red Line. And in that, the exhibit, or these large panels and a large panel with a Cook County map. So it showed the city of Evanston is a very small, about the size of a business card. And so the impact wasn't there. So we decided to go ahead and just augment that exhibit with a larger map with specific language that was used in redlining that clearly laid out what the city of Evanston allowed to happen that for generations harmed the Black community. Okay. So we do refer this still as a working document because we're still uncovering a lot of information and we're always adding to it. So what turned out to be a 20-page initial report that we did in about 3 months is now over 85 pages, and we're still adding some more information to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And one final question. It's my understanding that Evanston uses 3% recreational or adult use cannabis sales tax to fund the reparatory program, and I wanted to just get a sense from the Evanston folks whether this funding source has been effective and sustainable to the work that you all are doing around reparations, and are there other funding sources that Evanston devotes to this program?
Thank you for that question. So yes, our real estate, our cannabis sales tax it has not generated the revenue that we initially anticipated. Our initial models were based on the city having 3 dispensaries or more and generating about $1 million a year in revenue. We are currently generating far below that, less, a quarter to half of that. We don't have exact numbers because we only have 1 dispensary in our city, and our state law mandates that we cannot release the sales tax information when we have just one dispensary, because it would be proprietary information. So in order to augment that lack of revenue generation through our cannabis sales tax, we this year dedicated our real estate transfer tax, a portion of our real estate transfer tax to our reparations fund. And so we are allocating $3 million this year from our real estate transfer tax, and then $1 million a year over the next 7 years, bringing the total commitment that the city of Evanston is making, giving to the reparations program, $20 million over the next 10 years, roughly.
Okay. Let me turn to our California witnesses. I'm really interested in learning a little bit more about the mechanics and timelines of the California program. But before I ask you to talk a little bit about that, I think you both mentioned subpoena power in your testimony, which I find interesting. And as you mentioned, we have really looked at California as a model in drafting our bill here. Talk about why you all found that to be an important aspect of the California reparations process, and whether you all ended up having to use subpoena power in your work. And I'll direct that to either Dr. Grills or Camila Moore.
Sure. There are two task force members who served on our subpoena power advisory committee, and they were two attorneys, coincidentally, Don Tamaki and Lisa Holder. And so members Tamaki and Holder were responsible for essentially ascertaining how the task force would utilize its subpoena power. And due, I guess, to the limited time and nature of our work, we had less than 2 years to determine how to use our subpoena power. They decided it would be best to use the subpoena power to subpoena district attorneys' offices across the state of California to essentially assemble a prosecutorial and judicial race data questionnaire to essentially determine how a piece of legislation, AB 2542, or the California Racial Justice Act of 2020, which was passed to essentially prohibit the state from seeking or obtaining a criminal conviction or from imposing a sentence based upon race, ethnicity, or national origin. Essentially, we use the subpoena power to track how these district attorneys' offices were comporting with that recently passed legislation, or AB 2542, the California Racial Justice Act. So in our final report, that will be in our final report, Chapter 31, which would be a summary of responses of those California prosecutors around how they've been complying with that statute.
I appreciate that. And one of the unique things that exist here in the District of Columbia, with us being with only limited home rule, essentially a federal territory, is that the bulk of our prosecutions, particularly felonies, are done by the federal government in the form of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. And so that would be a tough one for us locally, but I do appreciate the way that you all intend to use that and have used it. Let me ask about how the California Task Force proposes to pay for reparations, and are there any early indications that this funding source will be effective and sustainable? And Dr. Gross, you should feel free to weigh in if you'd like to as well.
I'll let the chair start. Now, if there's anything to add, I'll add to it.
Sure. I'll just start by saying, actually, the task force, if you read AB 3121, which again is a carbon copy of this pending bill, the statute actually did not prescribe or mandate for the 9-member task force to ascertain how our various proposals would be funded. So essentially, the state task force, our stance is that that is a purely political conversation that the California state legislature is responsible for grappling with. Our mandate was to study the atrocities against this particular group of people since statehood to present, and to develop reparation proposals around them, which comport with international human rights law standards. And under international law, the 5 forms of reparations include compensation, restitution, so that looks like taking account for stolen land, rehabilitation, so that could look like free, tuition, free health care, free legal and social services, satisfaction, so that includes a formal apology. So this task force has come up with recommendations on how the state can apologize for various different atrocities. And then lastly, the 5th form of reparations under international law is guarantees of non-repetition, which hints at more structural and institutional policy change and reform. And so I say all that to say, again, the state task force, we were mandated with not only studying, but also developing reparations proposals under international law. We hired 5 economists and public policy experts to help us develop a methodology, a framework around calculating the pure monetary loss across 5 harm areas, including housing segregation, unjust property takings, health harms, devaluation of Black businesses, and mass incarceration and over-policing. So in the report, you will see in Chapter 17, again, that methodology, that framework that we hired the economists and public policy experts to develop. But again, we didn't necessarily, recommend per se any monetary figures. What we did was develop the methodology that accounts for the pure monetary loss across those 5 harms. So I say all that to say, again, our stance is that it is up to the legislature now, when the final report is released June 29th, to grapple with those findings and work to implement our proposals and to ascertain where the funding will come from. But I will just lastly say this, one of the members on the task force is State Senator Stephen Bradford, and he's already started to come up with some very creative ideas in his dual role as a task force member, but also as an elected official around how to fund these proposals. And he has, in the press, mentioned, for instance, reserving 0.5% of the state's budget for these reparations programs.
And I appreciate all the work that you all have done, and I'll offer some congratulations on the work leading up to the interim report. You've got a lot of folks, including myself and my staff, who are anxiously awaiting the final report on June 29th. I have my copy of the interim report, and it's extremely thorough and comprehensive. You talked a little bit earlier about how long it's taken for you all to get to the point where you all released the interim report and all the work that you all are still doing. But how long did it take for the task force and its contributing members to develop and publish the interim report?
So I can start on that one. We actually, within the first year, were able to compile the data and begin the writing to publish that interim report. So pretty much out the gate with the launching of our hearings, bringing in expert witnesses, and working closely with the researchers and attorneys at the DOJ, pretty much wrote that report within, I would say, a 4 to 6 month period. But it was based on data that was being compiled from the moment that the task force launched.
And before I transition to my next panel, I think one of the areas where there's been some criticism, and I think it's important just to talk about, if you all don't mind reflecting on this, of the California program is that some people think it should have been more broad and more inclusive. The program, you all decided to tie the eligibility for reparations to direct lineage, aka direct descendants of enslaved people. How did you all arrive at that decision, and how do you all respond to some of the criticism? I don't know that there's ever going to be 100% consensus around this sort of topic in terms of implementation and execution, but I did want to give you the opportunity, if you would, to just talk about that aspect of your work and how you arrived at that component of the task force decisions.
So I'll start. Interestingly enough, you have two members of the task force with opposing views on this issue of eligibility. I was an opposing vote. The chair was an affirmative vote. We arrived at this decision based on deliberations in the task force hearings. Although, to be frank, I don't feel that those deliberations were complete, that they were short-circuited based on some procedural issues. There was not enough dialogue across all the task force members. And so I feel like we came to a decision too quickly, even though it was formally discussed, if you will, over two task force hearings. I think that personally, I think it was an error in decision-making by the task force. And I think that some of our survey data and polling data suggests that a broader cross-section of the California general community and the African-American community actually are not soundly behind the idea of lineage-based eligibility. But here we are. I do want to say, though, that I think that those of us who had the opposing view were not against the idea of the need for and the deserving response of special consideration for direct descendants. But if we look at the letter of the legislation in AB 3121, it was about the harms that are incurred during enslavement and post-enslavement. And in that post-enslavement period of harm, it is not just direct descendants, it is all Black people in this in the state that would be in peril and who have been impacted by the many different forms of ongoing racial oppression in the state.
Appreciate it. I don't know if you want to respond, Camila Moore. I do want to say I appreciate that both sides of this issue, which is, I think, an issue that I've heard a lot of debate and discussion over for years as it relates to reparations, and you will find many points of view that support either side of it. And so I think the makeup of you all's task force, I think is important when you consider that both sides of this issue is represented in the membership of the task force. And I think that's important, frankly, when it comes to this work.
So I'll quickly say a few things. So the conversation around, who should be eligible lasted around 10 months. So, we discussed, the community of eligibility from our first hearing. We initially were going to have a vote on who should be eligible February of 2022, but it was delayed to March 2022, where in March 2022, we voted to affirm eligibility on the basis of lineage rather than race. So what informed that decision? For one, we invited several people to speak on this issue, one of them being the author of AB 3121, Secretary of State Shirley Weber, and she clarified who she had in mind when she introduced this legislation to the state legislature. And she clarified it would be for descendants of enslaved and free Black people living in the United States prior to 1900, to not only acknowledge, of course, enslaved Black people, enslaved Africans, but also to acknowledge, the free Black people who were living in the United States who might have been emancipated before, 1865, who still had to navigate a very precarious society who had to, for instance, couldn't testify in court. They themselves could be enslaved as well in certain instances. So it was really to acknowledge that unique history of African Americans in this country. We also enlisted the expertise of legal scholars, namely the Dean of UC Berkeley Law School, Erwin Chemerinsky, who was one of the foremost, if not the foremost, constitutional law scholar in the country, who essentially gave very dispassionate testimony, expert testimony, said, he didn't really have a dog in the fight, but, he did conclude by saying, if we do want to see reparations happen, if we want to actually change the material lives and conditions of Black folks, he actually recommended a lineage-based standard rather than a race-based standard for two reasons. One, race-based classifications are illegal under the California Constitution in the areas of contracting, education, and employment. But then he also mentioned the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which pretty much bans racial classifications. And so he was saying, racial classifications are almost always unconstitutional. And therefore, he recommended the task force affirm eligibility on the basis of lineage rather than race to have the best chances in the court and not getting struck down. We also, lastly, enlisted several different genealogists to speak to the feasibility of lineage tracing per se, one of them being Hollis Gentry, who is the lead genealogist at the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. Certain genealogists, spoke very frankly around some of the complications around lineage tracing, but at the end of the day, after taking a poll from all the genealogists, they all recommended a lineage-based standard and, pretty much showcased or demonstrated, lastly, frankly, the technological advances of genealogy in the past 30, 40 years and how easy, frankly, it can be even for marginalized groups within the African American community. And then lastly, I'll say one of the recommendations from the state task force is to create a new state agency, tentatively called the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, which pays homage to the Freedmen's Bureau that once existed in this country that helped transition newly freed slaves from subjugation to freedom. And in this proposed new state agency, there would be earmarked state resources to create a genealogy branch, an eligibility branch to assist those who would be eligible in tracing their ancestry, because the idea is that burden should not be, frankly, on the individual. It should be on the state in acknowledgement of the harm. So I'll just lastly say, again, the vote around eligibility, it was contentious. I think it was appropriate given the historic nature of the task force. We're the first state to do this work, so I think it was appropriate to litigate the two sides, if you will. But again, I think we landed in the right place legally, morally, ethically, and there are aspects in the report, namely Chapter 18, there are general policy recommendations that will benefit all Black people and all Californians regardless of race. The only last thing I'll say is just keep in mind, again, what the esteemed Nicole Hannah-Jones of the 1619 Project has explained and how she has also affirmed reparations on the basis of lineage, noting that Black is a political and economic fiction, and that everything that Black Americans suffer is not just because they are Black, but because this nation was determined to keep the descendants of chattel slavery a permanently subjugated people, to keep them an economically, politically exploited people. And so, again, reparations is for all we suffer because our ancestors were enslaved. And so that's why we landed on a lineage-based standard. Lastly, just one thing, one of the members on the task force, member Javon Scott Lewis, he is Jamaican. He was actually born in Jamaica. And he is the one who actually introduced the motion to make our eligibility lineage-based rather than race-based, which with the keen understanding that he himself, as a Jamaican, would not be eligible. But he is a key proponent of lineage-based reparations for all of the reasons that I stated as well.
Thank you for that testimony. Thank you both for that testimony and for putting that on the record. I want to just transition to the next panel, but I'm going to give Councilmember Reed the final word. I think the point you made about the thoughtfulness around putting in place a standard that will withstand legal scrutiny is critical. Here in the District of Columbia, unlike a number of jurisdictions that have policies that are race and gender conscious, ours are race and gender neutral. In fact, one of the things that I'm working on is to legislate a minority women business enterprise program. Right now, we have a certified business enterprise program that is not race or gender conscious. We just got our disparity study finally done a couple of months ago, and so we're working with the executive on that. But ultimately, whatever we do needs to be able to withstand legal scrutiny. You referred to your work earlier, Councilmember, as being narrowly tailored. For any lawyers in the room, that's a phrase we frequently associate with government policies that are litigated. And so I want to give you just an opportunity, I think, to weigh in on the question that I asked to the California representative.
Yes, thank you very much. And I was going to ask for the last word, but you really touched on the legal issue that I wanted to raise. But we in Evanston, in many ways, did make our program race neutral. And many other municipalities, or for example, Providence, Rhode Island, also is making their program race neutral. There is, if you will, a release valve that anyone who faced faced housing discrimination is eligible for our program as well, and that is one of the tenets. And same thing in Providence, Rhode Island. I think it's really important to the legal side to look at a case out of California, for example, the Bakke case or the Grutter case. Those two cases are really show a long-standing principles that the Supreme Court has upheld, that you cannot have, that you must have race-neutral policy. And I will say that in the past, when we look at reparations for whether it's Japanese Americans, it wasn't all Japanese Americans, specifically folks who are in internment camps, and for other groups, it was specifically folks who were harmed. And so, what California is doing is following that footprint. But I do think if the district wants to have a broader, a wider ranging reparations program that impacts the wider Black community, several things. It's important to focus on the harm perpetrated by the municipality. And so I think that's one, and that's why we narrowly focused on housing and not slavery and not other issues that impacted the Black community. And it's also important to, again, narrowly tailor that redress to that narrowly tailored harm. If it is not, if you are going to use either non-race neutral guidelines for eligibility for the program.
Thank you, and thank you to the witnesses on this first panel. I'm going to transition to our next panel of witnesses. Adjoa Ayatoro, who's a founding member of NCOPRA, Nkechi Taifa, I'm so sorry about that, Nkechi, who also is a founding member of NCOPRA and the founding director of the Reparations Education Project, Inc. Corey Shaw, Jr. within NCOPRA, Derek Asante Mohammed, Chief of Organizing, and Drayson Heath, Racial and Reparative Justice Expert and Strategist. That's going to form our second panel. And I'm going to add Greg Carr, Dr. Carr, to this panel as well. want to be as efficient as possible with open seats on the panel with the folks who have joined us in person and being mindful of witnesses' time. I want to thank the panelists for joining us this morning. We're going to start from my right and your left. Good morning to each of you. Thanks for being here. Begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, Councilmember McDuffie, for introducing this bill and to all the council members who signed on to it. I'm not only a founding member of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and an organization that's solely focused on obtaining reparations for Black African descendants. I served as its first female co-chair with Kalangia Lushigun, a founding member and first male co-chair. And I was also the co-chair of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, one of the 3 founding organizations of NCOBRA. We will provide a more detailed analysis of this bill on June 30th, by the June 30th deadline. In the 3 minutes I have, I will focus on the question of who the bill should be designed to benefit. And Corey Shaw will focus on the formation of the Reparations Task Force. The question of the intended beneficiaries' proposals is one that has given reparations commissions throughout the country, as you've just heard, significant challenges. The problem faced in 2023 with developing reparations for African descendants that would not have been faced if this country and its states that participated in the crime against humanity that was the enslavement of African peoples, if they had provided reparations at the end of slavery. That is, the national, state, and local governments involved. They continued, though, however, to allow the subordination and brutalization of Black African people descended to continue legally until the 1960s, and even until today, failed to fully officially recognize that the lives of Black African descended people continue to be of lower quality than those of their white counterparts, not because they're inherently less than whites. Rather, it is because the socially constructed racial hierarchy created in the 15th century that told the lie of white superiority and Black inferiority. We argue, NCOBRA argues, that reparations is more than a check, and it should be provided to Black African descendant organizations and individuals to provide finances to continue their work needed to help develop and address the injuries that was created by slavery and its legacy. It must create housing, employment stability, and health-sustaining programs that address the historic deprivation supported by, indeed caused by, a government that was brutally indifferent at best and a participant at worst in their subordination. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, Ms. Crawford, and esteemed members of this council. My name is Nikichi Taifa, and I am director of the Reparation Education Project, author of Reparations on Fire, How and Why It's Spreading Across America, and delivered a TEDx talk last year, Reparations, an Issue Whose Time Has Come. Councilmember McDuffie, your efforts to establish a reparations task force in the District of Columbia is to be loudly applauded and is a critical part of history in the making. Today, however, is not the first time I have testified before this council on the issue of reparations. In 1990, as chairperson of the D.C. chapter of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, we urged Councilmember Wilhelmina J. Volok, then chair of the council's Judiciary Committee, to have the council go on record supporting the concept of reparations by having D.C. pass a resolution urging Congress to enact H.R. 3745, the predecessor bill to H.R. 40, and supplied sample language. On October 23, 1990, Councilmember Volok introduced the local legislation as PR 8-515, the Commission to Study Reparation Proposals for African American Support Resolution of 1990. And on November 27, 1990, the Committee of the Whole, under the chairmanship of David A. Clark, held a public roundtable on the bill, during which I was pleased to testify in support. The resolution passed unanimously, and I recite this history as part of today's historic record because it predated the internet and social media by over 3 decades, with the District of Columbia not receiving the recognition and attention it should have as one of the first municipalities to go on record supporting reparations. I am a proud Washingtonian, a native Washingtonian, and today live in Ward 4 in Chevy Chase, D.C. My daughter went to Lafayette Elementary School, played on Lafayette's playground park. Despite being a native Washingtonian my entire life, I did not know that my west of the park neighborhood was hallowed ground where our black ancestors, descendants of enslaved, were landowners but were callously and racially displaced, a scenario that was repeated over and over across the city from Georgetown to Southwest, and in this instance via eminent domain. This is but one small example that I hope will be addressed by the task force. In conclusion, I often walk through my community, and for the past 3 years, I could not walk past a block and not see several Black Lives Matter signs proudly displayed on front lawns. And I feel that this is what we really need to win. Reparations Now signs displayed proudly on yards in D.C. and across the country, on church lawns and barbershops and beauty parlors. Reparations Now signs on water bottles and on conference tables. Reparations Now notebooks and journals, coffee mugs, and the like, and more. And because until we are comfortable showing our love for this long overdue issue of reparatory justice, until we believe in it with all of our hearts and minds and souls, it will remain but an elusive dream. It's a new day with new energy and new possibilities. The fruit we see today emanated from historic seeds that were planted and watered for generations. Reparations is no longer a stretch of the imagination or an unobtainable goal, but it is very likely a reality and achievable in our lifetime. Let's hurry up and get this bill passed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the testimony. We're going to go next, Corey Shaw, who's in person, and then we'll go online to Diedrich Asante Muhammad.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me here. Glad to be here in my capacity as a member of DC and COBRA and as Director of Community Engagement and Strategic Planning with the African American Research Network. I want to open my remarks by noting that a nation that refuses to reconcile its history with the present is destined to be haunted by the sins of its forefathers and mothers. That has been the legacy of the United States of America since its founding. The DC chapter of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America wishes to first commend Councilman McDuffie, his staff, and the City Council for taking up such an important issue in the absence of a federal reparations program. The task outlined in this legislation has the potential to address long-standing disparities resulting from deliberate decisions which have disadvantaged and structurally harmed African American residents of the district. However, the bill as proposed has left NCOBRA with concerns that we maintain require some addressing. What follows is a detailed account of a key concern of the chapter and proposed revisions prior to the bill's introduction to the Committee of the Whole. NCOBRA would like to encourage this committee to consider including positions on the task force that are explicitly for those who are current or former residents of the district that have been affected by historical harms. In any project seeking to provide repair, the goal should be to strive for a meaningful level of community control. The recommendation that we make is that the committee assess its adherence to this principle using Sherry Arnstein's ladder of participation. This tool is employed by the African American Research Network in their work across the country to ensure that descendant communities remain empowered in their journey toward repair. This task force must contain elements of citizen power to accomplish its stated goal. In pursuit of citizen representation on the task force, NCOBRA encourages this committee to consider the following recommendations. 1, the number of seats that can be occupied by members of the City Council should be capped at 2. Of the City Council's appointments, 1 should be reserved for current or former residents having resided in the district for 15 years. And of the mayor's appointments, 1 should be reserved for current or former district residents having resided in the district for at least 15 years. A primary lens from which to assess DC's history is one that sees beyond the federal city community development at the expense of African American residents. Communities like Chevy Chase, Reno, Georgetown are all communities that were African American enclaves or historically integrated spaces that were more hospitable to African Americans than others. The systemic displacement of African Americans from their neighborhoods was a result of Jim Crow-era policies in the district and housing discrimination enabled by the city. Consequently, it would stand to reason that former and current residents of the district have a key stakeholder role in this process and should be included. With that, I see the rest of my time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to turn to Dr. Greg Carr. I think we lost Diedrich Asante Mohammed virtually, so we're going to turn to Dr. Greg Carr.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie and Ms. Crawford and everyone here. My name is Greg Carr. I'm an associate professor of Africana Studies and adjunct professor at the School of Law at Howard University. While migration is the central theme in human history, violent modern forced migrations as a consequence of settler colonialism provide direct source and context for the modern world system of nation states. Global, regional, national, and local obligations and efforts to address and remedy ongoing effects of harm against specific groups deprived of natural and human resources by these serial forced migrations present discrete polities, like the District of Columbia, with an opportunity to provide a wide variety of repair models. Consequently, the district's proposed Reparations Foundational Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023 may find it useful to consider four broad assertions, and I'll outline them momentarily, which are especially relevant to considering defining eligibility beyond race and or lineage as points of departure for exploring reparative relief for descendants of Africans for whom group identity as African captives serves as the unifying categorization and point of harm requiring repair. Standing for eligibility for reparations from the direct wrongs and traumas of enslavement, U.S. apartheid, Jim and Jane Crow, and structural and institutional racism must be established at the site of the initial harm, namely the abduction by European countries of human beings from the African continent. The definition of entities responsible for this harm should not be restricted to the polities and legal entities formed subsequent to this original harm. Such an error extends rather than addresses the wrongs and traumas. Section 4B3E of the proposed act, which outlines, quote, how the form of compensation to African Americans with a special consideration for African Americans who are descended of persons enslaved in the United States should be calculated, end quote, properly acknowledges the harm of enslavement towards all people of African descent, establishes, quote, African American, quote, end quote, as an inclusive category that recognizes the district's unique history as a center of Pan-African struggle and activity and its diverse population of African descended people, and enables the proposed commission to explore remedies that address both specific geographical issues and broader and deeper issues. Now, quickly, the four broad assertions. Number one, demands for reparations and questions associated with those demands have been raised as a challenge to undertake structural modern social transformation since the colonial era. In other words, since before the transformation of Western settler colonies into settler states. Therefore, the essential guiding question at all levels of policy-provided repair must be, quote, how do we decolonize the modern world? Answers to questions like this in the District of Columbia must factor in the district's unique existence among U.S.'s so-called laboratories of democracy, involving local and federal government, and offering an opportunity to revisit state constitutional narrowings and arguably federally unconstitutional judicial interpretations of the 5th and 14th Amendments as colorblind for purposes of remedy. And I'll kind of just mention the other ones very quickly now that I've run out of time, because we could talk about colorblind constitutionalism, which is really white affirmative action. The protected class there is whiteness. So there's really no legal standing for this. All this is judge-made law. There's nothing in the 14th Amendment, of course, that restricts race-based remedies. Questions of race or lineage have cultural, social, and political definitions that are best addressed by studying how they intersect with, influence, and interact with legal definitions. And I'll pause there on number two. Number three, quickly, the racial category of black as used in the modern world system emerges directly out of a process of Western or white colonialism that established black as coterminous with fluid, racialized, unfree labor arrangements. The legislation as currently drafted addresses that. It expands the definition of blackness. It isn't word for word the same as the California legislation. And finally, policy level repair efforts shouldn't automatically preclude any form of remedy. I think this is a fight worth taking on because because DC through the 5th Amendment can do something that the other states can't do through the 14th. I'll end with that.
I appreciate that. You making that very important distinction about the District of Columbia.
Yes.
And the Constitution. Before I turn to questions, I want to turn to a final witness on this panel who is online, Dreesen Heath. has joined us, and so I'm going to turn to you for your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. I want to thank Chairperson Kenya McDuffie and Ms. Donnie Crawford for the opportunity to submit expert testimony for a hearing to address the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. My name is Dreesen Heath, and I'm a reparative justice expert who has testified before U.S. Congress twice about the issue of reparations, as well as am assisting countless community-led efforts across the country to establish reparations commissions or direct implementation measures such as compensation funds and restoration of property unjustly taken through eminent domain and racially restrictive covenants. It is an urgent matter that DC take up the issue of reparations comprehensively and holistically, accounting for the full range of government-sanctioned crimes against its Black residents. Reparations should be based not just on past harms such as the DC Emancipation Compensation Act and the July 1919 white mob attack on Black veterans in DC, but on contemporary ones as well, and should provide remedies proportional to economic, psychological, social, and political damages. Racialized segregation remains a hallmark in DC. It is widely understood that the District of Columbia has one of the largest disparities in the wealth between white and Black residents, but the racial wealth gap isn't the only staggering harm. Nearly half of the land zoned for industrial use in DC is within Ward 5, where Brentwood, a majority Black community, is located. Rates of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer, stroke are 5 times higher in Southeast, where there are higher concentrations of Black people. Policing of Black residents is higher in neighborhoods with signs both of gentrification and disinvestment. 91% of all marijuana arrests between 2001 and 2010 were Black people. The DC jail population is exclusively Black. The rate of maternal mortality for Black women in DC is worse than maternal mortality in Panama and Ecuador. Each of these harms have a unique remedy that must be explored by this council. Providing reparations is a routine governmental practice in the US, but is separate from, in addition to DC government's Racial Equity Action Plan. DC's reparations process does not replace the responsibility for the federal government to account for its crimes. DC's process must target DC-specific harms. Councilmember McDuffie's proposal is unique because it, in addition to a 9-member commission to develop proposals, it automatically creates a reparations fund to dispense financial compensation. This is an important piece that should stay intact as the bill advances. But the council should also be mindful which resources of revenue it uses to fund reparations. For instance, ARPA funds are restrictive and not sustainable and should be used to treat ongoing pandemic-related disparities. The commission may litigate eligibility, which has turned into a political and sometimes ahistorical debate. Eligibility is not about merely special consideration, especially when there is abundance of resources. It is about identifying who has been harmed and by what specific harms. Furthermore, if a special measure is race neutral, it is not reparations. Race neutral reparations does not exist. Constitutional debates about race-based measures should not limit the Black radical imagination for our repair, peoplehood, and livelihoods. Finally, I would recommend that the 9-member commission be represented mostly of community members who have been impacted by government-sanctioned harms, because lived experience is the best expertise. Reparations is a victim-centered process as defined by international human rights law. Community engagement is not a side project. It cannot be completed by one survey or elevating the loudest voices on social media or mere assumptions about the descendant community. DC should not make the same mistakes states and locales have made and make the community the central piece of this policy proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony and all the work that you've done on this issue. There are questions I've asked of the first panel. If anybody on this panel feels compelled to answer something I've already asked, you should feel free to do so. I do want to start off, though, with Nkechi Taifa. You mentioned something that I found interesting about your neighborhood and its history. And I want to know if you mentioned it specifically to tie it back to this proposal that's before us, or was that just I think, a very important lesson in history for some folks who are less familiar with Chevy Chase. And I heard Dreesen, I think it was Dreesen Heath, who mentioned Reno City. One of you mentioned Reno City. Okay, there we go. It was Corey Shaw in his testimony. And so talk a little bit about that, if you will. I think that's very important. I think there are residents who are less familiar, both who live in Chevy Chase and outside of the Chevy Chase in the district, who are less familiar with the history of the neighborhood and the federal government's role in utilizing eminent domain to take land in the District of Columbia. So I think that's an important topic to include as a part of this record if you all want to talk briefly about that.
So let me just start very briefly, but then turn it over to my colleague, because I know he's working directly on it. So I did not mention it as a historical curiosity, but specifically as an area of redress or a repair. And also the fact that it was only recently, within the last year or so, that I even found this out about the community that I reside in, and where my daughter went to school and played on the playground. And so that's part of the harm. Part of the harm is not knowing our history, not even knowing the harm or the injury. This is a predominantly white community now, and not knowing that this community was a predominantly black, very thriving, land-owning community. And I know there's going to be a panel, I think, later on with some specifics, but I want to turn it over to my colleague, Corey Shaw, because he's one of the reasons why I have found out about the community that I, in fact, reside in.
Thank you, Nkechi. I guess first I have to sort of pay homage to the local Historic Society in Chevy Chase, Historic Chevy Chase, DC, for taking the first step in a journey towards reconciliation and repair by uplifting some of that history. That history is one that dates back to 1773. As a matter of fact, this council has heard testimony from descendants and community members on this history before when the park was renamed. A gentleman by the name of George Pointer is born in 1773, enslaved in Montgomery County. And at the age of 19, he purchases his freedom, he buys land, he gets married, and then lives the rest of his life working for George Washington. He goes and starts to have children, and his children live full lives because they are manumitted. They are as free can be, given the circumstances. And what happens is his work for George Washington's Potomac River Company essentially constructs the first maritime transportation network in the country. He sailed up and down the Shenandoah River to transport materials for the construction of the district. And the Potomac River Company, after being purchased by the C&O Canal Company, went and approached him and said they were going to destroy his home in order to build the C&O Canal that now comes through Georgetown. And that happened, but it happened after he died in 1834. His granddaughter bought land in Chevy Chase, DC. And the reason she bought in Chevy Chase, DC was because the Nat Turner uprising had just taken place. And she did not feel safe living near her uncle in Georgetown. When she buys land in Chevy Chase, she happens to be living next to the descendants of a woman who was born enslaved at Mount Vernon and worked for George Washington there. And she was born enslaved as well in 1753. And it's frankly by happenstance that these two families end up being immediate neighbors in Chevy Chase in what was then Dry Meadows. The community of Chevy Chase that exists today exists because one man, sort of supported by the district, along with a number of private landowners, decided they wanted to build a white enclave. That's explicit history. Francis Newlands is not someone that I will hail as a hero of the city. Francis Newlands was a man with a vision for a white community. And he went about doing that in Maryland first, constructing the suburb that is Chevy Chase. But after that, after having pulled Connecticut Avenue from the federal city all the way out to Maryland and putting an electric streetcar there to allow white people to come into the district and work and then go back to the suburbs to live their lives free of the poverty and the sickness in the city, he turned his attention to what was then dry meadows. And that meant that as he bought up thousands of acres of land, he built a white enclave. And so by 1928, these two families who had been on that land for almost a century found themselves surrounded by a white community that did not want them there. And the decision to put a park and a school there is not one that happened just because a white community was there. It was one that the community members had advocated for. It is one that they lobbied the district government for because at the time, the district government had home rule that was dominated by white men. That white-dominated government then went to the federal government at the time, what was the National Capital Parks and Planning Commission, which is today the National Capital Parks Planning Commission, to essentially lobby them to use eminent domain to take that land from these two black families. And what is there today is, in essence, a monument to white supremacy. That park is vacant, with the exception of a corner of a basketball court, the baseball diamond, and a little water accessory for the kids. A lot of that land is vacant, and it's 3 acres of land. It's not a little bit, right? And so I remember I told this story to Nkechi some time ago. That history is one that we cannot forget. And just before I hand it over to other folks, there is a material harm there. And you'll hear from folks, as Nkechi mentioned, the descendants that I work with, my co-founder on that project, she will be here today. But there is more than just a material harm there. Right? There is the element of millions of dollars that was stolen from this family. They were compensated about $2,500 at the time, which today is $200,000, which for the folks that aren't necessarily from the district, you can't buy a home in DC for $200,000, right? So there's that element, but there's also the element of displacement that has deeper harms. They weren't just deprived of wealth building potential. They went from Chevy Chase, DC to Reno and were displaced from Reno. And they went from Reno to Georgetown and they were displaced from Georgetown. And they went from Georgetown to Southwest and they were displaced from Southwest to build the waterfront and Nats Park. And then they found their way to Berry Farms, which is gone. So the dynamic that exists in this history in a very, very tangible manner is that you can see the district develop around the notion that black people did not have a place here. And if they did, right, and this is the sort of macabre, sick nature of white supremacy, if they did, it would be the scraps left over from the white community that lived east of the river. Because east of the river, Anacostia, Fort DuPont, that was a segregated white community. It was a space where black people could not reside. They were not allowed to be there. There was a golf course where my home is today. There was a country club in Southeast DC. Those sorts of things are things we have to remind people. And there's, as I mentioned at the top, I have to commend the community organizations that are here testifying today, the folks that aren't here, that at the very least are doing what they can to uplift that history. That is a reparatory act, and we have to treat it as such, giving folks and allies credit where it's due.
Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate you putting that on the record. Dr. Carr, you had started to go through, and I had your testimony, I think, in front of me, and just as important time, I think, to remind witnesses who have not yet provided their testimony in writing, I would urge you to do so. It's important to make sure we have the most complete record as possible. so we can inform my colleagues and other members of the public and frankly, those around the country who are following the work that we're doing here. And so I have your testimony in writing, but was there anything else you wanted to mention briefly before we move to the next panel, Dr. Carr, that you did not get a chance to mention in the 4 points that you were listed in your written testimony?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. And, I've been touring for years. And there's a law review article in the back of my mind entitled No Standing for Whiteness. Whiteness has to be displaced as a matter of law. We just heard from Brother Shaw part of the litany of abuses. I think one of the strengths of the California report is that litany of abuses, the enumeration. I think also that there's a challenge we have. Jacob Carruthers writes about this in 1972 in a little pamphlet he called Science and Oppression. He says, when we start dealing with ordinal classifications, trying to prove the harm by this kind of competition of qualitative and quantitative, stacking, we'll never get to the underlying point. And this is what I really wanted to address in the last 2 points that I had, points 3 and 4. When I said policy level repair efforts shouldn't automatically preclude any form of remedy, and Dreesen really brought this up beautifully when she says we shouldn't suppress our radical imagination. DC, and I know you know this as a lawyer, as a scholar, and as a politician. Well, you talked about that restrictive covenant, of course, whether it be Hurd versus Hodge, whether it be Shelley versus Kramer. We understand it may not be enforceable, but we also stand that when Charles Houston, who of course you fighting to get that statue for Charlie Houston, when Houston's making that argument here in DC, he's using the Fifth Amendment. We know this is going to end up in Congress. We know this is a colony of sorts. This DC's Reparations Commission can bring the fight to the federal legislature, which means to the world. Ketanji Brown Jackson, in many ways, is an originalist. When you look at her dissents, what she's done and what we're all anticipating she's going to do when affirmative action is overturned and she writes her dissent, she is relying on the legislative record of the history of the 14th Amendment. There is no preclusion of race-based remedies in the original interpretation. This is all political, whether it be Powell and Bakke, whether it be Senator O'Connor and Grutter and Gratz, whether it be you name it, Schuette, all the way down through Scalia, Clarence Thomas, you name it. My point is this: when I say that we shouldn't preclude any form of remedy, while people are arguing about H.R. 40. The D.C. Reparations Commission is going to force an argument over what H.R. 40 is about on the floor of the national legislature. This makes a point of entry that can overturn the retrenchment of white supremacy over the last 50 years, because the Civil Rights Act of 64, the Voting Rights Act of 65, pursuant to the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, had race-based remedies that the courts have undermined. This commission, and this is why I say post-civil rights era narrowing by judicial interpretations of the federal constitution and concomitant issues of race-based remedy by changes in state constitutions, which is why California's hands are tied. These efforts should find a creative point of entry for proposed remedies by applying to district residents of African descent an overarching and at once calibrated concept that recognizes the unique circumstances that made geographically specific enslavement and global blackness virtually coterminous, meaning black means black wherever you are. I don't think they're not turning down people because their last name is Oyewumi somewhere for right, and at once distinctly contoured to the arrangements of specific polities, like what we just heard, this enumeration of the abuses of the citizens of D.C., and I hate to say citizens, the people of D.C., because citizenship is a problem too. That's a conversation for another day. But this can also potentially allow us to imagine a legal status for African people more akin under federal and state constitutional law to date to that enjoyed by indigenous Americans and other discrete immigrants from other sovereign polities. Because the original harm of enslavement was carried out against African people in polities that predate Western nation states by distinct European nation states from which the current United States descends, reparative justice presents an opportunity to imagine new definitions of self-determination that can help decolonize modernity. This is a very important point. In a city where African Liberation Day was first celebrated, in a city where the anti-apartheid movement has it would be not only illogical, it would be insane to try to restrict the remedy to those who went through enslavement exclusively here. And I think this is the opportunity to force that conversation to the federal legislature, and only D.C. can do it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Carr. I'm going to give just briefly Dreesen Heath, because she's been really at the forefront of many reparations initiatives particularly the latest resolution that United States Representative Cori Bush has introduced in Congress. I'm going to give you the last word. You mentioned the phrase that stands out to me, radical imagination. I'm going to give you the last word on this panel before we transition to the next. If there's anything else you'd like to offer before we transition, Dreesen Heath.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, and thank you for your support and powerful remarks in support of Congresswoman Cori Bush's latest Reparations Now resolution. I would just conclude and emphasize, hard to follow after Dr. Carr, but I would like to conclude and emphasize the mere focus around community-led processes, and that this process not be totally hijacked by systems of the government, and enumerate the concerns within the community. If the DC bill, which it does outline post-emancipation harms as well, it should not commit the same mistakes that California has done in limiting then the harmed community via law for which the remedies will be distributed. We have a clear opportunity here for DC to be a leader in this space, for there to be unique revenues tapped into. We've seen, DC, for instance, take billions of dollars out of speed, catching people on speed cameras. That could be a method of revenue. Looking at the ways in which the DC Black people within DC have been extensively harmed. And so I just urge you all to move expeditiously on this matter, and to also, again, consider that this is beyond a question of constitutionality. All methods of repair remedies need to be on the table. There is an abundance of resources, as DC knows, as it funds majority of its budget to policing and to enforcement. It can reverse that focus and focus on funding the repair of its Black constituency. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You wanted to offer something briefly?
Yes, just very briefly. I concur with all of my co-panelists. One of the things I think is important for you and the council to consider as you deliberate on this bill is that you don't want to also embed within the process of divisiveness. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's what happened. I testified several times on the California bill. I know the people that lined up. I know the way in which it was orchestrated to have those who are embracing lineage be at the front of the line. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that there is not some legitimate discussion, which I've talked with at least my sister here, Nkechi, about what role lineage plays. But if we are truly going to repair the injustices and the brutality and the criminality of slavery and its legacy, we must have a plan that is broader than lineage. Okay. And so that was what I wanted to share. And thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I know we got to go, and I just said it very quickly because I testified immediately after Dean Chemerinsky, and as Attorney Moore said, I know people who might not be lawyers may not have caught that. Erwin Chemerinsky said, if you got to choose between lineage and race, I choose lineage, and Attorney Moore said that. I testified after him, and they said, what would you recommend? I said, if you got to choose between lineage and race, I choose lineage. People interpreted that and said, I support lineage. No, because guess what? As you know well, the courts are going to use lineage as a proxy for race. Right. It's not going to save you. Anyway, I'll stop with that.
Yeah, but also I think presenting it in that way, that while I appreciate there being a choice between lineage and race, I think it's a false choice, and I think we've got to make sure that we are exploring all the reasons why one might present the question in that way. So no, this is a good panel. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to try to move on to the next panel for sure.
Reparations Now.
And I want to make sure that we are mindful of the time. We got very great witnesses coming up, and we're going to go to Our third panel, A. Kirsten Mullen, Dr. William Darity, Chelsea Higgs Wise, Jessica Ann Mitchell, let me call for it though. And I mistakenly skipped the last name on my sheet. David Inuo, who's the Executive Director of Japanese American Citizens League, who I do not see. Bob Kamari Norman. Is Kamari Norman present? I called Jessica Ann Mitchell, last name spelled Aiwyor. Oh, okay, there we go. Excited to hear the testimony of this panel. I think the way that we have it here was with Kirsten Mullen and Dr. Darity. So we'll begin with you two. And Dr. Darity, I'll start with you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm William Darity, the Samuel Du Bois Cook Professor of Public Policy at Duke University. And Kirsten Mullen is a folklorist, arts consultant, and founding director of Artifactual. We are the co-authors of From Here to Equality, Reparations for Black Americans in the 21st Century, and co-editors of a new volume called The Black Reparations Project, a handbook for racial justice. I'd like to offer two notes of caution at the outset. First, care and precision is essential in establishing eligibility for reparations. The term African American in the legislation needs exact definition, since white Americans who can claim African descent and an enslaved ancestor would otherwise qualify. The condition for being a descendant of the institution of slavery should specify slavery in the United States of America, since this is a project for the black descendants of persons who were emancipated by the 13th Amendment. We recommend the following criteria. Eligible recipients must be individuals who can meet a lineage standard and an identity standard. Claimants must trace their ancestry to a person who was enslaved in the United States. Eligible recipients are individuals who have self-identified as Black, African American, Afro-American, or Negro at least 12 years prior to the establishment of a Reparations Study Commission or a reparations program, whichever comes first. Both criteria must be met. Second, it is imperative that the federal government acknowledge responsibility for the harms done to the precisely defined eligible community. This gives a plan the greatest opportunity to meet the strict scrutiny standards from the court system. We submit that the core of a plan for reparations for Black American descendants of persons enslaved in the United States must be at least an expenditure sufficient to eliminate the nation's wealth gap. Black Americans comprise 12% of the nation's population, and yet they possess less than 2% of the nation's wealth. We estimate that this gulf in wealth would require an expenditure of $14 trillion at least to close the gap. The racial wealth gap is the product of federal policies, deliberate actions the government of the United States took that disadvantaged Black Americans while advantaging whites. First, the failure to provide the formerly enslaved with any restitution, despite the promise of 40-acre land grants, while under the terms of the Homestead Act of 1862, 1.5 million white families received 160-acre land patents. That single federal policy currently benefits more than 45 million living white individuals. In conjunction with subsequent policies in the 20th century, the discriminatory application of redlining and the GI Bill in terms of providing home ownership opportunities, we have a federal program that has disadvantaged Black Americans and advantaged white Americans.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Darity. We're going to turn next to Kirsten Mullen. Thank you. There you go.
We estimate that it will require at least $14.3 trillion to close the racial wealth gap, and that standard should set the minimum amount of a reparations plan. It is an expenditure that must be conducted by the federal government, not only due to its culpability, but also because it is the only level of government capable of meeting the task. The combined budgets of all states and localities in the United States are less than $5 trillion. Fund used to meet a host of public service needs of their constituents, and a sum far short of the $14.3 trillion target. If the district were to try to close the wealth gap for its eligible Black recipients, it would be an impossible mission with its usual level of resources. Washington, D.C.'s total Black population is about 320,000 persons. Let's say very conservatively that half will be eligible for reparations, or 160,000 persons. If the per capita amount required to close the racial wealth gap is $350,000, the district's bill would be $560 billion, but its annual budget is approximately $20 billion. However, since the district is under the direct authority of the federal government, its citywide spending is not constrained by its tax revenues like all other states and municipalities. In fact, the federal government could establish and fund in its entirety a plan for reparations for Black Americans whose ancestors were enslaved in the United States who reside in the district as a precedent for a comprehensive national program. Indeed, we urge the District of Columbia Reparations Fund and Task Force to seek direct congressional funding for a program of reparations for its eligible Black residents. In 1862, during the Civil War, Congress instituted a compensated emancipation program in the district. The federal government declared slavery illegal in the district and agreed to pay slaveholders $300 for each of their human properties as remuneration. President Lincoln hoped the district's example would persuade slaveholders nationwide to accept a similar arrangement, and consequently bring about an end to the Civil War. The nation could have emerged from the policy with an abbreviated internal armed conflict and slavery no more, but the district's example did not trigger acceptance of compensated emancipation anywhere else, not in the border states that remained in the Union, not even in Delaware, which had a more diversified economic base, one that was not heavily dependent on enslaved labor. With respect to reparations for Black American descendants of U.S. slavery, Congress has full capacity to mandate a national program. Individual states and municipalities do not have the financial resources necessary to execute true reparations. The district is the only location in America where slaveholders receive monetary reparations for their human chattel. Today, the district can seize the opportunity to launch the first phase of a comprehensive federal reparations program for Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. Thank you.
And thank you both so much for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Chelsea Higgs-Wise. Good morning. If you can press the button at the base of your microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chelsea Higgs-Wise, and I am from the Richmond, Virginia area, also known as the former capital of the Confederacy. I'm also the co-founder and executive director of Marijuana Justice, where we fought for Virginia to be the first state in the South to repeal prohibition and simple possession, as well as legalize home grow and a reinvestment fund. Many folks in Virginia call our fund reparations, but we know there would be no war on drugs if we had already settled our reparations from enslavement, and that we know cannabis money cannot be the beginning nor the end of payment. I did want to address something that had been brought up earlier in testimony about cannabis revenue being mostly generated by Black Americans, and why should we avoid that perpetual harm. I did want to just put on note that there is no actual evidence to support that thought, and there is many data and collections about low-income consumers of marijuana, and particularly that can be assumed that low-income and Black folks are still actually supporting the underground and legacy market because legal cannabis is still seen as someone as accessible for the economically privileged and advantaged. So I just really wanted to point out that the highest consumers and folks of legal cannabis right now are white men, and they are purchasing from legal markets. So I did not want to say that we could walk away thinking that Black folks are the revenue generators of cannabis. We just don't see that to be true at this time. And most studies are not done by race, so we just don't have the information out there right now. Back to the task force at hand, we do believe that the recipients of the task force outcome and beneficiaries of the fund should be Black, and why Marijuana Justice supports cannabis funds as well as future drug market funds to continue to support broader reparations movements than just the war on drugs. At Marijuana Justice, we do not believe in limiting the criteria for lineage only, and should also include a broader criteria that this council has already heard and many folks has testified to. And just want to, again, emphasize what Dreesen said about impacted members being on that task force. Also want to just say that choosing the criteria of the task force members is also incredibly important, and that they should be paid. The meeting should be done within certain times for regular working class DC members to participate. That's something I've seen with the cannabis regulators that's not so accessible. And then also wanted to mention that the support staff for the task members is very important. That being a coordinator, that being comms and design that actually allows the public notice to be noticed by the public. As well as those consultants that are procured have a running history and successful with working with impacted communities, and that is defined by the people that are impacted and not just those consultant reports, and why it's important to be transparent with these procurements so community members can outright say, no, they haven't worked with us well, and yes, we really enjoy working with these folks. I also just wanted to mention the facilitators that are needed in order to gather the surveys and get that digestible to folks in the public that are on the task force. Again, thank you so much for this task force, and particularly the fund that has to be included moving forward with this legislation. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is Jessica Ann Mitchell Ayuyor. Thank you.
Thank you to the Committee on Business and Economic Development and Chairperson, Councilmember Kenyon R. McDuffie, for hosting this hearing regarding the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. I'm Jessica Ann Mitchell Ayuyor, founder of the National Black Cultural Information Trust, also commissioner on the National African American Reparations Commission, and member of the DC chapter of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. At the time these words were written, the United States could have truly stood for freedom, but instead chose to continue one of the worst human rights violations known to man, chattel slavery. During the 19th century, D.C. became a hub for the domestic slave trade. Our nation's capital was created with the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors under the whip, and it was a free Black man, Benjamin Banneker, that helped to survey the land which would become the borders of D.C. Banneker called out the hypocrisy of the so-called pursuit of happiness in a letter to Thomas Jefferson, stating, "In detaining by fraud and violence so numerous a part of my brethren under groaning captivity and cruel oppression, that you should at the same time be found guilty of that most criminal act which you professedly detested in others with respect to yourselves." And what happened to our ancestors was because they were Black, as it was codified by the Virginia Slave Code of 1705, stating, "All Negroes, mulatto, and Indian slaves shall be taken as real estate." Race and its construction was weaponized and very integral to the enslavement of our ancestors and how the vestiges affect us today. In 1820, there were 6,400 enslaved Africans in the district. President Lincoln abolished slavery in D.C. in 1862, but then paid reparations to former enslavers. Following emancipation, Black D.C. residents endured Jim Crow, including racially restrictive housing covenants that segregated communities and forced African Americans to live in unequal, inadequate housing, driving down the property values of Black neighborhoods. These practices directly affected access to Black economic upward mobility. Black D.C. residents have also experienced displacement and are often pushed out due to gentrification. Black D.C. residents are still denied the rights of full citizenship, experiencing taxation without a congressional vote. Additionally, many still face various inequities, including in health care, where in D.C., Black men die 17 years earlier and Black women die 12 years earlier than their white counterparts. This is one of the many vestiges of chattel slavery under systemic racialized oppression. Black D.C. residents and displaced Black D.C. natives are owed comprehensive reparations for chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and their continuing vestiges among us today. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is time to make this nation be true to its word, starting with our nation's capital. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses on this panel. Just a couple of questions. Kirsten Mullen and Dr. Darity, I appreciate the perspective that you all bring, and you both have written extensively and talked about it here today, the unique responsibility of the federal government to provide reparations to Black Americans given its culpability in the historic harms and its ability, importantly, to pay trillions needed to close the racial wealth gap. So with that context, what potential role, if any, do you see states and localities playing in the movement for reparations at the federal level? If you could turn your mic on for me. Thanks.
So we're seeing two things happen. We're certainly not opposed to a both-and strategy. But for us, the work of the states and the localities is something that should more properly be called racial equity initiatives and not reparations. That language matters, and it's important to reserve this special language, the special term of reparations for a true reparations program for Black American descendants of U.S. slavery. In Durham, North Carolina, where we live, the City Council unanimously passed a resolution supporting true reparations. They also pointed out the flaws, the problems with H.R. 40, noting that H.R. 40 is not going to deliver true reparations. But they also strongly, vehemently support a national program for reparations. So, yes, there are a lot of things that cities and localities can do. I mean, basically, they're talking about doing what they should have done in the first place. Treating Black Americans in the U.S. of slavery as they did all citizens, as they did white citizens, making them, helping to make them, part of the polity in those cities. But that's not the same thing as reparations. I think Dr. Darity probably want to add something to that, too.
If you can turn your mic on for me, Dr. Darity.
I thought it was on. Okay. I'm sorry. I think the only thing I'd like to add is that I think we are working in reverse order, that we should have had a federal program first, and then states and localities should have picked up on what was not completed by federal action in terms of their particular histories of atrocities. But that's not the way it's been gone about. But I think that the district has a very special opportunity because of its status as a under federal jurisdiction to really trigger or start the national program for reparations. And so that's why we're very enthusiastic about the prospect of the district inaugurating a reparations plan and calling it that, but it must be one that is done in conjunction with federal funding.
I appreciate that. Obviously, the funding component of any reparations program is absolutely essential. I think there are some who believe that reparations isn't necessarily about closing the racial wealth gap, but that conversation should center more specifically on restitution. Do you all have an opinion on that? Is it a both and when it comes to restitution?
Well,
closing the racial wealth gap?
Our conception of restitution is setting as a priority elimination of the racial wealth gap. And the reason for that is our perception that the racial wealth gap is the most effective economic indicator of the cumulative intergenerational injustices associated with white supremacy in the United States. You can approach funding or identifying the amount of money that goes to a reparations project essentially in two different ways. One approach is to enumerate the various harms or atrocities that can be identified. And I think that's ultimately what the California task force settled on as the best approach from the standpoint of trying to do something that's restitutive at the state level. So you could list all of the harms and atrocities that you could potentially identify, try to assign a monetary value to each one, add it up, and that would give you a reparations bill. There's a host of problems with doing that, and I think many of those problems are ones that the California task force became quite sensitive to. One of the most serious problems is, can you enumerate all of the atrocities accurately? What type of data do you need to identify the specific cases in which people have been harmed and the scope of the harm? An additional problem is associated with the residency distinctions that must arise in projects like this, because there are people who no longer live in your state or municipality who have been harmed. Ultimately, we think it needs to be a federal project, and we recommend a second way of trying to fund it, which is to identify a specific summary measure that captures the cumulative harms in terms of their impact on the living descendants of persons who were enslaved in the United States.
Yeah, I think it's so important. I think your perspective is really helpful to the work that we're trying to do here on this committee in the District of Columbia at the council. And I frankly, when it comes to the role of the federal government, I see it play out in other areas. We did one of the first baby bonds laws here in the District of Columbia, and looking at the regulations from the implementing agency, you see the challenges associated with trying to capture people who would benefit from such a policy when it comes to the impact of poverty and displacement, right? You establish an account here, but then somebody leaves, right? I think that's where the federal government can capture more broadly than any state or the District of Columbia some of the harms that we want to capture here in this program. And so thank you for your testimony. Please, yeah. Please.
Maybe add a quick point. Many of us here are aware of the case in California of the Bruce's Beach family situation. This is one in which a black family purchased 2 acres of land on Manhattan Beach in the 1920s. And it became a growing concern. They had a resort. It was incredibly popular, not only with celebrities, black celebrities, Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, et cetera, Lena Horne, but also black Angelenos. But white residents were opposed to black people coming to their beach, public beaches, which have always been public, but whites were, insisting that it was theirs exclusively. Residents in Manhattan Beach used their influence to convince the state to declare eminent domain on those 2 lots. That did happen, supposedly to create a state park. State park was never created. I think eventually a lifeguard station was built there. But basically the land lay fallow for many decades. Many years later, hue and cry rose on behalf of the Bruce family. And in the last 5 years, first the county and then the state said, we've done a harm to this family and we're going to do right by them. Initially, though, they discovered that once land had been appropriated by the state, it could not be reverted. But then the Assembly reversed that law. And then in the last 3 years, the decision was made to give the land back to the family, which did happen. And by now, the land which they purchased for maybe several $1,000s, I think they received maybe 10 times what they paid for it. But the family received restitution far less than what the land was worth at the time that they received restitution. Today, the land was valued at $75 million. The question becomes then, will the family be forced to pay taxes on the land? Ultimately, the family decided to sell the property back to the state for $20 million. So the land was valued at $75 million. They received 20, but there was no money at all for all the years, 100 years of that business that was profitable. No interest on that, no interest on the money, et cetera. But what we fail to think about is how well documented that Bruce's Beach case was. There's tremendous amount of detail in both the city and the state's records, but also in the black and the white newspapers. And then very helpfully, one of the city council members in Manhattan Beach, who was counseled by their state attorney not to ever say that the reason they were pushing eminent domain was race, did exactly that. In 1940s, he gave an interview to the press and said, yes, we didn't want those expletive deleted people on our beaches, devaluing our property. I make this point to say there's so few cases that are as well documented as the Bruce's Beach case. And certainly you don't find evidence where the folks who actually pushed for eminent domain incriminated themselves. But this gets to Dr. Darity's point about how difficult it is to go the route of listing atrocities and then trying to do the research point by point, case by case. And this summary figure of the racial wealth gap very cleanly and helpfully captures these atrocities in a single figure, and that's something that we would recommend.
Okay. I appreciate that recommendation, and we have your written testimony. If there's anything you'd like to add to supplement it, then please feel free to do so. I saw your hand raised. I want to make sure I pronounce your name right, Auyor. If you want to comment.
Yes, I just want to caution against hyper-focus on the racial wealth gap. I think that whatever route you all take must be focused on restoration and restitution that is comprehensive. I used to work in the fair housing movement as the former Associate Director of Communications at the National Fair Housing Alliance. And I've seen and witnessed firsthand how money is not enough, that there has to be a comprehensive plan for making sure that we create a world in which we can navigate without the consistent vestiges of chattel slavery minimizing and dictating the lives of Black Americans. For example, a family could have money, they could have a check, but they could not necessarily always access the housing that they want to access because of housing discrimination. We have literally had to sue banks to make them clean up their own bank-owned properties in Black neighborhoods because they didn't view these neighborhoods as a priority. They're losing money on property value almost on purpose. They could make money by fixing up their bank-owned property that they took back from some family during foreclosures, but they won't do it. So not only do the banks lose money, they drive down the overall property value of the overall neighborhood. Additionally, some of the same banks will refuse to open up branches in Black neighborhoods. That's what leads many of Black Americans to needing to use some check cashing places and other predatory businesses. So when we think about this in terms of what we do in compensation, it has to be comprehensive about not just the repairing the racial wealth gap or providing financial compensation, but expanding that repair to include the world around us so that we don't fall back into traps that take advantage of our communities financially.
Thank you for that. Dr. Doherty?
So there's a quotation from Malcolm X that we report in our book that I think is illuminating in this context, where Malcolm X talks about a situation in which somebody has plunged a knife into his back, and he makes a distinction between pulling the knife out and healing the wound. From our perspective, reparations is an act of healing the wound, but that doesn't mean that it's not a good idea to pull the knife out. And so, indeed, we're completely in favor of dismantling structural racism. But we also think that if you were to provide the average Black household with an additional approximately $1 million in resources, This would have the effect of giving them a range of opportunities that they don't currently possess, including the possibility of purchasing strong legal counsel when they're confronted with the criminal justice system, the possibility of actually purchasing a home if they so desire, the possibility of extending or expanding an existing business enterprise or starting a new one, opportunities that are available to folks who have those kinds of resources. So that's transformative. But there's another transformative dimension, which is in a society in which money talks in the political process, Black Americans would have significantly more political leverage, and that would facilitate the dismantling of these conditions of structural racism.
Yeah, I appreciate both of your points on that, and thank you each for your testimony on this panel. I'm going to turn to our next panel of witnesses. We have David Nyoyu. We have Lisa Fager, Neville Waters, Neil Flanagan, what's your name, sir? Sarah Jane Schoenfeld, Tolu, Gregory Thompson, Erica Berg, I'm also going to make a call for Caitlin Kennedy, who's joining us virtually, and Kelly Matthews, who also is joining us virtually. We're going to begin with the folks who are here. It's good to see you, David. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad you make it. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is David Inu-Ue. I'm an over 20-year resident of the District of Columbia. As the chairman is very familiar, initially in the Marshall Heights neighborhood, where we were former neighbors, and for the past 14 years, I've lived in the Shepherd Park neighborhood in Ward 4. I'm here today as the executive director of the Japanese American Citizens League, the oldest and largest Asian American civil rights organization in the country. JACL was founded in 1929 by second-generation Japanese American citizens in response to the proliferation of anti-Asian and especially anti-Japanese immigration laws, such as those that prevented their immigrant parents from becoming U.S. citizens. Despite our organizing efforts for over a decade after our formation, nothing could have prepared our community for the unjust mass incarceration of our community during World War II. Over 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry were forcibly removed from their homes and incarcerated in some of the most remote places in the United States, where many of those remained for 3 years. Some were released to serve in the military, where their units became the most highly decorated during the war. Others, deemed to be disloyal because they objected to the incarceration and refused to serve, were transferred to a maximum security camp called Tule Lake to suffer even worse conditions than those in the other 9 camps. After the end of the war, many members of our community wanted to quickly forget what had happened and move on. At the same time, many recognized the parallels between what had happened to us and injustices against other communities of color. That no one stood up against the incarceration highlighted the need to build allies, leading to many Japanese Americans' active engagement in the civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s. Because of this, we gained a better understanding of the injustices of what had happened and wanted to seek remedies. Thus began our movement to seek redress. There were many arguments within the country, about how to go about the redress, and even whether we should be pursuing it in the first place. The movement was aided and propelled by the growing Japanese American presence in Congress, and while many in our community wanted to go directly to a bill for reparations, the Japanese American members of Congress called for a congressional commission to study the injustices of the incarceration experience. In 1980, Congress established the Commission on Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilians, and during the next year, over 750 people testified at the commission hearings. The commission also uncovered government documents that proved Japanese Americans were not a security threat, the reasoning that had served as the justification for incarceration. The commission yielded several recommended remedies, including formal government apology and a cash payment of $20,000 to all surviving incarcerees. Whether a commission is the right path for achieving reparations for Black people, nationally or here in the District of Columbia, it is a model for what worked for our community 35 years ago with the passage of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. And here we are today, 34 years after the first introduction of H.R. 40 by Congressman John Conyers after the passage of Japanese American redress. What our experience does show, though, is that tangible reparations are a political possibility and achievable. It wasn't easy for our community and won't be easy as we work towards Black reparations. There will be disagreements within the community and opposition from outside. I highlighted earlier that I am a DC resident. That is because I have seen and do see on a daily basis the injustices in our own city for people of color. The differences between my former neighborhood of Marshall Heights and my current one of Shepherd Park are stark and illustrative of the injustices perpetuated by years of racial inequality in the district. Fundamental to the work of JCL does in education, ensuring that our country understands the injustices done to our community in the past and present. This education mission also gives us the responsibility to ensure that injustices upon other communities are also brought to light. Far too many people remain ignorant to the ongoing racial discrimination that remains from government systems that were designed to discriminate. It is because of this legacy that we must seek to bridge this systemic divide through reparations both nationwide and here in the District of Columbia.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next witness is Neil Flanagan. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you for the initiative on this commission, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a historian and an architect raised in Tenleytown. I began researching the displacement of African Americans from the neighborhood park of my childhood, Fort Reno, in 2009. In 2017, I published a long article in the Washington City paper connecting what happened in the neighborhood with the broader dismantling of Black Washington before World War II. Since then, I've published on Belmont, Chevy Chase, an attempt in 1906 by African Americans to build an elite Black suburb for themselves, and the attempted redevelopment of Buzzard Point between 1960 and 1990. Currently, I am writing a book on the ways the founders of American urban planning experimented on Washington, D.C. in the 1920s, and the negative effects of which fell overwhelmingly on African Americans. What is important in this legislation is to understand how much more we have to learn. Any accounting of the harms done to African Americans will necessarily depend on the work of history. Historical and genealogical methods will be required to understand who was harmed, how much was taken from them, and where they are now. The simple reality is that most of this work has not yet been done. I attribute this primarily to structural reasons, specifically a lack of funding for scholars and for the District of Columbia archives, as well as institutional failures among the colleges and collecting institutions in DC. Again and again, as I talk about my work, I've encountered people who say they did not know, they always wondered, they didn't understand what their uncle was going on about when he had a couple drinks. And everywhere I search, I see culture and wealth that is forgotten and destroyed more than I could ever write about. When I wrote the 2017 article, I spent weeks piecing together how a handful of white landowners and real estate agents coordinated to lobby the then unelected government to clear Reno. I found lines here and there and stitched together, expecting never to get closer. 2 years later, I visited the DC archives expecting to find a little more, and instead, the first file I called laid out the conspiracy to displace the residents of Reno in all of its detail, well over 300 pages of smoking guns. All this in a single file in a single series with at least 270,000 entries, some as large as 3 legal document boxes, and all this only one of many collections at the DC archives. As I've dug deeper, I've been able to reconstruct the community of Reno to begin to understand what was lost. And along the way, I've had to refrain from reading vast amounts of material for other places whose names many in this hearing know well: Berry Farm, Southwest, the West End, Broad Branch, Georgetown, Meridian Hill, Willow Court, Chinatown, Graceland, and Columbia and Harmony. I applaud the proposed Commission's authorization to produce studies on slavery and its lingering effects. I think we should take this mandate seriously and produce the books and papers our historical institutions have been awfully slow to generate. And we should extend this work to fund resources like the DC Archives, collecting oral history projects, and other programs that will help us understand the lingering effects of slavery and tell a fuller story of the people of the District of Columbia. If we see reparations as a process of making families and communities whole, this proposed commission must first see the whole. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and your work on this issue. Sarah Jane Schoenfeld.
Thank you. And Ms. Crawford was going to share visuals, I think. So I'm just going to wait till that, till she gets that up. So thank you so much for inviting me to be here today. I'm a public historian and a DC native who has spent much of the past decade documenting the segregation and serial displacement of Black DC residents over the course of the 20th century. Racist housing policies implemented long after slavery ended here in 1862 are a primary driver of today's vast racial wealth gap. Mapping Segregation, a project I co-founded in 2014, has become a standard reference in DC for evidence of the widespread use of racial deed covenants, which once covered much of the city. In addition to preventing Black Washingtonians from investing in real estate, these covenants embedded race into the value of housing and neighborhoods. They were used by real estate developers who, along with exclusively white citizens associations, exercised enormous influence in a city that lacked an elected government until 1975, and they were upheld by the DC courts. So this map shows racial covenants only in areas we've researched thus far, and we know that much more of the city was covered with them. Racial covenants were also, I think the third one, there's missing one. Oh, we're missing one. Okay, so racial covenants were also recommended by the Federal Housing Administration as a criteria for underwriting mortgages, and I did have a map showing just the racially disparate distribution of federal loans, mortgage loans, So all of these loans were made sort of in areas that are 90% white, and you see almost no loans having been made in the areas that are almost 100% Black. This is just a snapshot from one of the earliest years of the FHA. And nationwide, only 2% of federal mortgage loans went to Black home buyers. By attaching greater value to areas where only white people lived, covenants contributed to the use of eminent domain to force Black landowners from their homes for the development of white-only neighborhoods, parks, and schools. In addition to what we just heard from Neil, at Meridian Hill, nearly 40 Black families were forced to sell their homes for the creation of what we now know as Malcolm X Park. Many of the thousands of Black residents displaced from Southwest DC for urban renewal in the 1950s and 60s were also homeowners. Black land has also been taken for public housing and highways. At Berry Farm, families who had been there for generations were forced to sell their large lots for the creation of public housing. Another 600 people were displaced for Suitland Parkway. Black homes were taken as recently as 1963 for a junior high school at Kansas Avenue and Blair Road Northwest, which is just the picture that's shown on the next slide. This was a middle-class neighborhood where houses now sell for $600,000 and up. And I also urge you to consider the losses of the last 2 decades. We've seen enormous investment in the redevelopment of what were largely black neighborhoods at the expense of people who already lived in these neighborhoods. Segregation, poverty, and homelessness have increased, and overinvestment in policing and punishment has continued to extract wealth and resources from black communities while also inflicting violence and psychological harm. Thank you for allowing me to share this, and I welcome the opportunity to further engage with you on the establishment of a reparations task force.
Absolutely, and thank you for your work. Definitely have been at the site and followed the work. And just so for folks who might have an interest in that slide that we don't have right here, it is in your testimony that you provided to us. So we do have it within the testimony, and we'll make sure that it's a part of the record.
All right, and I'm actually going to resubmit that, so.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
with some more resources.
Okay, we're going to turn next to Erica Berg. Thanks for joining us, and you begin your testimony.
Yes. Hi, my name's Erica Berg, and I'm honored to be here, honored to be invited. I volunteer at DC's oldest African American burial grounds, Mount Zion and Female Union Band Society cemeteries, and am a researcher with the Middle Passage Ceremonies and Port Markers Project. I'm also here because I live in the only DC ward represented by a council member who has yet to support this act. Before getting elected, Councilmember Fruman, Matthew Fruman, held discussions about DC's racist past. He wrote about one of the ugliest episodes of Ward 3's history, the forced displacement of the African American community that grew up around Fort Reno after Civil War, which was swiftly replaced by white residents who relied on restrictive covenants, redlining, and denying black residents access to loans to maintain their grip. Ward 3 has the largest percentage of white residents. The largest percentage of his constituents have benefited intergenerationally from the long shadows of slavery that have disadvantaged intergenerationally black residents. I expected him to be the most supportive. I'm sorry he's not here. This sign was going to be for him. Words from James Baldwin: "I can't believe what you say because I see what you do." Since the world witnessed George Floyd's heinous murder, cities and counties nationwide have voted for reparations. DC should have been first. In DC, and only in DC, enslavers were paid reparations, a total of $1 million, $12 billion today to emancipate their human property, almost 3,100 men, women, and children. Working alongside descendants as a researcher, I've learned about free and enslaved blacks whose against all odds struggle for freedom altered the trajectory of U.S. history at great risk and personal sacrifice. In 1906, 49 years before Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Montgomery, high school teacher Barbara Pope refused to vacate a whites-only car of a train from D.C. to Virginia. After being arrested, jailed, and convicted, she took her case to the Supreme Court. She challenged the constitutionality of Virginia's separate car law and sued Southern Railway. The jury concluded that the law didn't apply to interstate passengers and awarded Ms. Pope 1 cent in damages. This is Ms. Pope. Shortly after she appealed, Ms. Pope was found hanging from a tree. By institutionalizing slavery, our government planted and cultivated seeds of white supremacy that bore centuries of racist laws. The more I learn about the day in and day out injustices and indignities Black Americans have endured, continue to endure, the harder it is to understand how anyone could oppose this act. Until this financial and moral debt is paid, racial inequities and injustices will continue. Centuries-old wounds will continue to fester. It's time to face the truth, own our complicity, do what's right, support DC's Reparations Act of 2003. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Erica Berg, and for sharing that really powerful story. I think this history is replete with stories like that, and it's why this hearing is so important, and this work around reparations is so important. I will say, I've had conversations with my colleague representing Ward 3, and I don't know that. I just want to be clear that because somebody's not on this as a co-introducer doesn't mean necessarily that there's opposition to the bill. In fact, I think the first time I engaged around an important work, I know we've seen some folks who've testified who've done important work. One of the important local books that talks a little bit about the city's history that I enjoy is Chocolate City. And the first conversation I had about the book was with Derek Musgrove at an event hosted at Matt Fruman's house. And I know the work that we've done around changing the name of the old Woodrow Wilson High School to Jackson Reed, it's my alma mater, is also something that he cared about, and frankly, I've engaged with him on issues of this type for a while, even before he was on the council. So I just wanted to say that because I'm not sure that others who aren't a part of this hearing might be aware of that. I do want to turn to some folks who've joined us virtually on this panel to give them an opportunity to testify. I see Neville Waters, and next will be Caitlin Kennedy. So we're going to turn to Neville Waters for 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, Councilmember McDuffie, and to the other members of the committee. I'll try to remain under 3 minutes, but I do like to talk. My name is Neville Waters. I serve as the board chair of the Mount Zion Female Union Band Historic Memorial Park, which is now known as the Black Georgetown Foundation. Our priority is the preservation, commemoration, and reimagining of the sacred space that served as burial grounds for the two historic African-American organizations in Georgetown neighborhood. The property is comprised of 2 cemeteries, about 3 acres in total, with the east side, the old Methodist burial ground, now owned by Mount Zion United Methodist Church, the first Black church in DC. And the west side was initially bought by a mutual aid society of free Black women. And I just want to emphasize that this is Black women buying property prior to the Civil War. Those interned in the Methodist cemetery included both Black and white people initially, until the whites were disinterred and moved across to our neighboring Oak Hill Cemetery. Our cemeteries are listed in the National Register of Historic Places, the National Park Service National Recreation Trail, and DC Black History Trail, also identified as a UNESCO Slave Route Project site of memory, and a still standing structure that served as a place to hold bodies awaiting burial was also used by freedom seekers as a place of refuge along the Underground Railroad. Declining use and difficulty with maintenance and the acquisition through eminent domain by the US government of the northernmost portion of the cemeteries led to decades of neglect. The last recorded burial occurred in 1950, and in 1953, the DC Health Department prohibited further burials. Legal intervention to preserve the cemeteries was pursued by my father and Vincent DeForest, who was the chairman and president of the Afro-American Bicentennial Corporation. In 1975, U.S. District Court Judge Oliver Gash nullified a proposed sale of the property, and the Superior Court of D.C. reinforced Judge Gash's order in 2013 to clarify the foundation's role to manage the property. My deep personal connection and passion for this sacred space stems in part from my family members who are buried there. My Georgetown roots extend 5 generations to include Hezekiah Turner and his wife Mary and their twin sons Charles and James. They all rest in the cemetery. Although Father Hezekiah was apparently free, his wife and his children were born into slavery, and Charles and James, born in 1856, were freed by the DC Emancipation Compensation Act of 1862 that provided there only $92 each for them to be free. James would go on to become a journalist, and Charles, who lived to be 85, became a leader of the Republican Party. This was truly the Republican Party of Lincoln. He also worked in the federal government, and I've been inspired by his remarkable legacy, who truly embodies the American dream. I currently live 2 doors away from the home he owned at 2725, which I understand was sold while I was a youth and helped to finance my education. Our foundation is focused on resurrecting the wealth of stories represented by the ancestors and protecting this American treasure for generations. We serve as a platform for research and programming and provide the appropriate historical context through recounting the impact of the Underground Railroad in Georgetown. Our goals include a public database of descendants, implementing our master plan through the relationship with the architect Rodney Leon, who designed the African burial ground in New York, and
Neville
ultimately
Waters.
acquiring a Black Georgetown Visitor Center to host visitors. and
Neville
community-
Waters, can you hear me? I'm gonna
Yes.
have to jump in. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to be a little bit stricter with the time.
No, can I just finish? I just have one
If you
paragraph.
could summarize, if you could just summarize
Sure.
briefly.
Sure. I just want to point out that our cemeteries are located next to the once segregated Oak Hill Cemetery, and the contrast between the two neighboring cemeteries is readily apparent, visibly shocking, and a clear example of how systematic racism causes this tremendous equality. I thank you very much for your time today. We've suffered through this game of politics and bureaucracy with little actionable follow-up. So I hope and pray that I leave with the high expectations that I have for you and your work and this legislation, and pray that it will not leave me disappointed.
Thank you so much for your testimony and sharing your story. I'm going to turn next to Caitlin Kennedy, but before we get going, just a reminder, as I said in my opening, every witness is going to be limited to 3 minutes. I want to be courteous. I think we're at about witness number 26 of a total of 128. You all can do the math to figure out how long we'd have to be here to get through everybody. And so I want to be respectful of the folks who are at the later end of these panels. And so I am going to start to jump in at the 3-minute mark. If we can turn now to Caitlin Kennedy. Thanks so much for joining us virtually. If we begin your testimony, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie, and I'm testifying today from Germany. I volunteer with the Democrats Abroad Reparations Task Force, chaired by my partner, Antar Keith. I want to start by thanking Councilmember McDuffie and inviting me to speak. It's an honor to be with you to express support for a Washington, D.C. Reparations Task Force. Through Democrats Abroad, Antar and I have met many Black Americans all across the U.S., including Washington, D.C., living in countries around the world. Anti-Black racism exists everywhere. The oppression and pervasive disparities Black Americans face unparalleled. This has been true for Antar. Due to a lack of generational wealth, he struggled to pay rent, work his way through college, pay off his student debt, and stay afloat teacher in his community. Despite many systemic hurdles, Antar made it to Germany, where he's been able to achieve a level of security he never knew in America. But while moving outside the U.S. can bring safety and security, many of the traumas, stigmas, and difficulties remain. And we see firsthand how American racism is exported beyond U.S. borders. Our government's failure to address the vestiges of enslavement perpetuates the conditions that keep many Black Americans in a static underclass. And this failure to act also makes it difficult for those who have left the country to feel they can return. Living in Germany, our taxes go toward funding reparations for victims of the Holocaust and their family members. Children and youth are educated throughout their school career about the German government's human rights abuses. We also see the government's investment in fostering a culture of remembrance every time we walk out the door. Well, Stolpersteine in the streets commemorating the victims of Nazi persecution, and a Holocaust memorial just blocks from our home. This comes in stark contrast to what we see or don't see in the U.S., where Black burial grounds and cultural heritage sites are under constant threat, while monuments to enslavers and their defenders still stand. These differences, just like the disparities across wealth, education, employment, health, and the criminal injustice system, are the result of policy choices, and we can reverse them through policy. Creating a reparations task force in our nation's capital would be a great step in the right direction. Our hope is that the Reparations Task Force will prioritize community outreach with ample opportunities for community input into decision members and at all stages of their work. It's crucial that adequate time be allotted for community feedback on any recommendations developed. And we would also like to ask that at least some hearings be online or hybrid sessions at accessible times for Black Americans living abroad. We believe the federal government has a distinct moral and legal responsibility to provide repair to Black Americans, we applaud cities like Washington, D.C. that are taking the lead. Urge the D.C. Council to prioritize passage of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate having your voice be a part of this hearing, and appreciate the point you made about accessibility. I think I've been informed that we're joined by Lisa Fager, who's the Executive Director of Black Georgetown Foundation. She's joining us virtually. If you want to turn on your video and unmute yourself. And you'll have 3 minutes to provide testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie and the members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development for the opportunity to testify today. I'd like to thank former Councilman Jack Evans, who was able to find resources to support our efforts and preserve the cemeteries, Councilmember Brooke Pinto for her recent efforts with DDOT, and Councilmember Anita Bonds for her acknowledgement of our sacred space. My name is Lisa Fager. I am the Executive Director of the Black Georgetown Foundation, formerly known as the Mount Zion Female Union Band Historic Memorial Park. Now you know why we changed the name. The Black Georgetown Foundation is a nonprofit organization incorporated in 2005 to jointly manage the preservation and commemoration of the Mount Zion and Female Union Band cemeteries, which share a 3-acre lot in Georgetown surrounded by Rock Creek Park, managed by the Park Service, the once white-only Oak Hill Cemetery, and the 2 DC city streets, Mill Road and the old Paper Street, Lion Mill Road. It's important to mention here that although we are older than Oak Hill Cemetery, which was established in 1849, we are left off the current DC city maps and the National Park Service maps, even though we are on the National Registry of Historic Places in which they oversee. Together, they are the only remaining cemeteries in District of Columbia, which were specifically maintained for the burial of enslaved and former enslaved persons, and also serve as the station on the Underground Railroad. They're among the very few Black history landmarks remaining in Georgetown, a community whose population during the late 19th century was almost 50% people of African descent. Despite being steeped in history like many other African-American cemeteries nationwide, perpetual neglect has been widespread, disconcerting, and in sharp contrast to the treatment of historically white cemeteries nearby. As you know, Juneteenth is Monday, and I welcome you all to join me for a tour of the cemeteries. We will not be talking about Texas, but we will be talking about DC Emancipation Compensation that took place April 16, 1862, which ended slavery and provided reparations to slave owners. If anyone deserves reparations, it would be the people who are buried here. The white cemeteries in DC have been able to receive congressional appropriations mainly because they can call out a congressman who was buried there. But I can name the people that were enslaved by said congressman and call out their blood relations. I was named executive director in 2019, and since then I've been working with a host of dedicated volunteers like Patrick Tisdale and Erica Berg, who you just heard from. We've been able to connect the dots to the surrounding plantations, now called garden homes. An example, William Custis Colston is buried here. He was the grandson/nephew of the former First Lady, Martha Washington. And William, or Billy, as he was called, was close to the Peters family, Martha's family, that lived in Tudor Place. He served as a bank porter, was responsible for watching over the money in the bank. He was a brilliant man and was the first to challenge the Black Codes in 1821, arguing that if you're free, then why are there so many restrictions on our behavior? He was a founder of the Metropolitan A&E Church and an early Prince Hall Mason. When he died in 1842, more than 200 hack drivers showed up to the funeral. So did Francis Scott Key, and newspapers all over the country reported this. Others were enslaved at Mount Vernon, Arlington House, Dumbarton, City Tavern, Georgetown University, and nearby private homes. These historic cemeteries provide insight to the intertwined lives of the deceased white settlers of Georgetown with the complex system of urban slavery and fully functioning Black communities dating back to the 1800s. Fager. I want to thank you for your time and consideration. Finally, I note that reparations in DC should be a no-brainer, as we are the only place in America that can actually point to the records of slave owners being compensated. I hope to see you on Monday.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to thank the entire panel. I think this panel really underscores how important history is going to be to this work, and the ability to make sure we have a task force with the resources necessary to do the work. We heard some of this from previous panels in discussing California and its work, Evanston and the work that they did there. I think here in the nation's capital, where we're federal territory, there are a lot of records that exist, but you actually need the resources to be able to comb through them. And so I know some of you all have already done a lot of research that might be tied back to this effort. And so I'd love for you all to give some thought in terms of follow-up about how to augment. I mean, we have a task force, limited members. Somehow I feel like there's going to need to be some additional way to engage throughout the District of Columbia. One of the things I've heard, one of the themes that I've heard thus far on the hearing is really the need to make sure the community is represented. And being able to reach out and meet them where they are, as opposed to expecting them to show up at the Wilson Building for some task force meeting. And so I think that's going to be vitally important. I do want to ask David, we had a question this morning when we did a press conference essentially about diversity and why the folks on the steps standing behind me really didn't reflect a broader base of support for these sorts of efforts. And I think that was a great question, frankly. I think it's an important conversation that needs to be a part of this. But I wish folks were here to see this panel. And so if you could talk a little bit about, I think, the importance of, there was a federal apology that came as a result of the acknowledgement of the horrible atrocities associated with Japanese Americans in internment. Los Angeles and San Francisco also provided reparations, as I understand it, which I think is important. We've heard here folks talk about the need for the federal government to really be the leader in this reparations effort for, I think, a host of reasons that make perfect sense. On the other hand, I think some of the work that's happening in states and other localities is important as well. And so from your experience, having you here is important, but talk about, if you would, the role of the acknowledgement in the form of an apology for the atrocities that occurred, and whether we should consider some sort of formal apology as to the District of Columbia's role and its past atrocities associated with Black Washingtonians and descendants of slaves.
Yeah, actually, I think we've already heard a couple people. I think Dr. Grills and then Dr. Darity also had mentioned the importance of healing. And for the Japanese American community, a big part of the redress process was the healing that happened, both, I think, for our nation, but also even within our own community. As I mentioned, for many, this was something that nobody wanted to talk about even in the community. And as you just mentioned, having those hearings across many in Los Angeles and Seattle and places where there were large communities of Japanese Americans was the first time some of those people actually talked about their experience of what had happened during the camps. I think that same type of conversation needs to be happening across this country now. What have been the impacts of systemic racism upon Black communities? And hear from individuals, how has this impacted me directly? And what could reparations mean for me as well? I think the one thing about redress that Japanese Americans received, it didn't even begin to cover the losses that were experienced. And I think we have to recognize that the losses that have been experienced by the Black community, there's no way we can compensate for what has happened. Yeah, it's impossible. But how can we start making moves in that direction? And a big part of that is that healing through an apology. And an apology does not come without pain either. That apology has to come with some sort of a financial hurt for our communities, for our government. And that's the other thing, emphasizing that this is the government that was complicit in all this. And because of that, we are all complicit in that. There is no individual responsibility. I think we oftentimes hear people say, I don't have any connection to this. Why do we need to do this? But this is the government that did this. It was the government that sponsored a lot of these policies. And that is why we need to go forward with this.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, and I think the testimony we heard earlier from Kirsten Mullen and Professor Darity spoke to, frankly, how impossible it is in terms of actual monetary compensation it would be for any state, any other municipality, the District of Columbia, to come up with the amount that would be calculated. So I really appreciate that point. In terms of community engagement, though, I mean, I look at the work that you all have done, Erica Berg, Sarah Jane Schoenfeld, and Neil Flanagan, and you know, quite frankly, the resource that your work has been for so many people who followed the District of Columbia, its history. Do you all have any suggestions about how this council, this committee, assuming a task force would be established, how best to reach out to the various constituencies across the District of Columbia to make sure that their voice is captured in this effort? We heard people talk about, you know, making sure that we're doing some aspect of this work virtually, critically important. We got a number of people who are testifying virtually today, but we also know that, you know, the virtual option isn't necessarily the preferred option or the option that's available to some of the folks who have been impacted by the harms perpetuated by the District of Columbia and the federal government in terms of redress. Any idea how best to make sure that we're reaching out to capture those voices and those experiences? Yes?
I just think that the most important thing is that it's a safe place.
Okay.
And so you said early on about going into the communities, going to where they are at. So where are those hubs of community, hubs of safety, whether it's a place of worship or a library? I think then partnering with folks who are on the ground is essential, because that's the trust will come from the trust in those folks, not in you.
Yeah.
Come from people they know. So yeah, I think that kind of networking on the ground is vital.
Yeah, and bearing in mind in some places where black people used to be in the city, they no longer are. In some cases, they're there, but not in the same numbers. And so some folks are in other parts of the district. Some folks are being pushed outside of the district to the surrounding areas or other places. And so I don't know if you all have a response now, but if it's something you think about later and can offer some insights, some suggestions, we'd definitely welcome it.
Yeah, I could say now, I mean, there are plenty of organizations on the ground that are working with the constituencies that would like to be involved in this conversation. So I think working through those organizations, there's a wide, a racial equity coalition of, many grassroots groups in the city that are where some aspect of their work is around housing justice or justice, reducing the policing budget, or all of these things where people that want to be engaged in a conversation about reparations are already active. So I think in that, from my experience working with Empower DC, who formed a group called the DC Grassroots Planning Coalition, they brought in people from all 8 wards, so many people engaged in these discussions from month to month about the future of the comprehensive plan, right? So this is not something that those people necessarily joined Empower DC to talk about, but that's a conversation where that's where you're going to find the people, and also I'd say the schools. It's the young people that are going to be ultimately hopefully benefiting from what comes out of this, and I think and also don't know about so much of this history. And need to and just learn it, and just getting it out there through the schools, I think, is really important.
A lot of this history that I'm familiar with, I learned well after my graduation from high school here in the District of Columbia, sadly, either in college or some point in law school, or in my efforts to continue to follow these issues. I'm still reading as much as possible and trying to learn even more. And so I appreciate your contributions to that, frankly. You all have been a resource. And I am familiar with Parisa and all the work that she's done and is doing with Empower DC. When it comes to environmental justice, we work very closely. I know Dries and Heath, I think it was earlier, talked about some of the efforts around displacement, environmental injustices in the District of Columbia. She mentioned Ward 5 and having the highest concentration of industrial land. That's not by accident. If you just follow the railroads in the District of Columbia, you follow all the industrial zone land, and you can track some of the highest rates of asthma and other challenges health-wise for residents across the District of Columbia. So we'll make sure that we're engaging with those organizations, given their closeness to the communities that have been impacted negatively in most cases over our history. And so thank you for your testimony here this, are we still in the morning? Afternoon. We're well into the afternoon now. We're going to turn to our next panel at this point. Mariana Barros Titus, Jocelyn Julian, James Fisher, Shirley Turner, I'm going to call actually, got a couple of chairs here. I see Patrice Salton is still in the chambers, and Professor Hansford is still here too, if you all want to join. We're going to call a couple of more virtual witnesses. Okay. Professor Harold McDougall, Professor Anthony Cook, Donald Temple, Leslie Ford is, no, we can't call Leslie Ford, she's in person, so we're going to stop it right there, and then we're going to turn to Mariana Barros Titus. And I appreciate you all joining us in person. I appreciate your patience. I know it's been a long morning and early afternoon, but you could begin your testimony. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to this committee for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Mariana Barros Titus, and I'm a public historian based out of the DC History Center, and I'm proud to serve as chair of the Public History Committee for the Black Broad Branch Project. The Black Broad Branch Project is a public and oral history project based on Black-owned land in historic Washington County and on land that is current-day Chevy Chase, DC. I'm accompanied today by descendants of two of the families at the heart of our project, whose ancestors were part of a community of formerly enslaved freedmen and women who sought relative freedom from the racial codes of the federal city during the 19th century. The Pointer Harris and Dorsey Shorter families created homes and sacred space on what was known as the Dry Meadows community. They are recorded to have been on their land as far back as the 1840s, and they lived there in a tight-knit community that supported each other for nearly 5 generations. Their ancestors were entrepreneurs, some served in the Union Army and as public servants, and managed to build full, meaningful lives in the face of insurmountable pressure stemming from systemic racism and informed by the folklore of white supremacy. By 1929, these families, along with what we estimate to be over a dozen others, were forced to sell their land through the process of eminent domain for the purposes of building Lafayette Elementary School. Despite preceding the founding of the Chevy Chase Land Company by nearly 50 years, these families were simultaneously encroached upon and vehemently excluded from the exclusively white community that formed around them. After being forced off their land and forbidden to neither buy comparable property via racially restrictive covenants, nor have their children be able to benefit from the school that was being built and they were being forced off their land for, the families dispersed to different parts of the city. Many were displaced by eminent domain once again in subsequent generations. Our project collected the oral history of current-day descendants and used those oral histories as spaces to imagine together with our descendant narrators what reparations, meaningful redress, meant to them. We used their input to form a strategic model for reparations that we have dubbed the ACE model: acknowledgement, compensation, and education. And we are here today to illustrate expansive forms of reparations, not just compensatory reparations, are needed in order to bring about material redress as well as what we refer to as spiritual redress. The history of these families serve as a microcosm for how the city as a whole was developed. Their story highlights how the demographics of our city, the economic distribution, the political power distribution, it's not a mere accident of nature. It is the result of specific actions that were taken in the past and are perpetuated by action or inaction today. And we as a society and as a city need to understand and reckon with that historical context in order to build a more just and equitable city today and into the future. I thank you for your time and yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Jocelyn Julian. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilman McDuffie and esteemed committee. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify before you in support of Bill 25-0152, Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. My name is Jocelyn Julian, and I am the fourth great-granddaughter of Caroline Branham, a woman enslaved by our first president of the United States, George Washington, and his wife Martha. Caroline lived and toiled in Washington's home for most of her life. Then, when her enslavers died, she was uprooted and was sent to live at Arlington House with their grandson, George Washington Parke Custis, with whom she bore children. My third great-grandfather, Austin Branham, to name a few. Caroline did not have a say in where she was to live, what clothes to wear, or whose children she would bear. My great-grandmother, Rosa Branham, was born on her family's tract of land at Arlington House, right where the cemetery exists today, but was forcibly removed through eminent domain, and in the latter 1800s, Rosa and her siblings were sent to live with her aunt and uncle on Broad Branch in Dry Meadows, which was a tight-knit black community. Rosa's uncle, Robert Dorsey, built a single-family house, and her aunt, Laura Henry Dorsey, ran a community store selling their produce and chickens that she raised on their farm. Rosa and her family went to school, worshiped, worked, and played on their land. My grandmother, Anna Shorter, was born at Dry Meadows to Rosa and her husband, Richard Shorter. Anna grew up with a great sense of pride in her home and community, so much so that she opted to chronicle with her camera everyday life, which I am in possession of. In 1931, however, all that changed. Through eminent domain, Anna and her family were forced out of their house, off of their land, and away from their friends, their schools, their church, and their main source of income. They lost all of it to make way for an all-white school and public park for the burgeoning white community in Chevy Chase. And according to the Evening Star, March 4th, 1931, and I quote, "The district commissioners yesterday approved the purchase of a lot of land improved by a frame dwelling adjoining the Lafayette School now under construction at Broad Branch Road and Oliver Street. The house is occupied by colored tenants." In explaining the reason for the purchase, Assistant Engineer Commissioner H.L. Robb wrote, and I quote, "The presence of this house with its colored occupants so close to a white school is a source of possible friction that is thought desirable to remove." These discriminatory acts of eminent domain have greatly impacted my family throughout many generations by preventing my family from amassing generational wealth and causing a myriad of health problems, including but not limited to anxiety, alcoholism, and relational dysfunction. Where is our justice? Good council member McDuffie, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you and to share my story.
Thank you for sharing that story. I really do appreciate it. We also have James Fisher and Shirley Turner joining us virtually. They're both with the Black Broad Branch descendants. And we're going to turn to James Fisher. Good afternoon to you. You can unmute yourself. You're still muted. There we go. Yeah, if you could just speak just as much as possible into the microphone on your computer, it will be helpful to us. We certainly want to hear what you have to testify about.
Okay, my name is James Fisher. I'm a seventh generation ancestor of George Pointer. I'd first like to mention that a book has been published about George Pointer and my family's journey to modern day. It's between freedom and equality. I had nothing to do with the title. The history of African American family, Washington, D.C., is a very valuable resource given what we're talking about today. Very early in my life as a child, I asked myself a question. Was my collective family ever unified, at peace? The question came about because of the rapid alcoholism, drug addiction, incarceration, and that ran rapid through my family. I asked, were we ever progressive? And it took opening my family tree 13 years ago and discovering that my family had some serious progressive roots in the DC, starting with my ancestral grandfather, George Pointer. I'm glad to be alive and to have been able to answer that question. Once the land was taken from us through eminent domain, it led to the destruction of my family. That's definitely personal harm. The community was thriving for generations. You mentioned Dry Meadows was the name that was given, but it was actually Dry Meadows Village. That's the way they used the land. They adopted it to the family needs. Once it was taken, we were scattered around DC. My family specifically relocated to Northwest and then Southeast in Reynolds. We never really recovered. In closing, I'd like to say that I'm proud that this day is before me. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your family's personal story. I'm going to turn next to Shirley Turner, who's also joining us virtually. Thanks so much for being here with us this afternoon. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shirley Turner, and I'm a direct descendant of Mary Harris and Mary Moulton, which was the granddaughter and great-granddaughter of Captain George Porter. Mary and her husband purchased 2 acres of land in the now called the Chevy Chase community, which was later turned into a farm for them to feed their children, their family. After residing on the farm for 80 years, Mary Moulton and her family was forced off the land through eminent domain. When the land was stolen, it had a long-term effect on the family and the upper generations to come. They no longer had the support of the neighboring community. They became like a sheep without a shepherd, being placed in the hands of wolves, especially the women in the family. The loss of land meant loss of income, loss of the houses that was built on the land, and loss of community and loss of historical legacy. The uprooting of them having to find a place to stay after living on land for 80 years made it difficult for them to have the same quality of life. Their living status changed from living debt-free and land ownership to become rentals for the rest of their lives. Mary lived with her son until her death, and her children, especially the women, were scattered. My grandmother was one of them. My grandmother and grandfather had 11 children living in the survival mode. They didn't have the privilege of attaining wisdom, mentorship from the community. So the daughters married abusive men, and the family was plagued with substance abuse and incarceration. And we lived in chaos. None of the 11 children completed high school. It wasn't that they weren't smart or talented. They were actually brilliant, but wasn't given the resources or opportunity to cultivate their God-given talents to grow. Every parent desires to support their family, both spiritually and economically, and leave an inheritance to their children and grandchildren. Mary Harris attempted to accomplish this by transferring the property to guarantee to their family, to guarantee their inheritance. But it was not successful because the inheritance was stolen through eminent domain. We know that wealth is equal to land. And we know that land is equal to self-sufficiency. So I thank you for your time.
And I thank you for your time. I might have a question or two for you all after we finish with the other witnesses on this panel, if you can stick around. I want to turn next to Patrice Sultan, Thank you so much for everything you've done leading up to the day, and I look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for your leadership on this issue and for your tireless advocacy on behalf of the rights and well-being of Black Washingtonians and for racial equity in our city as a general matter. DC Justice Lab strongly supports this measure. Although you typically hear from us on bills that are pending before the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, we're here today because the gross racial wealth gap is making our neighborhoods less safe. More than 15% of district residents live below the poverty line. Said another way, more than 15% of people in this city make less than $13,000 a year in a place where you need at least $50,000 to meet basic human needs. And unlike any state or major city in the US, this is the only place where none of the people living in poverty are white. None. There are no white communities or white neighborhoods here that are living under those conditions. There are some white neighborhoods in DC where people live an average of 15 years longer than people living in Black neighborhoods. That's the impact of the wealth disparity in real human terms. According to the New York Times, if the mortality rates for Black Americans were equal to white Americans over the course of the 20th century, there would be 8.8 million more Black Americans today. Much like other legislation you've championed, this measure is bold, but not thoughtless or outlandish, as some people might characterize boldness. There's a difference between something being historic and something being radical. This measure is long overdue. We've heard some excellent recommendations for how to improve the bill today. We asked the committee to consider providing more funding for staffing the task force, consistent with the recommendations you heard from students Izzy Gatling and Zoe Cruz from the University of California, Washington program. The task force will need the help of data scientists, economists, historians, and constitutional law scholars. We also asked that the council consider funding the task force by reallocating dollars from those DC agencies that are continuing to inflict state-sanctioned violence on our city's Black residents, instead of through a tax burden shared equally by the rich and poor alike. Lastly, I'd like to note that one of the key elements of reparations is stopping the harm that we've talked about today and assuring that it will not recur. And as this committee considers this measure to redress historic inequality, we have bills pending in other committees that perpetuate it. It is ideologically inconsistent, if not intellectually dishonest, for council members to claim to understand the need for reparations and then turn around and endorse legislation that criminalizes people for who they are, for what they wear, or how much money they have. We invite those council members to consider how their conduct encourages or discourages state violence and how it affects the racial wealth gap. There are some who say we are free but not yet equal, but in this city, far too many of us are not yet free. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Patrice Sultan. I'm going to turn next to Professor Justin Hansford. Thanks for joining us and being with us throughout this morning and early afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you so much to the esteemed City Council and esteemed Councilman McDuffie for your tireless efforts on this issue. My name is Justin Hansford. I am a law professor at Howard University School of Law, also the executive director of the Thurgood Marshall Civil Rights Center. I am one of the co-founders of the African American Redress Network and a member of the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, as well as a member of the National African American Reparations Commission. So needless to say, I'm very excited about this effort today. I want to express my unwavering support for the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. I do want to note that the definition of reparations currently within the text speaks more so to the need for reparations under the definition of compensation, restitution, or economic redress. And as a member of the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, the United Nations, I can say defines reparations more broadly. It also includes rehabilitation, satisfaction, non-repetition. So in more layman's terms, rehabilitation in Washington, D.C. could include remedies for some of the systemic harms that Washington residents have faced under racial apartheid in this city. That could include mental health services for people dealing with racial trauma from incidences of police brutality. It can include support for some of the things we've heard about today in terms of the loss of land. It also can include other types of satisfaction that can be given to communities, educational resources to learn more about their history. Also on the non-repetition issue, we can include voting rights so that there can be a creation of a regime of laws that will ensure that we will not repeat our history. And finally, really very briefly, I want to talk about the legal issues inherent in any reparations initiative on the local level. Reparations initiatives take three different forms. We've heard about the process of redress for Japanese Americans, which involves people who are surviving victims. We've also heard about the Evanston process, which included direct descendants. And of course, we also are aware of the attempt to create reparations for a class of people on the grounds of race or lineage. All three processes can be constitutional, including the process of providing repair in regards to class. The challenge for the third category will be meeting strict scrutiny standards under the Constitution, that challenge can be met through creating a fulsome record which demonstrates specific harms that are being addressed by specific remedies. So just in conclusion, I want to say Howard University School of Law, Thurgood Marshall Center is very happy to host any hearings or any community gatherings that you would like to put together as part of this process, and we look forward to continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, each of the witnesses on this panel. I want to ask Jocelyn Julian, James Fisher, Mariana Barros Titus, and Shirley Turner, just thinking about Black Broad Branch Project and just some of the folks you all talked about in your family or associated with the families that were displaced by their government and the collateral consequences of those government-sanctioned policies. What form of redress would you all like to see were the District of Columbia to move things forward here?
So if I may, Councilman McDuffie, we've had an opportunity to speak on it, and our unanimous voice is we want our land back. I could put more words to it and add some adjectives and fluff, but we want our land back. It was taken from us. We did not want to give it up. We were thriving. And the only solution, as we could say, is we want our land back. We want to be able to give it to our generations that are coming after us, as it should have been.
Right. Sure, please.
We also did, as the result of the first two phases of this project, which was collecting the oral histories and then imagining together with our descendant narrators what redress could mean, we created a report that lists out all of the ideas that they gave to us, and I'm happy to, with the approval of all of our descendants, to provide that to the council.
Sure.
As an example. But we've tried to come up with expansive kind of reparative efforts, including, for example, in lieu of giving the land back, there could be ownership of the land that is returned to the families, and then the district provides them rent for the use as a public school and a public park, allowing them to build the generational wealth that they were displaced from after being displaced from the land. And examples like that. And another thing that has been made incredibly apparent to us by the descendants is that they really wish for this history to be more made broadly available to students. And if I may, James, I'm going to quote him on why that matters so much. In one of our follow-up interviews, James Fisher said to me, I don't know what my life would have looked like if I knew about Captain George Pointer when I was a young kid. And ultimately what he's talking about is I don't know what kind of possibilities I could have envisioned for myself if I had known of the successes of past generations, that the conditions that I'm living in today that I was born into are not a state of nature. And in fact, if it wasn't for the folklore of white supremacy and systemic racism being inflicted and targeted on my family, differently, our lives could have been different today. And so part of the importance of sort of creating, making this history available to students is helping them to envision a different possibility for themselves that invokes the successes of past generations and allows them to envision themselves beyond the immediate conditions that they find themselves in.
I think that's an incredibly powerful point that you just made, and I appreciate the quote that you provided from Mr. Fisher. You know, just speaking personally, this notion of sort of radical imagination and frankly the limits of one's imagination where they are limited and the exposure that they have to people and family and images that look like them is something that I think should not be taken for granted and frankly needs to be highlighted throughout this process. I think there are far too many young people who limit themselves to what they can see in their immediate vicinity around them, and that makes perfect sense. But they, you know, I think through this process is an opportunity to educate more people about the district's history and perhaps make some connections to individuals, their families, the impact. I'm sitting here before you today as a lawyer, but only really started to believe I could do this after hearing from a personal friend of mine who grew up in my neighborhood who went to Harvard Law School, right, who said this is actually possible, who exposed me to Charles Hammond in Houston, you know, as an adult, frankly, when I was carrying mail. And so, you know, I know the power of, you know, exposure and imagery and connection to people in order to really, I think, open up and unlock that radical imagination that I think a lot of people live with, but sort of prevent themselves from really exploring because they haven't seen what it looks like to be a lawyer in your community, or to be a doctor, or to be an engineer, or to own property in one of the wealthiest sections of our city. I mean, let that marinate for a moment. Go ahead. Do you want to? Please, Mr. Fisher, please.
The book that I mentioned is Collaboration, and it's a 13-year process, research and publication. It outlines still some barriers, you know, within the government that try to stand fast that not even assisting with wanting me and wanting us to acknowledge, to give to praise our ancestors for their accomplishments. These are decision makers in top government agencies that really refuse to cooperate. I discovered that my ancestor grandfather had a statue within the park. It's Grand Park and Waterfalls.
Great Falls Park.
Great Falls. And when I visited and understood that actually was him, I asked the management why wasn't his name and something about his history accompanied the statue. They had no answer. In the book, I detail some of the roadblocks that even today can be encountered. So I just want to mention that.
Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning it. And if you want to, the name of the book again is?
Between Freedom and Equality. It's by Georgetown Press.
Okay. Yeah, I think, is Georgetown Press the folks who also published,
Chocolate City?
well, did they publish Chocolate City?
No,
Book?
that
I
was
don't think so.
UNC.
No, but what about Black Georgetown Remembered? That's a book that I read some years ago that exposed me to some of the history of Georgetown, Black Georgetown, that I was just simply unaware of. So I appreciate you adding that to the record, Mr. Fisher, and I appreciate all you all's testimony here this afternoon.
It documents quite a few of family members starting in 1773
Okay.
To present date and where they moved to, et cetera, and some of the things that they encountered. So I think it'll be valuable to this effort.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm going to be sure to pick up a copy and check it out. So thank you for that. I'm sure I'm going to be following up with some of the folks on this panel, Patrice Sultan, as well as Professor Hansford. Appreciate your contributions and the work that you all have been doing separately to continue to inform the work of this committee is going to be important as well. So thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we are on, if you're following the agenda, we're on witness 38, Leslie Ford, and Leah Henley, or Hindi, who are with us in person. Timmy Bennett. We also have, I think, in person with us, Quincy Chapin with us in person.
So you'll go to the next one.
And then virtually, I think, I'm not sure if I've already called them, but Dr. Nat Williams, Ruth, LaChoyce and Eiffel, Tahira Chrisman,
Who's in person?
and Tamira Benitez. They're available to join us virtually. And Pastor Reverend William Lamar IV and Reverend Ronnie Galvin. So we're going to begin this panel. Thank you for bearing with us. I know we have a lot of witnesses. We're trying to go down the list in the order that we have it. Unfortunately, for planning purposes, we're not going to be able to revisit names we've already called until we exhaust the names that are ahead, just because we want to be respectful of everybody's time. If somebody's here, we want to call them and give them the opportunity to testify. So Leslie Ford, thanks for being with us in person. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Leslie Ford. I'm an associate director in the Office of Race and Equity Research at the Urban Institute. I'm a sociologist by training, and I have expertise in reparations research. And I'm also a Black DC resident. The views that I express today are my own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, its trustees, or its funders. Two research models exist to address the core elements of reparations. The compensatory model involves repairing harm and providing financial resources to people who have lost opportunities to build wealth. The transformative model is a more humanizing approach that looks not just at economic harms, but also at social, psychological, and emotional ones. For any reparations approach to be effective, it must be inclusive of both. This legislation offers the potential to construct a comprehensive database of property and land ownership that could help estimate the loss of wealth for Black families over time. The proposed database of records relating to slave holding could include a component related to land and property ownership, employment and lost wages, and other elements that could help estimate the loss of income and wealth owed to Black DC residents. The database offers a tremendous opportunity as well as a set of considerations that must be addressed, including data governance, specifically what is public, who sees and has access to what data, and the trade-off between the acknowledgement of harm and the potential risks associated with re-traumatization of those whose family history, loss, and present-day experiences might be reflected in the data collected. Several questions the committee might consider are included in my written testimony, but I'll highlight a few here. Who will have oversight of the database? Is this a genealogical database, a property ownership database, or something else? Do the funding mechanisms for reparations potentially cause any undue harm to those already facing economic inequities? How will the committee determine eligibility criteria to receive reparations payments? Will the potential payments be made to communities, to individuals, to entrepreneurs, or to business owners? How will the committee distinguish between the role of the federal government and the local government in causing harm to DC residents? Who is ultimately responsible for paying restitution, and is there a role for corporations to contribute to this reparative fund? Does the local framework for reparations include efforts to use reparative approaches to address mental health services and support, access to child care, community healing, etc., all necessary to redress decades and centuries of racial harm? And will the Commission consider approaches that seek to redress both the impact of enslavement and the cumulative toll of other eras of racial injustice in Washington, D.C.? And will the Commission also examine present-day policies that contribute to economic inequities for Black D.C. residents? Lastly, local remedies cannot adequately address the cumulative effects of enslavement, Jim Crow, segregation, economic exclusion, and ongoing harm, as local governments do not have the resource to coordinate these efforts. Efforts to close the racial gap can only be achieved by substantial investments from the federal government and corporations. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. I think we heard that in some earlier panels as well about the capacity of local governments. Our next witness is Leah Hendy. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman McDuffie, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the racial wealth gap in DC. My name is Leah Hendy, and I'm a principal research associate at the Urban Institute. The views expressed here are my own and should not be attributed to any organization I am affiliated with, their trustees, or their funders. From its formation, the U.S.'s economic system was built on the exploitation of people of color, particularly Black people and others of limited economic or political means. The system was designed to create and maintain the wealth of white people. Much of the wealth was generated by the labor of enslaved and free Black people. Wealth creation was also limited or even extracted from free Black people in D.C. For example, Black codes enacted by the congressionally appointed district government required free Black people to pay bonds to the city, sometimes as much as $1,000 in the 1830s, or required them to pay taxes but forbid attendance at public schools, which meant free Black people had to pay again to build and run private schools. My former colleague, Dr. Clolo Kijakazi, has summarized well in previous testimony before the Council that these and other government policies and practices spanning the distant past to today have directly contributed to the wealth gap between Black people and white people in this region. Dr. Kijakazi and her collaborators, including Dr. Darity, documented well in their well-cited report, The Color of Wealth in the Nation's Capital, that in 2014 in the Washington, D.C. metro area, On average, white households had 81 times the net worth of black households. And a typical white head of household with no more than a high school degree still had twice the net worth of a black head of household with a graduate degree. Structural racism, including exclusionary zoning policies, practices like lending discrimination, subprime lending, and disinvestment in communities, has resulted in less housing wealth for black people and communities in DC. In 2020, the aggregate assessed value of single-family homes or condominium units in the 51 DC census tracts where black people made up 75% of the population was half of the value of homes in the 16 tracts where white people made up 75% of the population. The average home or condo in a tract with predominantly black residents was less than a third of the value of a property in a tract with predominantly white residents. In addition, homeownership is largely inaccessible to many black households in DC. A black household with average income buying a home for the first time could have only afforded 7% of homes sold between 2016 and 2022, while a white first-time home buyer household with average income could have afforded 67%. These outcomes are not accidental. This country and DC use public policy to strip wealth and create barriers to building wealth, and therefore to having wealth to transfer to future generations. It's appropriate for the proposed task force to systematically document these policies and practices in order to educate the public and recommend needed policy change and compensation. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for that testimony. I really do appreciate it. Returning next to Timmy Bennett. Good to see you, and thanks for everything that you've been doing to help us out to get to today. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and staff, for having me here today. I am Timmy Bennett, co-CEO of IF, a foundation for radical possibility. We are a private grant-making foundation in Washington, D.C. that centers Blackness. At IF, we envision a world where Black people and people of the global majority live powerfully, abundantly, and beautifully in healthy, self-determined communities free of social, economic, and ideological violence. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the organization and as a Black woman descendant of American enslavement. The United States and the District of Columbia have benefited from uncompensated Black labor and genius since their founding. While popular narratives suggest that Black people lack wealth because of individual choices, it is the 401 years of collective harm by federal, state, and local governments, private industry, and individuals that have created the wealth gap. Black wealth inequality began with the brutality of enslavement and has continued through Jim Crow legal segregation, unpaid labor, underpaid labor, land theft, and ongoing discrimination. These debts are long past due. There is precedence for a government to pay reparations to people it has harmed. To date, Germany has provided the most comprehensive reparations initiatives ever established. From 1945 to 2018, the German government paid approximately $86.8 billion in restitution and compensation to Holocaust survivors and their heirs. Moreover, the U.S. government paid reparations for its harmful policies and actions to some indigenous tribes and Japanese citizens. Given the magnitude of the harm any reparations plans will attempt to address, the constitutionality challenges such a plan will surely face, and as well as ongoing anti-Black structural racism, the creation of a new government agency over a task force is ideal. The temporary nature of a task force is not sufficient to provide the sustained, intentional focus that the repair of this harm requires. More is necessary. An agency with the authority and resources and funding and personnel expertise to accomplish a reparations mandate is required. I urge DC Council to look at Germany's claims conference and the potential of this country's original Freedmen's Bureau when envisioning this new agency. True repair for Black people requires 1, resources. By resources, I mean land and money. 2, policies and programs in areas such as wealth building, education, housing, environment, health, employment, the criminal legal system, and democracy. And 3, an end to anti-Blackness and future governmental policies and practices. The continuing impacts of this harm are so profound and pervasive that to address them, we will need heavy investment in reparative infrastructure, expertise, and planning. Despite Chairman McDuffie's will and intention, which I believe is rooted in true repair for Black people, I say all of this with vast and deep skepticism in the government's will, intention, ability, and skills to positively impact Black people collectively. Their track record has shown us a truth. an inheritance from our ancestors. They are not to be trusted. I put forth the recommendation of a new government entity in lieu of a reparations task force purely out of the practicality and an urgent hope that for once in the history of this country, a government entity will do the right thing with the attention, resources, and thoughtfulness this second original sin necessitates. The first, of course, being the attempted genocide of indigenous people and the taking of indigenous land. I agree that what's been said earlier about the necessity of federal action on reparations. In DC, we are uniquely positioned to influence and potentially model that true repair. So let's be an example for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really do appreciate it. Timmy Bennett, I'm going to turn next to Quasi Chapin. Thanks for joining us in person this afternoon. I look forward to your testimony. You can begin.
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. As I walk towards this building, I have never seen Mary Berry's, the greatest mayor, statue before, and it hit me. Why show love unconditionally, no matter what? I have enough space in my heart to accept the ones that hate me for having the audacity to know that I can be a free black man anywhere I go. As I know, my ultimate protection is my capacity to show love to everyone. In other words, I will kill you with kindness. I want to thank all the witnesses who shared their testimonies before me and for their efforts in this movement. I understand their struggle because I look at things with my heart first and not my head. That makes me a truth teller because it hurts when I lie to people I love, and I love black people. Do you believe me yet, or your lying eyes? I've learned to be the best campaign strategist by questioning everything to find out the why. My role at Decolonizing Wealth Project allows me to see it all from the balcony view of this movement and why I got hurt when I asked the question of why black people need reparations, because I had to accept the hard truth that my anger and frustration at black politicians who let us down in that white supremacy messes us all up. It is that white supremacy, even the best of us, gets to us. Because they believe the lies that white supremacy tells us, and go ahead, beat me all as you want, I'm gonna finish, to limit our dreams and wants, that black people don't deserve to live in the same court and affluence as a white person who grows up in Tacoma Park instead of Berry Farms. I love Marion Berry unconditionally because he understood what the summer jobs program meant to my friends who, like me, didn't grow up privileged, but who had an abundance of black wealth. I am wealthy because I got to see my parents show mad love to each other and my family, and I dropped everything they were doing when within their little heaven on earth in Trinidad and Tobago to come to a country that would hate them for being happy. Do you believe me yet, or your lying eyes? So I asked the council, why don't you believe black people deserve it all? And that's why reparations are necessary, to repair the harm done by the biggest lie ever told, that a black man can't be smart enough to know what to do with his own money. I am Nat Turner's wildest dreams, as I understand his anger as pain, but will only kill the oppressors with love. I will remain dangerous as long as I find ways to protect my black boy joy at all costs. And last but not least, hey, shout out to the amazing black band spreading black joy music outside right now. Long live Go-Go.
Thank you. I'm glad you got to the end of that. I appreciate that. Thank you. As a native Washingtonian and fan of Go-Go. and the author of the bill that made Go-Go DC's official music. I appreciate that. Can I ask, though, in terms of the programs that you all have seen around the country, efforts in other countries, are there any examples of programs that have done a good job of really measuring the impact and perhaps something that we should think about that's not included in this existing bill? I think we've heard people testify about California, Evanston. I know you all are familiar with other programs. But I'd really like to know if there are any programs that do a good job of measuring implementation and whether there's any particular program that you all feel has a level of efficacy that we might learn from. And if you don't know, then that's fine. I just really feel like.
Oh, no, I got you. I got you. Say
Oh, okay.
less.
All right.
No. Oh, my bad. Oh, well, let me just say this, that as from my view as a campaign strategist, the best damn campaign strategist, I want to say that I really think the answer is when a room full of black folks who know the problem, because we see it every damn day, let us solve us. That's the answer. That's all we're asking for this task force. Let us solve our own damn problems. Do you trust us to do that? I shouldn't have to be here. We should not have to be here. Anyone here. These experts told you already. And so, all I'm asking, please, let us have the task force, no questions asked. If you don't believe me, why don't you love black people? Why don't you trust us?
Okay. Anybody else care to respond? Thanks.
Sure. So, as you mentioned, Councilman, there are reparations task forces and commissions around the country undertaking some of this work right now. I know that for the Evanston case, they are partnering with the Northwestern University to conduct some evaluations or some preliminary evaluations of the impact of the housing approach that they've taken. They've also in recent months decided to expand it beyond payments for mortgages to also support local folks who need support with rent. So I think that there is the potential to sort of watch what is happening in other areas and also for Washington, D.C. to quite frankly be on the leading edge for what evaluation and measurement impact could look like so that D.C. could be potentially a test case for other cities to sort of replicate the model that you establish here. And I think that that could require a lot of thinking around the scale, estimates, what is appropriate compensation for harm, thinking about what the other panelists have mentioned around both the monetary compensation, but more transformative approaches as well. And there are ways to measure all of these components.
Okay. And Timmy, you had mentioned perhaps an entirely new government entity, but then you suggested perhaps a non-government entity.
So,
expound on that if you would.
Yeah, so I think that there are lessons from everything that's being set up, right? I don't think that anybody has gotten it 100% right, and I think that that's because it's never been done before, and so we're all striving to get to that right place. But what we've seen is what's successful and what's necessary is infrastructure, resources, and expertise, and then black people at the center of everything. And so I think that on top of the fact that we're trying to account for 401 years goes to why we need something more permanent, right? And so, which is why I'm in favor of a more permanent entity. And then I look at even locally, you know, when we look at like organizations that this government has had. Do you remember the DMGO suite, right? Which was created to provide more economic, more opportunity and access for folks east of the river, but it was not specifically for black people. It was not specifically to address the harms, and they were under-resourced and underfunded. And so that under-resourced and underfunding of government entities is where policies go to die. Right. We've even across the country, you know, we fought and under your leadership with the REACH Act here in DC, creating these offices of racial equity, and they are with one chief equity officer, and we are like, okay, we did it. Now we are racially inequitable.
we're
they
far from
have no
doing it.
funding. They have 2 staff,
Yeah.
right? And then they also can have politicians or government officials who they answer to who are just really here for the talking points. When the data, the evidence, everything points to racism, structural racism, institutional racism, systemic racism as the problem, and we sit here and we try to create these programs that are drops in the water of a mass, of a toxic groundwater.
And that's an important point. For those who are at home listening or within the chamber, DMGO is the acronym for the former Office of the Deputy Mayor for East of the River.
Yes. It was Deputy Mayor for Greater Economic Opportunity.
Yes.
Yes.
Greater Economic Opportunity.
And they were not successful. And it was a lot of it was because they were trying to give programs and not the policies and the funding and the resources that the people east of the river actually needed.
Yeah. And we have 2 offices on racial equity, one on the executive side and then one established in the REACH Act as well on the council side. And so I appreciate you mentioning those. And I think the balance that you try to strike when you establish these offices as government entities. I think when you do that, as is the case with any government, it really depends on the leadership of the government entities and the ability to hold to account the people who run these various agencies. I think that's true locally, it's true on the federal side, and pick your city in USA.
I thought about maybe it's a CAA, right? Not obviously a CAA is a community action agency. We have UPO is one where there's community oversight, right, and input, some kind of quasi government entity where Black people are on the board or on some governing body that's actually overseeing and providing intentional insight.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think that's a really important thought and suggestion. I think it's definitely something for the committee to consider. I also think the challenges exist whenever an entity is dependent on government funding, though, right? I think it makes it more difficult if the budget used to do the work is something subject to the whims of elected officials who come and go and have different interests, which is why I think some of the work that might be done in a university setting, in a think tank setting, where you have more independence, and sometimes you have resources that are not tied to a government entity or the government entity that is the subject of the research, it might be appropriate. So I don't know if you have a response to that. But
I completely agree, even when I was thinking about, because whatever this entity could be, right, with this quasi-community ownership, and community leadership, like for example, the philanthropic sector owes a debt to Black people, right? And so when we're talking about philanthropy, and some of us do have our own redress projects, where we're looking at the wealth of our endowments and quantifying what you can quantify, right? Because some Black harm is not quantifiable, but the harm that you can quantify that to determine how much of your wealth was extracted from Black labor and Black genius and engage in a redress. But I'll also say that most philanthropy is white and white-led, and we don't really want them to be engaging in redress the way that they've engaged, right? So could a foundation, could a philanthropic organization quantify that harm and then take that money, take that wealth, and give it to some entity, some agency for them to administer reparations?
yeah, that's an important point that you made about most philanthropy being white, because I think a lot of the wealth, most of the wealth in this country is associated with white wealth. So this is a very important point. Trying to capture everything that you all are offering is amazing, and really I think this record is developing really well, and I appreciate your input. But I also want to make sure that you all know any follow-up that you think would be helpful for this record and the committee's work. We encourage you all to provide it because we want to have as much to work with as possible. And recognizing that some of the stuff that's happening around the country and other places is ongoing, we want to capture as much and as many lessons learned as possible. We really appreciate the Urban Institute. You all have been incredible. You testify a lot of our hearings, and we really look at your research and learn from your research. And so we're going to do that in this instance as well. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Just for planning purposes, Ruth Eiffel and Dr. Williams are going to be next, and they've joined us and been patiently waiting virtually, so we're going to call you all to lead off our next panel. We're just organizing some more virtual witnesses for the panel. Edwards Jones is in person, and you can come on up. Tahir Chrisman is with us virtually. Who else? Reverend Gail Fisher Stewart, Reverend Duquan, Reverend David Bowers, Reverend Delonte Goldstone, Reverend Ruben Eccles, Reverend Peter Jarrett Shell, Reverend Bill Medford. Actually, no, that's not Reverend. It's Major Reverend. Bill Medford is Executive Director of the Festival Center. And Dan Addo. And let me lead off this panel. And Ruth, I apologize. I really appreciate your patience. I'm going to begin with you, followed by Dr. Williams. Thank you both.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the Committee on Business and Economic Development and to Councilmember King and McDuffie for holding this hearing on DC government's role in paying reparations to Black people. I am Ruth Latwason Eiffel. I am a parent of two, a Black resident of Ward 7 east of the river, and I am a business owner. I come to you today, however, as the president and CEO of the Washington Regional Association of Grantmakers, the membership association of over 100 foundations, corporate giving programs, and public charities who effectuate change in DC and the larger DMV. RAG is committed to convening, mobilizing, and advocating with philanthropy to create a more racially just Greater Washington region. Frederick Douglass once said that where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. It is not lost on me that our hope for a safer community has come up just a bit in testimonies today. The connection to livelihood and opportunity is inextricably linked to violence in our neighborhoods. Black reparations represents not only what is owed to Black people, but it also represents opportunity and the hope that Black people deserve to exercise self-determination and to more freely decide with less systemic barriers what happens in their life every day and in the future. The District of Columbia must interrogate how our laws, policies, and neglect create and perpetuate violence in our communities. According to the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, 1,500 households hold over half of the wealth of our jurisdiction of 700,000 people. While it is shameful, we are clear that wealth is predominantly white and a Black populace. What you may not know is that our racial wealth gap is comparable to Texas, the last state to enforce emancipation. Though reparations alone will not close the racial wealth gap, We should not allow the progressive ideals of our city to mirror the harms and economic disadvantages of places where governments blatantly uproot racial healing and persistently reinvigorate racial harms. I believe now is the time for the District of Columbia to implement systemic changes that provide opportunity to Black people. And it is also time to repair the harms our political neglect have allowed to persist. And when we make these innovative economic and reparative changes to improve our communities and the livelihood of our neighborhoods and the healing of our racial wounds, let us not neglect the fact that people here, some of us virtually even today, even with reparations in hand, also deserve to have the political power to fashion laws that reflect our values without interference from the federal government. Our political and economic decisions must be valued enough for us to partner on achieving reparations. Foundations in this region and all across the country are questioning the economic gains of their endowments. We must also consider in paying reparations if there are economic vehicles like Black-centered impact investing that might help us to pay reparations in expedient and sustainable ways. If you've read the book Chocolate City by Derek Musgrove, you learned that several employers would pay Irish workers just pennies more to undermine alliances with Blacks and white employees. Employers have persisted with these tactics and the gap of wealth has continued to grow exponentially. It is not that government alone owes Black people reparations. It is that we should all be evaluating what systems of oppression have allowed several industries and sectors to persist unchecked. And unlike Texas, DC government should not seek to be last as an industry or as a national jurisdiction and Black populace. Philanthropy quite literally means for the love of people, and I hope that we will consider how we might demonstrate that love together through smart partnerships, meaningful solutions, and values-based innovations in our political and economic environment. The Washington Regional Association of Grant Makers and its members will continue to engage in discussions on reparations as one of the many strategies we should deploy to heal racial harm. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to call next Dr. Williams, and I know you've been on the Zoom for a while, so thank you for your patience. You can testify, and good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. So I'm Dr. Nachioke Williams, and I'm the Executive Director of the Hill Snowden Foundation, a private family foundation based here in DC. And we support grassroots community organizing groups in DC and across the nation, and also serve as a leading national philanthropic leader advocating for support for Black-led organizing toward achieving Black freedom and liberation in our lifetimes. And I'm in full support of the spirit and the intention of this potentially watershed bill and offer some considerations that I think will improve its implementation once passed, and I'm hopeful for that. My recommendations fall into three categories: economic repair, existential repair, and irrevocable repair. Regarding economic repair and the Reparations Foundation Fund, with the relatively limited amount of resources currently imagined for the Reparations Foundation Fund, I think eligibility for receiving cash payments should be focused on low-wealth Black DC residents and could be conveyed through a guaranteed basic income program like the Let's Go DMV program, currently being sponsored by the IF Foundation and the Community Foundation of the National Capital Region, as well as other foundations in the district. This would be an effective and proven means to foster economic repair for those Black residents who are in greatest need. I do not agree with the current proposal to generate funds from for the fund from the Department of Motor Vehicles, fines and penalties, and DC sales tax, both of which are regressive and disproportionately paid for by lower income Black people in DC. In considering other less regressive sources of funding, I would offer shifting funds from a reduction in the Metropolitan Police Department budget as both direct revenue for the Reparations Fund and in support of an expansion of other community safety programs. Additionally, it would be reparative to overhaul the inclusionary zoning program so that it creates truly affordable units at increased numbers and between 0 and 30% AMI to stem the tide of gentrification in this city as one of the vestiges of anti-Black structural racism. Regarding existential repair, the subversion of Black people's self-determination is a main effect and impact of slavery and anti-Black structural racism. The proposal to have the Reparations Fund be controlled by and or housed in the DC government, in my opinion, continues to limit Black self-determination. Rather, I would recommend the creation of a special fund at the Community Foundation for the National Capital Region or another public trust that could be governed by a board of Black DC residents akin to the trust-based and liberatory philanthropic practice of participatory grant making. And while economic repair is important, it can also be fleeting and incomplete as a measure of restoration and reparation for Black oppression and repression. Ultimately, what we need is a transformation of American society and culture writ large. The grounding ethos for this reconstructed American society must be the all-encompassing pursuit of the question, how can we best ensure that all Black people are thriving? And I raise this issue as a caution against basing the success of the reparations program on funds conveyed, apologies given, or monuments erected. The success of any reparations regime has to be grounded in the substantive and lasting material, social, psychological, and spiritual lived experiences for all Black people, and in this case, all Black DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Tahira Chrisman, who's joining us virtually. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Councilman McDuffie, and what a pleasure it is to be with so many of my philanthropy colleagues. I know my colleague, Edward Jones, is in the room, and so I'm grateful for you, Edward, and your partnership. My name is Tahira Chrisman. I'm the Vice President of External Affairs at APFI, a philanthropic partnership for Black communities, which is a Black-founded and Black-led nonprofit that partners with philanthropy to ensure effective and responsive philanthropy in Black communities across the country and within the diaspora. As a global nonprofit, we have witnessed and supported the unique ways philanthropy has partnered with local and federal government to begin to make repair and amends of the harm created by this country through the extraction of wealth and labor from Black and Brown communities. While I support Reparations Task Force in DC, I'm here specifically to contend that this is a crucial partnership opportunity for government and philanthropy to partner together to achieve racial justice for our residents. Philanthropic organizations in our region are not only deeply connected with community, but also have the ability to provide flexibility and access to wealth and other levers of supports that are deeply ingrained in our community. Nat just talked about a few, and so did Ruth. So definitely want to amplify that. APFI also contends that achieving racial equity and racial justice cannot happen without reparations for Black people. Here's some quick context for how philanthropy and specifically APFI can and has supported reparations for Black communities. We can convene Black Foundation trustees, specifically in California and throughout the country. They have been working with the California Reparations Task Force, and we've supported them in the development of proposals and recommendations to support the impacts of structural and institutional racism for their task force to consider. I amplify the voices of Black trustees because we know that within the foundation and the philanthropic sector, it is trustees that direct a lot of the resources that philanthropy is able to deploy. And so the ability to convene Black trustees within the region is critical, as well as convening Black Foundation CEOs throughout the Washington Metro region. APFI has been connecting with them and really thinking about and examining the impacts of anti-Black racism within their organization and in their grant making, with the hopes that we can amplify DC as the premier example of having racially equitable philanthropic practice. As you all consider this task force or other ideas that have come from those who have testified today, we implore you to consider philanthropic leaders that are well connected in this region, including Timmy Bennett, co-CEO of IF, who spoke in the last panel, Tonya Wellings, president and CEO of the Greater Washington Community Foundation, and Ruth Lapoisson-Eiffel, president of Washington Regional Association of Grantmakers. Their perspective, their relationships, and their philanthropic access will not only be a benefit to the task force, but to all DC residents. Thank you.
And thank you. Those are great suggestions, and I'm familiar with the work of all three of those individuals who you named. Next is Edward Jones. It's always great to see you. I'm glad you were able to join us in person. We're going to turn to you next. You can begin your testimony.
Well, thank you, council member and neighbor. My name is Edward Jones. I'm a 38-year resident of DC, but Los Angeles is my birthplace, particularly South Central Los Angeles. And I feel so connected to this work because when I moved to DC, or even prior to moving to DC, my first visit to the nation's capital was here in protest in January of 1981, where I joined with my friends from the University of Akron, Mayor Marion Barry, Stevie Wonder, Gil Scott-Heron, and thousands of others who came here in a quest to make Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday a federal holiday. When it became law, it was an opportunity to also understand how advocacy really matters to me and how it should matter to everyone. Upon graduation, I chose Chocolate City as my home, and as a resident of H Street Northeast, I learned of the real DC. The elders in the barbershop and on the streets would tell me about the plan. If you've never heard of the plan, Google it. It's now available online. The plan, which I didn't fully understand, talked about the ideas of pretty much an overtaking of Chocolate City and other places. And now that I work in the spaces that I am, I see, even in the community where I live, that the plan has come to full fruition in the place which I have adopted as home, as well as other places where I've lived. Fast forward to my role. For the past 20 years, I've worked in philanthropy, but I've also been for the past 10 years almost at APFI, a philanthropic partnership for Black communities, with my colleague Tahira Chrisman and others. I have attended or helped curate programming in communities across the country, including St. Croix, USVI, and Puerto Rico, other colonies much similar to DC. In those spaces, we always center Black people in our communities in our work unapologetically. And we've seen the impact of the plan, and I'll now change it from the plan that I learned of in DC to a plural translation of the plans that have shown up consistently in other parts of this country and around the world. We convene funders and stakeholders to be part of conversations to share common stories of what once was in our communities. City, state, and federally sanctioned push out and willful neglect of Black spaces, including cultural landmarks and historic communities, are the ingredients of the plans. At a meeting in Atlanta, I heard someone talk about the idea of building political power, but not building economic power. And that's what we're talking about here today, and that's, I think, why we're here, in order to make restitution and to repair past neglect and harms, to really claim an equitable financial footing for Black people in Washington, D.C. So as we come into this eve of Juneteenth and another Black federal holiday that was legislated, I'd like to see that there's cause for celebration and frustration. We can win holidays through advocacy, but we cannot win a sustained national, regional, and local and philanthropic commitment to Black wealth building and racial justice in our country, or in the nation's capital, where we are still under the thumb of the federal agencies. We've heard complaints that it can't be done, but what we know to be true is that it can be done with a will of the people. I argue that it will take long to fix this problem because it's taken long to get us to where we are today. It won't be fixed by one bill nor one grant. Anti-Black racism is very real and insidious in this country. So now's the time to fix what ails us. Black people and communities are simply saying, pay us what you owe us. The act and the funds here are a step towards the healing process, but it will not be the end all until we know that this work has to last more than one grant or one grant cycle or one bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate hearing it. Just for the folks who are with us virtually, we have 3 more witnesses present in person, so we're going to call on our next witness. Thanks for joining us, and thank you all for your patience in being here this morning.
Thank you, Councilmember.
There you go.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members, for the opportunity to provide testimony today on this most important issue. I'm Gail Fisher Stewart, an Episcopal priest in the Diocese of Washington, and a retired captain with the Metropolitan Police Department. As we discuss reparations, I would like to suggest that a Truth and Reparations Commission be established similar to that of South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Before reparations can be determined, before reparations can be paid, there is a need to hear the hurt and trauma of those who have been affected by racist policies that undergird the foundation of this country and city, as we heard from the descendants and ancestors of Broadbent. When my father died, as I was going through his papers, I found a deed to our house on 11th Street Northeast in Michigan Park. It had a racially restrictive covenant, like the house you currently live in. Fortunately, and I use that word loosely, whites were already leaving the district in 1957, and the homes in the area were being sold to Negroes. We were also fortunate that my father was able to access his GI Bill for the loan for the house. Other blacks were not as fortunate. There are areas in D.C., as we found out today, that still had those racially restricted covenants enforced, and as we are aware, tens of thousands of Black GIs were left out of the benefits they were owed because of planned racism. Their families were not as fortunate as mine. We need to hear their stories. I attended DC public schools and remember when Julius Hobson sued the school system to end the tracking system, a system that allegedly placed students in academic tracks based on their intelligence and learning ability. There was one track, the SAC track, SAC, Social Adjustment Class, filled with little black boys who were deemed uneducable, learning disabled, and incorrigible because they learned differently. How many of them ended up at the training school for boys, the reform school that was located on the land that is now Fort Lincoln? How many of them, because of their different learning styles, ended up in the school-to-prison pipeline? We need to hear their stories. I joined the Metropolitan Police Department in 1972, 4 years after the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr. I was in the first class of female officers in the nation to be on regular patrol. It was a time of quotas and racist police officers. It was a time when blacks were given criminal records for anything, made up charges, resisting arrest, assault on a police officer, because we had a quota. We needed a certain number of arrests for personnel evaluations. We needed a certain number of arrests to justify being promoted to the next rank. Black folk were given records that negatively affected their lives and the lives of their families. We need to hear their stories. The effects of racism and trauma are intergenerational. So before we discuss reparations, we need to figure out what needs to be repaired. When you go to the doctor, before you get medicine, you want the doctor to diagnose what is wrong because you want the correct medicine. You want to be healed. We want everyone who has been hurt to be healed, so we need to hear their stories. Thank you.
And thank you for that testimony. Really appreciate it. Next.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Duke Kwan, and I speak this afternoon as a resident of Ward 1, a pastor in Ward 4, and the author of Reparations, a Christian Call for Repentance and Repair. 150 years ago, Sojourner Truth walked the streets just outside this building. As she surveyed the large, impressive edifices, many of which had been constructed at public expense, she spoke these words: "Our nerves and sinews, our tears and blood have been sacrificed on the altar of this nation's avarice. Our unpaid labor has been a stepping stone to its financial success. Some of its dividends must surely be ours." Truth was correct, of course, about the plunder of African Americans, about their claim on the prosperity of our city, about the unsettling reality of unsettled debts. Her appeal went unheeded in her generation. Will it continue to be ignored, willfully ignored in ours? The time for the District of Columbia to reconcile its debt to African Americans is long overdue. There's much that can and should be said about closing the racial wealth gap and other measurable outcomes. But in the final analysis, the district must consider enacting reparations not simply because it works, but because it is morally right. After all, reparations is grounded in a simple principle that's taught in every preschool classroom in our city. If you steal something, you have to give it back. This principle is also taught in the Christian scriptures. In fact, it's my belief that Christ's followers in our city should be at the forefront of the pursuit of reparations, not only because of our moral tradition, but also because churches have historically served as the moral cement for the structures of white supremacy in our nation and our city. We collectively are complicitly. We Christians collectively are responsible for the work of repair. Some have expressed concern, and rightly so, that reparations at the state and municipal levels may dilute or detract from efforts to secure full-scale reparations at the federal level. I would suggest that these local efforts can actually serve as harbingers of the whole, first fruits of the larger movement of racial redress, so long as coalitions of churches and private institutions, together with the local government, continue to use their local platform to urge and persuade the nation as a whole that there is yet more work to be done. As it has so often in the past, the District of Columbia has an opportunity to be an example to the nation of wrongs made right, of communities repaired, of reparations at last. In his novel Juneteenth, Ralph Ellison wrote these powerful words: "Blood spilled in violence doesn't just dry and drift away in the wind. No, it cries out for restitution, redemption." So the question remains, will the District of Columbia hear that cry? Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Really appreciate it. Our next witness is Reverend David Bowers, who's joining us virtually. Be followed by Serena Jones.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is David Bowers. I'm a District of Columbia resident and the Vice President and Mid-Atlantic Market Leader for Enterprise Community Partners. My full testimony has been submitted for the record. I recall fondly in June 2020, Professor Anthony Cook of Georgetown University and Heather Raspberry of Hand and I providing you and your office with draft language of a DC-focused bill modeled on the federal HR 40 legislation. I sincerely applaud you and your team for the work over the last 3 years with a wide range of stakeholders to get us to this hearing today on this legislation that you have introduced. And I applaud you for getting us to this momentous day. Enterprise takes racial equity seriously, both internally within our organization and in our external community serving programs and initiatives that are highlighted in my written testimony. When I move on to say I support the bill's goal to pursue an evidentiary case for reparations, it is important that the work moving forward defines the negative impacts of slavery and subsequent systematic oppression of Black people on Black people of African descent that are currently or were residents of the District of Columbia and their descendants. We encourage the task force to put a particular focus of its efforts on the harms done by both governmental and non-governmental entities operating in the District of Columbia and its proceedings. The task force should explore questions such as a history of the injury, how the injury has historically impacted and exists among African Americans in the District of Columbia today, remedies for the injury at the municipal level as it applies to both public and private sector entities that cause the injury. Recommendations may include, but may not be limited to, direct payments to individuals and or recommendations related to institutional and systems level investments, the quantifiable cost for recommended remedies or repairs to compensate for the evidenced injuries, the parties responsible for providing the remedies, repair, and their connection to the injury, the parties responsible for managing the distribution of repairs, and a timeline for intervention to accomplish the remedies and repairs. We support the task force studying the collected data, best practices, and other models for reparations proposals, and encourage the task force to be transparent and accessible to the public in its work. Regarding the Reparations Foundation Fund in Section 3 of the bill, while we understand the desire and perhaps need to create one, it may be too early in the process to set both the volume and sources of funds at this time. We recommend acknowledging that a future fund should be created and that the parameters for it will be informed by work still to come from the task force. Until the evidence-based scale and types of repairs have been researched and understood, it's difficult to project the scale, types, and parties responsible for providing repair. It is also unknown at this time who will be eligible to benefit from the resources. Another consideration is that the sources of funds cited in the bill may not be most relevant for addressing the root causes and impacts of the injuries found. For example, the fund sources could be more directly reflect the role of current racial wealth disparities in determining a governmental source of contribution. The task force may be in a good position to assess and recommend sources of funds that best tie to the evidence and its impacts, as well as determining what sources are most equitable to draw from among the district's revenue streams. Finally, one important observation is that not all forms of reparations are monetary in nature. They may include future actions, public accountability, and apology, legislation, programs, and other forms of dismantling of existing racist and discriminatory systems, practices, and behaviors. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate your contributions. You talked about the work that we've done over the years on this, and I want to just publicly recognize you and your team for supporting the work that we've done here and all the work you've done outside of the district. Just for planning purposes, we're going to go next to Serena Jones, who's here in person, but then it's going to be followed by Bill Medford and Ronnie Galvin, who have joined us on the Zoom. So you all are going to be next, but we're going to turn to Serena Jones. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Serena Jones. I'm an interning organizer with 1DC for the summer. I'm very grateful to be here and to witness all these testimonies. Today I'll be sharing the testimony of Zilla Wesley, who could not be here. Similar to myself, Zilla is a fourth-generation Native Washingtonian. She is also the radical democracy organizer with 1DC. We argue that all people within the Black diaspora should receive reparations equivalent to the amount of wealth generated as a result of slavery, as well as what was lost as a result of racial discrimination like Jim Crow. Reparations should also consist of a true and formal apology and economic rehabilitation programs, and the task force should consist of those within the Black diaspora and employ a transparent process which includes the larger harmed community. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to join us in person and provide that testimony. Next is Bill Medford.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and all the committee members for holding this really important hearing today and for allowing me to testify. It's my pleasure to testify today in strong support of the Reparations Foundation Fund and the Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. My name is Bill Medford. I'm the Executive Director of the Festival Center. We're a faith-based community center providing affordable housing to nonprofits and justice-seeking organizations in DC. Reparations is an issue we have long been advocating for at the Festival Center. This past Christmas, we brought together 5 faith leaders and academics who wrote weekly reflections on the lectionary passages for each of the 5 Sundays of Advent, looking at Advent through the lens of reparations. We focused on reparations because Advent is a time of expectation for Christians awaiting the coming of a Messiah who will bring about justice to the nations, a Savior who will make that which is broken straight and repair all who have been harmed. Though there are many elected leaders today throughout the country who want to whitewash U.S. history and forget about a legacy of enslavement and genocide, we must acknowledge past harms if we want to bring about needed repair and healing, which is at the heart of liberation. One of the writers for the Advent study, Dr. Renee Harrison, an associate professor of African American and U.S. religious history at Howard University School of Divinity, wrote that Advent reminds America of its breach of God's promise and crimes against Black-bodied people, the enslavement of nearly 4 million Black women, men, and children to help forge this young nation into being and to enrich institutions, corporations, families, and individuals for generations to come is one of the most significant breaches in human history. And this breach cannot simply be addressed by acknowledgement. And because we need more than mere acknowledgement, this legislation and others like it become necessary. I want to echo what Reverend Kwan shared earlier, that Christians or people of faith really should be at the forefront of calling for legislation such that you have introduced. It is necessary because it will establish a slavery-era database of records related to slaveholding, as well as set up a task force to study and make proposals for African Americans directly wronged by slavery, Jim Crow, and institutional racism. These historic and institutional injustices need both legislative solutions and individual commitment. That is why we are committed to supporting, as one of those steps, the Reparations Foundations Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023 and urge its quick passage. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next is Ronnie Galvin.
Good day, Council Member McDuffie, Donnie, to everyone organized there. I regret that I cannot be with you today. If you hear my voice, I'm very much under the weather, but I did not want to miss this moment. Again, my name is Ronnie Galvin, and let me begin my remarks, and they're going to be abbreviated because of my voice. But let me begin my remarks by just saying how pleased and encouraged I am that DC has stepped into the fight for local reparations, particularly that the fight is happening in the nation's capital. And as others have said before me, we have a chance to take what many meant for evil and to use it for good. The fact that we have this unique, challenging, if you will, relationship with the federal government gives us an opportunity at this moment, perhaps if we take the opportunity to not only make a claim for reparations in DC, but to also make that claim against the federal government. So it's funny how God can use what they meant for evil for good. I'm going to be very brief. As y'all know, the UN has 5 conditions for full reparations. I won't name all of them here, but the first of those conditions is the condition of cessation, assurances, and guarantees of non-repetition. And that particular condition says that under international law, a state responsible for injuring a people is under obligation to do 2 things. 1, to cease the act of continuing the harm, and 2, to offer appropriate assurances and guarantees of non-repetition. As the task force is seated, selected, and does its work in whatever form the task force comes to us, I invite them, as they do their research and analysis and deliberation, to name under what conditions this country and this city's political economic systems designed, born, and committed to racism, extraction, and exploitation of Black people, Black families, and Black communities. Under what circumstances could these systems live up to a commitment to cease the assault on the humanity of Black people? And after ceasing, if that happens, how could they ever assure us that it would never happen again in any form? I'm challenged to name in any instance in history where this country made and kept its promise to Black people. And I'm challenged, even if reparations comes, how that works in a system of racial capitalism. And so I want to invite the committee or the task force or the agency, as my friend Timmy recommended, to consider not just the payment of reparations, but also structural interventions, democratic economic forms that have been promulgated by people like the Democracy Collaborative, Prosperity Now, Common Futures, and things of the like, so that an economy that has been built and designed for the destruction of Black people can move from the hands of the destroyers into the hands of the people who have suffered the most. It is only then we make that kind of structural intervention and change that we can ensure that the repair is not just an event, but that it endures for the future. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear you are under the weather, Ronnie, but obviously glad that you were able to join today to put your testimony on the record. I'm also glad that Pastor William Lamar is also here virtually to be able to testify. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us, and you can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Thank you so much for your work, and to those of you who are here. I greet you from the campus of the Princeton Theological Seminary. And as I look out of my window, I see beautiful manicure acres where persons come to study the nuances and tenets of Christian faith. What is challenging about this place is that its heft and its wealth, its billion-dollar endowment, rests upon breaking and extracting the bodies of Black men, Black women, and Black children. They have undergone a process of trying to audit what happened and what they owe in return to the descendants of those from whom they extracted their wealth in the name of one who came for liberation and freedom, salvation for all. I want to make sure that I am clear in my testimony that we are not doing new work, but we're doing the work of Callie House. We're doing the work of Queen Mother Moore, of James Foreman, of Randall Robinson, who recently joined the Ancestors. And it's important for Washington, D.C. to remember, as has been said, that the 10 square miles selected as the site for the nation's capital were annexed from an armed labor camp. Persons of African descent were forced to work and build wealth for others. It's important to understand that in 1862, when Africans were freed from the yoke of bondage, $300 in reparations were paid to those who enslaved us. What I want to make clear to those of us who will move forward with this work together is that we've never had a problem with reparations. We've had a problem with paying Black people what they are owed. We have compensated the wealthy, we've compensated enslavers, we have compensated other groups. And so as Washington, D.C. goes forward, I hope the faith community and our elected officials and others who care about this justice that is pursued and still denied will ensure that those who have been most put upon in this city, whose descendants have not been able to develop wealth, who have had, as has been mentioned, racialized policing and all of the remnants of racialized capitalism hindering their ability to thrive in the nation's capital, that we will do what is necessary to not kick the can, to not say that there is not political will, but to ensure that reparations come, because as we continue to take from this community, we eliminate the possibility of this nation and this city being all that it can be. And so in the name of those who have come before us, Jesus, who once he encountered Zacchaeus said that I restore all those whom I have taken money fourfold. It is time for reparations and restoration. We're thankful for this study and moving forward. And we pray, as Ronnie said, that we will be able to move forward while building a system that will ensure equity as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. McDuffie, and thank you all for this.
Thank you, Pastor Lamar. We really appreciate it. And thank you to each of the witnesses on this panel. I mean, the theme of these panels were clearly philanthropy and faith. And I think both are going to be extraordinarily important to the work, given how extraordinarily important faith and philanthropy have been to advances that we've seen more recently and throughout history. I will say the reach that you all have is something that needs to be tied to the work the committee does. And while there are a limit to the numbers of members who might be on the task force, assuming that this is something that will get the support necessary within committee to move to the full council and be passed, I'm thinking about, what other types of working groups or subgroups are going to be needed to really reach the amount of people who have to have a seat at the table and have to have their voices represented. And as I look at this panel, the people who are here and the folks who are online who just testified, I know your work is already reaching so many people who should be represented in this process. And so I'd urge you all to help me think through and help my team think through what that looks like, right? I mean, there's the things that are outlined in the four corners of the documents of the bill, but then there's all the other stuff that might not be listed or expressly enumerated in this proposal that needs to be done. And so I'm not even sure what that looks like as I sit here, except hearing your testimony, understanding your reach. I know that this process is not going to be complete if you all don't have a role in really touching the folks who you're already pastoring to, in terms of philanthropy, the folks who grant dollars are already touching and supporting. It's going to be important to have you all represented in this process. And I again, ask you to help me think about what that looks like. Okay? Appreciate it. Thank you all so much for your testimony. And if you all haven't provided your written testimony, yet to the committee, I would encourage you all to do so. All right, we're going to call our next panel. If you're following at home or following the agenda, Shirley Riven Smith is president of the North Woodridge Citizens Association. Good friend. We're going to start there. It's page 5, panel 10. Sheila Carson Carr, Commissioner Anthony Lorenzo Green, Commissioner Salim Adolfo, Commissioner Trupti Patel, Dorothy Douglas, Ward 7 DC Democratic State Committee woman, Deatrice Belt, the Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association, Patricia Stamper, Commissioner 7C06, former Commissioner Bob King, Ward 8 Health Council member Jaron Hill Lockridge, and Robert Harvey with Rebuilding the Community. Commissioner Sabrina Rhodes, ANC 5D02. George Jones, CEO, Bread for the City. Abel Nunez with Central American Resource Center. And we're going to keep calling down in panel 11, just if you're following. Nikaya Mujahid with the Fair Budget Coalition. Okay, it's with us in person. Abel Nunez is with us in person. Sarah Johnson, Birchstone Moore LLC, is with us in person. Daniel Del Pielago with Empower DC. Linda Brown, Tavon Tate, Erica Williams with DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Ty Hobson Power, Concerned Citizens DC, is here in person. Abel Nunez, thanks for joining us in person. We're going to begin with you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, and everyone here. I'm here today to lend my full support to the approval of Bill 25-152, the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. This bill is an important first step in discussing and addressing the unforgivable crime of slavery committed against humanity and suffered by African people and their descendants at the hands of the people who settled this land that became our nation. To begin to heal the wounds from this atrocity, local, state, and federal governments need to identify what justice looks like. Reparations are the act of making amends for a wrongdoing. According to the United Nations, adequate, effective, and prompt reparations is intended to promote justice and by redressing gross violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. As the executive director of the Central American Resource Center, Carecen, I am committed to racial equity, where Black, Indigenous, and all people of color are at the center of the solutions. Many of the immigrants we serve come from countries with their own legacies of slavery, repression, and violence. These people seek refuge in this country. They seek the American dream, that national ethos of the United States, a set of ideals including representative democracy, rights, liberty, and equality, in which freedom is interpreted as the opportunity for individual prosperity and success, as well as upward social mobility for oneself and their children, can be achieved through hard work without arbitrary barriers. As an immigrant myself, I continue to believe in this dream, just as my family did when they decided to move to the United States. But we must no longer make this mistake that sought after prosperity of the American dream was built by enslavement of Africans and the continued expropriation of their labor. This is the foundational truth of this country alongside the American genocide. Plantation owners leased out black people whose labor was exploited to build this very city, the capital of the nation. However, after almost 160 years of abolition, white supremacy still guards the exploitation of the children of the enslaved Africans. The continued cruelty has been nothing but catastrophic. In 2016, an Urban Institute reported that white households in D.C. have a net worth 81 times greater than their black neighbors. The struggle to secure reparations for black people has been a generations-long fight. Continuing their struggle, we need to ensure that this movement continues to be black-led. I want to highlight a couple of recommendations, more in my written testimony, to the committee to consider as we move this bill for approval. One is that the members of the task force should be compensated. Two is that the task force, at a minimum, should have access to paid content experts and dedicated staff to facilitate their deliberation process. And any money used to fund this program should not come from sources that are contributed by black people, since it contradicts the purpose and the principles of reparations. More clarity and balance should be given to the impact of slavery and the ongoing trauma of exploitation experienced by black people, such as Jim Crow, white race riots, redlining, the war on poverty, and other factors. In closing, I just want to reiterate that Carecen supports this bill, and we are committed to working with this committee and all the stakeholders to strengthen this bill prior to becoming law. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think what we'll do, since y'all are here, we're going to go down the line. So you'll be next. Thanks. You can hit the button at the base of the microphone, turn it on. Perfect.
Got you. Good. All right. First, giving honor to God, Councilmember McDuffie, his committee. It's an honor to be here. Ty Hobson Powell, represent Concerned Citizens as the executive director. In the shadow of Capitol Hill, I'm honestly, consistently reminded of the aspirations that this nation has of being great to all people. But you see, as grand as America is and has been, our history requires us to address an unsettling truth, which is that the American dream has been an American nightmare for a lot of people. Our nation's prosperity, our rise to prominence, has largely been built on the backs of my ancestors, forged by the scarred hands and men of women who bore chains instead of freedoms, who were a part of this capitalism, this system that we laud, this system that we applaud, despite the fact that it's been a con game for black people for so many years, for so many generations, a system of exploiting black bodies and black minds to create intellectual property and wealth for a particular few. But you see, I know, having been well-versed in the history of my people from going to Howard University, that my people were not just slaves. We have a history that predates the transatlantic voyage. We were scholars, we were builders, we were explorers, we were kings and queens of magnificent kingdoms. We were creators of complex societies with intricate systems of trade, governance, and culture. They were people who, for all intents and purposes, pulled themselves up by their proverbial bootstraps, but they had their boots stolen from them. They watched their citizens taken to nations abroad and brutalized for centuries. During the Reconstruction era that followed the Civil War, we had Americans that looked like you and I that again pulled themselves up by the bootstraps, but once again they had their boots yanked from them. They were forcefully removed from positions that they were duly elected to, and they saw their efforts to establish racial equity sabotaged and undone by white supremacy. Now you see, our history is not devoid of prosperity and success. It is, however, marred by the violent setbacks of white supremacy. You see, we remember Tulsa, Oklahoma as a testament to black entrepreneurship, to prosperity, and to the embodiment of what a community could do when it's allowed to pull itself up by the bootstraps. But in 1921, it was burned and bombed. Yet again, our bootstraps snatched away, hijacked by racialized vitriol and the systems that enable it. We didn't falter. In the civil rights era, we organized, we marched, we protested, we legislated, we did everything. But every step forward was met with vehement pushback. The assassination or incarceration of our movement's leaders, policies aimed to suppress black power and autonomy. Throughout the history of this nation, the systemic and insidious nature of white supremacy has threatened every mainstream effort that African Americans have made to pull ourselves up. It's not just about pulling oneself up. It's about the environment that allows or denies that progress. It's about systems that support that growth. We have been trying to pull ourselves up, and we have succeeded time and time again despite the weight of systemic racism pulling us down. On this day, let us be reminded that it's not the lack of pulling, it's the boot that's been continuously stolen from us. We're not just the descendants of those that were slaves, we are the descendants of those that had the audacity to pull themselves up, time and time again, even when the world was hell-bent on pulling them down. Our narrative is not one of defeat, but of resilience, of constant, relentless striving. Let us continue in that spirit, fighting not just for the right to pull ourselves up, but for a society that allows us to keep our boots on and to walk in them without fear. Reparations is not just about compensation. It's about acknowledging a historic wrong, recognizing the magnitude of injustice, and making tangible strides to mend the torn fibers of our societal fabric. In a country that intentionally enslaves, murders, and incarcerates a group of people on the basis of race is a country that can make sure that it intentionally feeds, educates, and houses that same group of people on the basis of race. We stand on the brink of possibility with this bill, on the brink of progress. Let us walk this path together, a united people ready to correct the course of history, willing to acknowledge the past, ready to face the future with resolution. We can be the generation that takes a stand that ensures that all Americans can participate fully in the promise of this great nation. Now is the time for reparations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next. Good afternoon.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon. My name is Nakai Mujahid. I'm here to testify on behalf of the Fair Budget Coalition, but also as a fourth-generation Washingtonian and Ward 7 resident. I'm glad to be here to offer testimony regarding the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force. It's a beautiful thing to see this conversation moving back to the top of our collective agenda. But as important as it is to have the conversation, it's equally critical that we're having the right conversation. America owes its life to Black people. America owes its position as a global hegemon, its economic power, the infrastructure, its branding, its ability to feed itself, its red, its white, and its blue to Black people. We have not been paid. D.C. as the nation's capital and as a welcoming station for our elders and ancestors who fled the Jim Crow South as refugees is no different. It owes Black people. D.C. has a $19 billion budget, some of the most gorgeous homes and neighborhoods in the country, as we see, highly coveted. We have a gorgeous city planning, architecture, artistic excellence, and cultural standard setting. And did I mention a $19 billion budget? That was built by Black people. D.C. too owes us a debt. D.C. and the nation have also, in addition to the debts owed for the work that we have not been rightfully compensating for, it has done us harm that we haven't even had the time, the space, or the resources to understand. D.C. didn't even recognize our people as refugees when they came from the South, right? And so in addition to all of the work that we have had stolen from us, the energy we have had stolen from us, there has been so much immense harm done to us in this land, in this state. And I only got 3 minutes, so I can't get into all of it, but I want to name that there is intergenerational harm, there is spiritual harm. We're talking about state-sanctioned terrorism over generations, and we are still being terrorized by the state, this very state, today. Our names were stolen through the institution of slavery, histories erased, rituals lost forever, our birth and practices torn asunder, see Black maternal health crisis, our gods stolen, our sanctuaries ransacked. A check does not fix psychological or spiritual torment, and as a theologian, also from Howard, we are missing the mark if we ignore these layers of harm. If reparations is truly about harm repair, and it must be, then we must take a holistic, comprehensive approach. In terms of the fields of repair, we can't only talk about payment, but funding specifically to establish financial security, to build up transformative grassroots movements, and to afford descendants the ability to rest. There was never a pause after slavery. We never got to pause, reflect. At the very least, we need some paid time off to rest, grieve, heal, reconnect, and learn from ourselves. We need direct support for education, including funding and capital to build anti-colonial community schools. We need direct financial and institutional support for our mental health. We need liberation and expungement for all of the Black people currently enslaved through the federal prison system. And since Blackness and indigeneity are inextricable, and they are, as a Black woman who is also carrying Nanticoke blood and roots, we need our land back as well. Reparations must be a system intended towards decolonizing land use and creating Black control of agriculture. We also need to not just level the playing field, but we really have to change the game. And so I wonder what it would look like to recalibrate the value of Black labor, the labor that has carried so much of the work for so long in this current economy. Additionally, D.C. must leverage its position as the nation's capital in holding Congress accountable and paying its due. D.C. alone cannot atone for the harm done in a federal territory with and by federal resources. That's something for the task force to consider. If reparations is due to Black and Afro-Indigenous people, who is to pay for them? I took note that two of the primary funding sources outlined in a proposed bill in the proposed bill fail to do the work determined by the spirit of reparations. The current bill proposes that reparations is funded primarily by two sources being sales tax revenue and traffic fines. This in and of itself is untenable and harmful since 62% of the traffic fines have been leveraged against Black communities in poverty. Since Black people pay sales taxes, that is also untenable. Are we actually going to ask Black Washingtonians to pay for their own reparations? Because of all of the harms leveraged against Black people in and from DC were done so intentionally to the direct benefit of white supremacy, white people, white-owned businesses and corporations and the federal government, the only answer that actually repairs the harm is the intentional redistribution of wealth and resources from white spaces and government institutions to Black spaces. Yes.
I gave you an extra minute, but I wanted to just let you know that you were over your
I
time.
appreciate that. I'm gonna wrap it up with this. So at its core, reparations can't be a check. It's a process, a system, a paradigm. At its core, it has to be the restorative, radical redistribution of wealth and resources. We must lean into taxing the wealthy. We have to tax corporations, and we also have to bring the federal government into accountability. This is not an inside job. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your testimony, for being here in person this afternoon. Next.
It is perfect that I follow you because thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. I'm the founding attorney of a boutique law firm. My name is Sarah Moore Johnson in the district that focuses on estate planning for people who have a net worth of $50 million to $500 million in assets. I'm a white woman from the South, and the lessons that I learned in Sunday school did not square with the discrimination that I saw around me every day. So I do strongly support Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. A colleague of mine and I wrote a law review article that was published in the spring 2022 Journal of the Real Estate Property Trust and Estates Journal titled The Forgotten 40 Acres, How Real Property, Probate, and Tax Laws Contributed to the Racial Wealth Gap and How Tax Policy Could Repair It. I am here today to encourage you to consider tax policy as a way to incentivize private citizens, wealthy white citizens, to contribute to racial repair. And I am here today to plant 3 seeds for how the district could use tax policy to help pay for reparations. Our ideas are summarized as follows. First, we should use the estate tax to pay for reparations, as the estate tax was created for the purpose of eliminating a large wealth disparity that had arisen in the early 1900s between the robber barons and the Industrial Revolution laborers. And the estate tax worked to create a booming middle class, mostly white people, before it was weakened by a Republican president and Congress starting in the early 2000s. The District of Columbia is one of the rare states that does have, not a state, does have an estate tax that raises between $30 to $40 million in revenue each year. These tax revenues could make a significant impact on reducing racial wealth disparity in DC. One of the criticisms of looking to white wealth for reparations is the idea of unfairness. You will often hear the refrain, I didn't have slaves, I didn't discriminate, so I shouldn't have to pay. A remarkable benefit of the estate tax is that essentially it is a tax on no one. The estate belongs not to the wealth creator, who is deceased, and it also does not belong to the wealth creator's family. It is only through the action of law, the courts, and the government that wealth passes to the family at all. Our second idea is to create a path for reparations through charitable giving. Charities have been a leader in reparations efforts, as we've heard from many today, from religious organizations, community-based charities, and foundations who are already doing the work envisioned by reparative efforts. To be clear, racial repair is a matter of justice based on broken promises and human rights violations. Therefore, reparations cannot proceed from a request from generosity. However, the tax deduction framework for charitable contributions is useful because it is easily understood and readily adopted by wealthy white taxpayers. Under existing federal law, the district could create a government-sponsored reparations foundation fund to which individuals from anywhere in the country, not just the District of Columbia, should be able to make federal and state income tax deductible charitable contributions. We can have the whole country paying into our fund. Third, we would encourage tax breaks for the recipients of reparations. If the district decides to make direct cash payments to eligible recipients of reparative funds, we suggest that the payments could be placed in a tax-favored savings account with a framework similar to that already in place for college savings under Code Section 529. Each eligible recipient of a reparations payment could have their own savings account, which would be funded directly by the government or by charitable organizations. Funds in the saving accounts could grow income tax-free, at least free of DC income taxes, with hopefully a federal exemption to follow. These reparations savings accounts should be transferred by death, by beneficiary designation, or to other eligible recipients thus allowing more Black Americans to enjoy the financial security that an inheritance brings. The tax code has incentivized white wealth building for years. If we can harness tax incentives to create a private-public partnership to help fund reparations, we may be able to get white Americans to willingly or even enthusiastically help pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you for wrapping up, and I appreciate it. I know that 3 minutes clearly isn't enough time for everybody to be able to get through what it is you'd like to offer for this hearing. Understanding that, I'm encouraging everybody to provide their testimony in writing. To the extent you need to expound, then we obviously welcome that as well. We clearly want to be able to get through to some of the other witnesses who have signed up as well, and there are many. There's a lot of interest in this topic, so I'm going to turn to the folks who are with us virtually, starting with Commissioner Patel. Thanks for joining us, and you can begin your testimony, Commissioner. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. Wish I could be there in person today. Unfortunately, I'm at work, so hence I'm testifying in our private party room. My name is Shrifti Patel. I'm a third-term ANC commissioner that represents single-member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. But most importantly, I'm the legacy of 2 suitcases and $8. And so I'm sure everyone is wondering why I am testifying in support of this task force. As an immigrant that has benefited off of the unpaid labor of Black Americans, I have an immigrant debt to pay, and that is to stand in solidarity to amplify all the harms that have been caused to Black Americans. When my mother was here, Councilmember McDuffie, she heard you talk about reparations at a panel, and it was the first time in her life that she'd heard about this concept and didn't know, and you shifted in the way that she thought, and honestly broke her heart that day because she just didn't know how slavery had done so much damage to Black Americans. And from that moment on, she asked me to commit to her that I would do anything and everything to help you make sure that this would become a reality. And she wanted me to share this story with you. She wanted me to tell you that the caste we are from in India, it's known as the Adivasi caste, and it's one caste above being an untouchable. So when my parents immigrated to this country, they came here because they wanted to escape casteism. Because in India, people of our caste were not allowed to be educated. We were not allowed to amass and accumulate wealth. And then when they immigrated to this country to escape casteism, they ran into racism. And as immigrants with no concept of what American slavery was and what it had done, and this is a true story, for my father to explain what racism was, he made me watch the film Roots that was based on the novel by Alex Haley. And he told me, he said, I want you to know the history of what this country has done to Black Americans, and don't ever be a part of being a secondary oppressor. Asian American immigrants have now realized that they have been secondary oppressors to Black Americans, and they are now starting to organize and want to be in solidarity with Black Americans to help in the reparation and the restoration of their dignity that has been long overdue. And if my mother were here, she'd want you to know that she sends her warm affection and most of all, warm wishes and prayers for your success on this endeavor. So I just want to say that to you. Thank you for everything you do. And just let me know how it can help. ANC2A will be putting out a resolution next week at its meeting to say that we support the establishment of this task force. I won't be able to stay for questions, but I did want my comments to be part of the record. So thank you. And thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to provide the testimony virtually. And I really appreciated meeting your mom and you sharing that very personal story. Thank you for that, Commissioner. I'm going to call the other virtual witnesses, but before I do, I want to make sure I don't want to have you all sitting up here a lot longer than you need to. But I will ask, because I cut a couple of you all off, is there anything that you'd like to add to the record that you haven't already said before I excuse this panel? Yes, please.
I just wanted to specifically add on estate tax, deed tax, tax on the wealthy as the vehicles that we really need to employ in DC.
Okay. And I know that you testified, I believe, in the California bill, Sarah. And I know you have, we have your testimony in writing, but is there anything else that you didn't get a chance to mention, given the limits of the time here?
However helpful I can be to this effort, I would like to be involved. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to take you up on that, for sure. We appreciate it. Thank you all so much for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Deatrice Belt, who has joined us virtually. I see you can turn on your video. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Yes.
Hi,
That's next.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Can I just speak? I don't want to have the video on.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, sure. You can definitely do that, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. I'll just let you know. I don't know if you can see the clock, but you can begin your testimony.
Well, I can. Just let me know. Okay, thank you.
All right.
My name is Deatrice Belt, and I'm a third-generation D.C. resident. Until a few years ago, my 57-year-old mother, 15-year-old daughter, and I were proud residents of the Berry Farm community, a public housing complex in Anacostia that I called home for over 25 years. Due to the D.C. Housing Authority's poorly planned redevelopment of Berry Farm that failed to keep us in place while redeveloping the property, my family and dozens of other families who lived at Berry Farm were forced to leave our homes. In addition, we lived at Berry Farm. In addition, we lived at Berry Farm. We had to endure horrific housing conditions because the DC Housing Authority had failed to make repairs at the property. This was their policy for years. Like so many other Black DC residents, our families deserve reparations to repair the many harms we have suffered because of the city's actions. The harm we have suffered is more than just what happens to us at Berry Farm. For example, my mother and I have had to reside in public housing our whole lives because we could not afford to rent other housing. If we were not public housing residents, our housing choices would be limited to neighborhoods east of the river and potentially to houses that is unsafe and unhealthy. In my case, I love and wish to remain in Anacostia, but I should not be limited to a specific zip code because the rents are too high in most of the city and because as a Black woman, I do not make the same amount of money at my job as other white people. I have worked as a dental assistant for over 20 years, and to this day, my salary is not nearly enough to make ends meet. It is unjust that people who look like me have less available housing and job opportunities compared to others. As far as Berry Farm, it is a special place. I want you to understand why displacing my mom, my daughter, and me from this community has been so harmful to us. Berry Farm is a part of the rich history of the District of Columbia. In 1867, the Freedmen's Bureau established the area as a post-Civil War community for people who were formerly enslaved. Eventually, the Bureau subdivided the 375 acres it had purchased and made lots available to Black families who either purchased the land or signed land leases for it. Berry Farm was the first DC community for Black homeowners and one of the most vibrant Black communities in the city. Frederick Douglass' own sons resided at Berry Farm. This is sadly no longer the case. Since 2006, Berry Farm residents have been fighting to stay in their homes or at least to return to their community after the redevelopment. After numerous redevelopment plans and a few lawsuits against the Housing Authority led to the Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association, of which I am president, we are still left with no guarantee that the city is going to replace original units one for one. It is not even clear whether the Housing Authority will replace of the units so that the remaining affordable and large enough to house families. As of 2019, the majority of Berry Farm residents have been pushed out of their homes to make way for the redevelopment. As a result, we, the former Berry Farm residents, have been robbed of our community and nearby support networks. More than most other groups, Black DC residents and especially former Berry Farm tenants, and a testament to the need for reparations. Our lived experience is proof positive that the district needs a system that will remedy, account for, and repair the injustices so many Black residents have suffered. I ask all the council to vote in favor of the Reparations Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. It is a first but necessary step in making so many families like mine whole. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate you taking time to add your voice to this record. Next is Robert Harvey. Good afternoon to you, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon to you, sir, council, and everybody in attendance. I just want to say that I think it's a great initiative, but I'm kind of put back Councilman McDuffie, because like my friend from the IF Foundation said, how sincere are we? Because I know just last week I was campaigning toward you trying to repeal like Initiative 82. There were some things in Initiative 82 that you were trying to align for restaurant services. Or in general, what I'm trying to say is that we have to be honest about what we're doing in governing, because reparations meaning reparating the people that are coming up now, kind of. And that's why I'm at. We're not talking about, I mean, we can talk about the historical blights of the community, but it's an ongoing process. So we're caught up in reparations being a period in time, and it's not. It's a process. It's a process implemented by government and policy. So first of all, Michael Jackson, this is a man in the mirror moment. I know that you put a campaign about purchasing the Wardman Hotel for $150 million, but we couldn't garner any support. Why? I was a part of the Wardman strategy team. So I'm out here in the community, and I know that while we're talking about reparating the community, we're also talking about the violence in the community and increasing the police budget and how can we get more police when we're not auditing the processing of the policing we have going on right now. So all that I'm saying is that this is a man in the mirror moment, because you're in a position of power. And if you're sincere about this task, then you will reach out to the community and allow us to lead. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for taking the time to provide testimony this afternoon. We're going to have Commissioner Sabrina Rhodes, who has also joined us virtually, to testify next. Appreciate you joining.
Hello, thanks for having me, Councilmember McDuffie, and for bringing this Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. I'm a community organizer with Empower DC and advisory neighborhood commissioner for Ivy City. I'm also a native of the district, and my family has been in the community of Deanwood since the 50s. We have seen our history painted on outer walls of buildings as an acknowledgement of accomplishments, but that's where it ends. DC has allowed rich developers who have no interest in our home, only dreams of profit and wealth that continue to be made off our backs. DC was predominantly African American and formerly called Chocolate City, despite its history being deeply intertwined with the struggle for civil rights and racial equality. From the days of slavery to segregation and redlining, the residents of DC have faced systemic discrimination and marginalization. The effects of these injustices continue to fester today, perpetuating racial disparities in education, employment, healthcare, and housing. Reparation isn't only about financial compensation. They're about acknowledging the deep-rooted injustices inflicted upon a community and working towards healing and reconciliation. Reparations for the residents of DC will be a recognition of the historical wrongs committed against us, providing us with the means to address the persistent disparities and systemic disadvantages we continue to face. Reparations for DC should align with the values of democracy and fairness that our nation is supposed to hold dear, that we all know is furthest from the truth on many levels. The system of white supremacy is reaping all those rewards of our labor to ensure liberty and justice for all, not just for some. This means making sure wrongs are made right. By providing reparations in full, we could take a step towards rectifying the historical injustices of wealth gaps, harm and displacement of district residents, lift equity in the process and solution, and bringing in more equitable and inclusive society. Please don't come to us with your plans. Our ancestors built this city for nothing, while the wealthy continue to get wealthy, kicking us down to nothing. The wealthy 1% should be required to pay a reparation tax going back 400 years. Their generational wealth will certainly be transferred back to our families. 400 years of colonialism, the slave trade, rape, torture, intergenerational trauma, stolen lives, displacement, and lives from corporations, educational, religious, and work institutions, and a prison system which held and continue to hold our Black brothers and sisters down because of the generational trauma that we live. And I'm gonna wrap up. The harm runs deep which cannot be repaired. No apology, mural, or amount of money can fix it. Stopping the systems, institutions, and practices causing the harm, and to make sure this never happen again should be the mission and the goal of the task force. The task force should include initiatives to address the racial wealth disparities, educational inequities, criminal justice reform, affordable housing, healthcare access, voting rights, and economic empowerment. I have a lot more. I probably need like 5,000 minutes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I'll yield my time, but I'll wait till you ask questions.
Yeah, and if you haven't already done so, Commissioner, then we'd love to have your written testimony for the record. And that's the case for all the witnesses as well. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. It's good to see you always, Commissioner. It's also good to see George Jones, who's the CEO of Bread for the City. I really appreciate all your work and the work of your team and all the times you testify here at the council. So thanks for being able to join us virtually. I'm going to turn to you next for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Council Member Chairman McDuffie. It's always a pleasure to testify about things that really mean a lot to me, and it's a privilege to do that. And even though I wasn't sure about the details of the Reparations Foundation Fund and the task force, you have me at reparations when it comes to me standing up and saying it is the right thing to do, it's the moral thing to do, and it's a smart thing to do. I have not submitted my testimony yet. I will within the next few days, and I will try not to be redundant because there have been people who are more eloquent than I can be and more detailed, nuanced detail than I had. But so I do want to say that I'm certainly in support of a reparations fund, and especially in support of the task force establishment, because I do think it is a matter of, hopefully it'll be a matter of the community members who are on that task force who will help us shape the legislation, shape the fund and how it's distributed. People have mentioned it, but I cannot say that, I cannot testify without saying that there have been 400 years of Black people in this country and 200 plus years in DC of Black people being enslaved, Jim Crowed, redlined, lynched, legal separation, gerrymandering of voting, poll taxes for voting. I mean, this country has harmed Black people for 400 consecutive years, and to some degree remains, that harm in a lot of ways remains in place. It's still happening, and it shows up in terms of the income disparity and wealth gaps that exist in DC and across the country for Black people. And people have talked really powerfully today about how generational wealth transferred to whites really sort of resulted in the disadvantage of non-wealth and low incomes being the burden of Black people living in the city and across the country. This legislation follows the lead in some ways of a number of other cities, Los Angeles, Evanston, Illinois, Asheville, North Carolina, several others to name those, but to name that few. And so I'm pleased that we are getting ourselves together to push for reparations. The last thing I'd like to say is I do have concerns about the sources, taxes and fees. As someone pointed out earlier, it is antithetical to the whole premise of reparations for Black people. Money is to be a part of the repayment to address the harms. And I really do worry that we have not created a scenario where we will have enough money to really make a significant impact on the harms and what's really due is indeed reparations to Black. So I look forward to submitting my testimony. I appreciate the time, and really I am excited about the fact that you've introduced this legislation, and I hope we get to work on making it really something that impacts and sort of repairs the harm done to Blacks in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate the concerns that you and others have raised about the sources that are proposed in the draft bill. I do want to acknowledge that it is indeed just that, a draft bill, as is anything that's been introduced. I think you and others, I know we're going to hear from Erica Williams next, but a number of you all are familiar with the council process and how bills that are introduced often look slightly differently or significantly different than where they end up if they have the support to move out of committee into the full council. So definitely want as many people to give us feedback as possible for this bill, and look forward to perhaps shaping it so that it looks a little different than it looks today in an effort to generate the type of support necessary to move it forward. But thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn to Erica Williams, Executive Director of DC Fiscal Policy Institute, next. It's great to have you here to testify virtually this afternoon. Look forward to hearing your testimony, and you can begin.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie. Thanks, Donnie Crawford, for all the work I know you put in, and the rest of your staff for bringing such an important and historic conversation to the council, to the public. I've been very inspired by all of the brilliance and the passion that's been brought to the conversation today. And I just want to add our support that the DC Fiscal Policy Institute wholeheartedly supports the creation of a reparations task force, the collection of data on slaveholding, and the creation of a fund to support future plans for reparations in the district. We are really excited about all of it and here to be partners with you all in thinking through how this bill shapes up. We do have a couple of important changes that we'd like to see to the bill to really fulfill the spirit of repair of harm. You've already heard some of these. So first and foremost, that the Reparations Foundation Fund shouldn't draw on sales tax and traffic fine revenue to pay reparations, because those are taxes that disproportionately harm Black residents in the district. And we would urge that instead we look to tax wealth, which is held predominantly by white households in DC and beyond. We'd like the council to also refrain from collecting revenue for the fund before a plan has been formulated and adopted. We should try and right-size the revenue raising that we do to match what the plan is. And we also don't want to restrict funding for current needs that support Black residents and communities. And we also want to see the council look to out-of-the-box ways to ensure the task force representation is shaped by Black community leaders and residents, especially from communities in the district most harmed by our racist past. So I think you've heard a lot of great ideas for that today, but I wanted to say a little bit more about the case for reparations and taxing wealth. You know, slavery and the centuries of anti-Black racist policies and practices that came after have not only disproportionately and systematically denied Black people access to economic opportunity and wealth, but also helped create the tremendous concentration of wealth among white people through the use of forced Black labor, the commodification of Black bodies, destruction and expropriation of Black property, systematic denial over time of Black political, civil, economic, and human rights in order to build and maintain white economic dominance. And because of that history and because of the way that Black subjugation has been used to build white wealth, part of the repair of the white-Black wealth gap must be taxing the mass accumulation of wealth by white people so that we can make the redistribution of resources to Black people possible. A lot of data and ideas for how to do that, data on extreme wealth in the district and ideas for how to tax wealth in our testimony that we submitted. Kind of late today, but you should have it, and reasons for moving away from sales tax and traffic fines. But I want to just say thank you again for making this historic hearing happen and for bringing such critical legislation before the DC Council, and we're happy to talk about our recommendations more. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and I want to thank everybody who testified on this panel. I do look forward to getting written testimony from the folks who want to turn that in. We certainly are going to add it to the record of this hearing. I'm going to call our final in-person panel. We still, for those who are home watching or testifying virtually, we still have some folks who are here present in the council chamber 500 And so, who do we have?
Jen Jenkins.
Jen Jenkins, Joanne Lynn, Sharice Crawford, Ricardo Villalba. I really appreciate you all's patience. Last but certainly not least, in terms of the in-person panel, I'm going to make a call for the folks who would be testifying virtually, just so we can migrate you all over. But Rondell Jordan, Makia Green, Dawn Dalton, Addison Sarter, Dewan Mason, Taylor Newell, Travis Bali, Akosua Ali, William Jordan, Chris Williams, Laura Levinson. And good afternoon to the folks who are here in person. Appreciate you all being patient. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to start with Sharice Crawford, go from my right and your left down the line.
Okay, can you hear me okay, Councilmember?
I can, thanks.
I want to thank the committee. I want to thank you, Councilmember, for understanding the urgency of now. I want to thank you, Donnie Crawford, and your committee for the hard work that you've done to get us all here today. Today feels like my Super Bowl. It feels like the playoffs for my family. I want to thank the council members who have supported and signed on to this bill, those who showed up to join you at this morning's a press conference where we were able to tune in to you live. These are all milestones that I believe is going to lead our families to an incredible, incredible victory. And so I look forward to our council, our mayor, and every level of our judicial system to stand in solidarity for this effort, because it is a matter of justice in our country. It is not just a racial matter. It is a matter of social justice. My name is Sharice Crawford. I am a third-generation Native Washingtonian. I am a fifth-generation descendant of American slavery. Today I testify on behalf of Amanda Kent, who was enslaved on Kent Island, and she emancipated herself, not because of Emancipation Proclamation. She was not seen as a human and migrated into southern parts of the country where my ancestors helped to build the nation's capital. In particularly, there were non-freed slaves who helped to build Lady Freedom on the top of the dome of the U.S. Capitol, who were still considered slaves. I'm the first generation college graduate and the first assigned on my family's last name on behalf of our justice claim. So for those who believe that this is a historic matter, understand that Amanda Kent did not have an opportunity to testify on her behalf. Essie Crawford did not have an opportunity to testify on her behalf. Beulah Mae Crawford, who was an orphan in historic Langston Terrace, could not testify on her behalf, and neither could Naomi Rudd of Washington, D.C.'s Ward 8 Condon Terrace. And so I proudly stand here to share on their behalf. I've served the last 21 years of my life trying to understand and reconcile with historic harms that I did not create. But I did inherit over 400 years of debt, disability, and health crisis in my family that have been unable to explain. Every medical visit wanting to know the history of my family's health while I did not understand my own family's history. The first theft was identity. That is a federal crime which needs to be addressed at the federal level. And so, Dr. Sandy Darity, I agree that this egregious matter must be taken up at our highest courts. I've been elected to DC by DC residents on multiple occasions, and one of them, I believe that's my time, one of them as the at-large committee member by over 21,000 district residents. And I'd like to submit into testimony a unanimous resolution that was passed by residents in all 8 wards of the District of Columbia. And that resolution is in favor of reparations for H.R. 40. And I'd like to thank all of my colleagues who helped to make that huge milestone happen. Again, my name is Sharice Crawford, and thank you so much for the time, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the panel. Thank you all for being here and all of the witnesses before.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, Joanne Lynn.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Lynn, and I am the Executive Director of the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. We strongly support DC reparations. Today, I'm going to focus on just 2 points. First, since 1973, DC policies have compounded and exacerbated racial inequality that persists today. Secondly, we urge the Council to closely examine the racial impacts of funding reparations through parking and traffic fines. First, with respect to DC's criminal legal system, in the 1980s, DC passed laws mandating mandatory maximum sentences for drug sales. This was followed by an increase in drug prosecutions by nearly 300%. The MPD made 46,000 arrests in 18 months, amounting to 1 in 14 residents and resulting in more drug arrests per capita than any other comparable city. 40 years later, DC is a city that is 46% Black with a 90% prison population that is Black. In 2018, we reviewed data on the enforcement of DC's Fair Evasion statute and found that 91% of citations were issued to Black people. In 2022, the MPD admitted that its gang database contains only 1 white person, despite the evidence of white supremacist gangs in DC, including the Proud Boys. On the housing front, starting in 1970, Black families in the north and central parts of the city have been pushed to the southeast. Zoning and land use policies maintained single-family homes in Ward 3 while concentrating apartment buildings in Ward 8. In 2003, DC implemented a policy to attract 100,000 high-income residents. This plan oversaw investments that caused housing costs to soar, driving out Black families. Today, nearly all affordable housing units for low-income families lie east of the Anacostia. Wards 7 and 8 are seeing a decline in Black home ownership. DC's current patterns of housing segregation and disparity continue to actively rob Black families of the opportunity to build wealth. While we strongly support reparations, we urge the Council to examine the potential racial impacts of funding reparations through parking and traffic fines. In a city that is 43% Black, 65% of the tickets are issued to Black motorists. A driver in a predominantly Black neighborhood is 17 times more likely to receive a moving violation than a driver in a predominantly white neighborhood, even though Black neighborhoods do not experience a higher number of car crashes. We urge the Council to review other localities' reparation policies to consider alternative sources of funding, and we look forward to working with the Council to move forward swiftly with reparations to redress centuries of practices that have robbed Black labor, wealth, power, and lives. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. We're going to go next to Jen Jenkins.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie. My name is Jen Jenkins, and I am Policy Counsel with Legal Aid DC. We're here to testify in strong support of the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2022. Legal Aid supports the proposed Reparations Fund and Task Force because it will begin to address our clients' socially and politically constructed needs, caused and exacerbated by centuries of intentionally racist and exclusionary policies. Our clients are typically living at or below 200% of the federal poverty level, majority Black, and residents of wards 5, 7, and 8. Our clients come to us in moments of crisis for assistance with various civil legal needs they're experiencing, in no small part due to entrenched racist choices and policies. Based on Legal Aid's client and advocacy experience, we ask that the task force pay special attention to stabilizing the incomes and housing of Black residents. Income should be guaranteed and provided through government policies and regularly adjusted for the cost of living, inflation, and price gouging. Housing should be easily accessible, affordable, and in quality condition. Our emphasis on these items is due to their importance for our clients and the fact that they remain unaddressed systemically to this day. Guaranteed income would be a strong foundation on which reparations could be built. Racial wealth and income disparity in DC is staggering. White households in the district hold 81 times the wealth of Black households in the district. Available public benefits do not even begin to address this disparity. In seeking assistance from the government, our clients face means testing, restrictions on how their money can be spent, unresponsiveness from agencies, benefits cliffs, and other systemic failures that prevent access to a stable source of income and support. Even those who are able to access these programs receive benefits that are far too low to help them escape poverty. Expansive and numerous guaranteed income programs without the current restrictions would lift descendants of enslaved people out of poverty and can be achieved in myriad ways. I would also like to note that the types of guaranteed income programs selected by the task force should be inclusive of the range of human experiences, such as those living with disabilities, LGBTQ+ people, and people who experience incarceration. Further, Legal Aid has a long history of fighting for housing justice in DC. Despite these efforts, access to affordable housing remains tenuous at best. If DC does not invest in equitable policies and laws for those impacted by the legacy of slavery and the discriminatory laws that followed, many of our clients who would likely qualify for reparations will remain disadvantaged in housing. Finally, Legal Aid offers the following recommendations to strengthen the bill's effect and language. First, we recommend requiring the use of the National Archives and Records Administration to supplement the slavery-era database required to be created by DSB. The NARA collection contains documents such as petitions, claims, and correspondence that provide details about formerly enslaved people in DC and their owners. Second, we recommend that the definition of reparations mentions the slave codes, Black codes, the Vagrancy Act, the war on drugs, redlining, and voting disenfranchisement. Adding these atrocities to the definition further reinforces subsequent provisions in the measure and recognizes the various forms of institutional racism that affect descendants of formerly enslaved people today. In conclusion, reparations symbolize our collective resolve to right the wrongs of the past, foster reconciliation, and promote a shared understanding of our history here in DC. We ask the committee to pass this measure so that DC can move forward on its path to reparations, which we believe would significantly benefit and impact our client community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ricardo Villalba, it's always a pleasure to see you. I'm glad you can make it down and provide testimony in person.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. I came to the United States in 1988, and I came to here in Washington, D.C. I love this city, and that's why I felt I needed to be part of this. Growing up in Washington, D.C. and working as a youth advocate in the late 90s, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of policies that disproportionately incarcerated thousands of young Black men. When I arrived in Washington, the city was affectionately known as Chocolate City, and yet the media adopted the murder capital. Despite the negative stereotype, what I saw was a community brimming with resilience, much like my own Latino community. Black Americans, Latinos, and Native Americans have all endured significant injustice, but Black Americans community have faced some of the harshest policies, mistreatment, and lack of opportunities. The country owes a profound debt to Black Americans who are descendants of slaves. Examining history reveals a direct correlation between the wealth this nation has amassed over the last 500 years and the institution of slavery. The exploitation of free labor generated immense wealth, which in turn fueled investment during the Industrial Revolution. Sadly, many Black Americans continue to live in poverty today. In Washington, D.C., specifically in Ward 7 and Ward 8, where the majority of residents are Black, the disparities are glaring. The lack of opportunities for the young generation has given rise to crime and further perpetuate the cycle of poverty. It is clear to me that reparations are not only necessary, but also a moral obligation. We must invest more in a community that has endured far too long. Reparation can serve as a means to address historical injustice and uplift the Black American community. By providing financial resources and target investments, we can begin to bridge the gap, the racial wealth gap, and break the chain of systemic discrimination. Educational opportunities must be prioritized, including scholarships, improved school infrastructure, and support for historically black colleges and universities. Access to quality education is essential in enabling black individuals and communities to overcome systemic barriers and build generational wealth. Additionally, it is crucial to address the housing disparities that have black Americans. Discriminatory housing policies such as redlining have unjustly denied them home ownership opportunities and the chance to accumulate wealth through property ownership. Reparations should include housing assistance, low-interest loan, and subsidies to provide African Americans with access to affordable housing and the ability to build equity. Support for businesses development and entrepreneurship is another critical component of reparation. By offering grants, loans, and mentoring programs, we can improve black entrepreneurs and business owners, fostering economic growth and job creation within their communities. I have personally faced backlash within my own community for my belief and support for reparation. People often compare the success of Latino or African immigrants community to that of black Americans, but they fail to recognize the stark differences in their experience. When immigrants arrive in the United States, they often bring a sense of pride in their heritage, a strong connection to their respective nationalities, and the ability to speak their own language in contrast, black Americans have endured generations of oppression and have been treated as outsiders. Even though they have deep roots in this country, they are labeled as African Americans, despite many having little or no direct connection to Africa beyond their shared skin color. Black Americans have suffered from long-standing oppression, systemic discrimination, leading to generational trauma that still affects them today. It is important to remind people that progress has been slow in recent terms of civil rights advancements. For example, black farmers have struggled to access business loan and financing until as late as 1996. Furthermore, the civil rights movement, which fought for equality and justice, took place just 58 years ago. Prior to 1950, many black Americans were denied opportunities to attend the best colleges and universities, further hindering their socioeconomic advantage. The history of ongoing challenges faced by black Americans must be understood and acknowledged. It is not about diminishing the success or experiences of other communities, but also recognizing the need for reparation and target support to address the specific injustice endured by the black American community. Reparation has the potential to benefit all communities, not just black communities. It is important to recognize and embrace our shared humanity under God. As a nation, we must come together and collaborate to uplift one another. Healing our wounds, addressing inequality, and rectifying injustice are necessary steps toward creating an equal opportunity for future generations. Reparation can help address the historic justice.
Summarize, I didn't want to stop you because you were on a roll, but I did want to acknowledge that you were over your time, and I wanted to make sure that we have your written testimony.
I will email it to you.
For the record. You want to just summarize really briefly?
I just want to say the last part because I feel like there's a lot of division on this.
Go ahead.
And I just want to say reparation should be seen as an opportunity for collective healing, understanding and progress. By acknowledging and addressing the inequality and injustice of the past, we can lay the foundation for a more just and harmonious future.
I appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony. That was
Thank you.
really important for our record. I want to acknowledge and thank the witnesses, especially those who provided their testimony in advance as well. Sharice Crawford, you've always been on the front line of these types of issues and making the time to get down to the council, and frankly, wherever it takes for you to be, to put your voice on the record, and I sincerely appreciate that. I did want to ask, Joanne Lynn, you provided your testimony in advance of today's hearing, and we got a chance to check it out, and I know you didn't have enough time to go through all of it, but you made the case in your written testimony that the U.S. civil legal system is grounded in the concept of providing remedies for violations of rights, and that reparations is rooted in legal precedent. And I think that's really interesting, and for the benefit of the public, I was hoping you might be able to briefly elaborate on those concepts.
I would be delighted to. I am a lawyer, and I work at a public interest law organization, which means we've been schooled to understand the importance of precedent. And so with respect to precedent, there is plenty of historical and legal precedent on reparations. But in addition, I won't repeat that here, but in addition, the U.S. civil legal system is actually based on compensation. If you look at the body of laws, whether it's contract law, tort law, environmental hazard laws, discrimination law, every day there are juries that are deciding how much to compensate somebody who has been wronged or suffered harm at the hands of somebody else. Every day there are judges that will make orders authorizing someone to stop doing something or to start doing something in order to halt irreparable harm. So when people say reparations is too big, too onerous, too radical, too novel, that simply is not true. The U.S. civil legal system has been operating for hundreds of years based on the ideas of something, a wrong done, a harm suffered, and then necessary compensation being made. That's the same theory at play here under reparations. And as so many other witnesses have already noted, reparations is rooted in our history. It's rooted in DC's history, going back to 1862 when President Lincoln authored reparations to those slave owners whose slaves were freed. It also dates back more recently and more appropriately to 1988 when the federal government under President Ronald Reagan signed a necessary reparations law to recompense Japanese Americans who were wrongfully relocated and imprisoned during World War II. So reparations is very consistent with our U.S. legal system, and the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights urges the D.C. City Council to move with swiftness on reparations.
Thank you for that, and then hopefully you all will be available for some of the follow-up that we intend to do as a committee on this, this very important work. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn to the witnesses who I've already called, who have joined us virtually. Makia Green is with us virtually. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. You're going to leave off this virtual panel. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Wonderful folks who've testified before me. I'm not going to keep you long. My name is Makia. I am a Ward 7 resident in District of Columbia. I'm a co-founder of Harriet's Wildest Dreams, a lead strategist for the Movement for Black Lives. And as a resident of the soon-to-be Douglas Commonwealth 51st state, I am in full support of the Reparations Fund and Reparations Act for DC. I take a moment to remind our folks that the mandate for Black people in this time is to avenge the suffering of our ancestors, to earn the respect of future generations, and to be transformed in the service of the work, said by Mary Hooks. And in that, I agree with so many of the recommendations that have been named here already. I want to stamp that reparations for DC and for the country must be given for slavery, but also the continued harms. I've heard folks talk about redlining. We've talked about the war on drugs. And I just want to name, police brutality is a part of the legacy of slavery, that police brutality comes from white supremacy, and that we must have reparations, which includes the cessation of the harm as well as reparative justice. We shoot too often, and we shoot too much when we do shoot. This is from the former chief of police, former executive assistant chief of police at the time, Terrence W. Gaynor. In the 1990s, the District of Columbia's MPD shot and killed more people per resident than any other large American city police force. And to take it even further, from the early 2000s, if we're going to talk about, I completely agree that there should be reparations for all Black people with special consideration to the descendants of chattel slavery in DC. I also believe that the folks who should be on this task force and the folks who should be included are also the people impacted by police brutality, they're survivors. What are we to say to the lists of people who were traumatized when they lost their brother, who were traumatized when they lost their mother to police violence? What are we to say to the community in the neighborhood that was deeply impacted by that violence? When we talk about just this year alone, for Delano Martin and Alante Scott, and to go on, Troy Bullock, Kevin Hargrave, Sherrod Lazarus Wilson, DeAndre Johnson, George Watson, Antoine Gilmore, Vito Hall, Terrence Parker, Anthony Lewis, Noah Green, Karan Hilton Brown, Dion Kay, Devon Harris, Danny Washington, Eric Carter, Alfonso Carter, Marquise Alston, Daquan Young, Jeffrey Price, Isabel Duval, Timothy Williams, Gerard Javon Hall, Kenneth Morris Jr., Terrence Sterling, Sidney Washington Jr., Sherman Evans, Peter John, Derek Napper, Rashad Bug Bay, James Covington Jr., Alonzo Smith, Markeisha McMillan, Bobby Gross, Benjamin Gwynn, William Adams IV, Gregory Gray, Michael Abney, and many more. That is just going back to 2014. The cost is high, and the victims of police brutality, the survivors, their families, and the harms of police brutality must be researched as a part of this task force. Thank you for your time.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Next is Rondell Jordan.
How you doing? Good afternoon. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Good afternoon to you.
Awesome. Sorry I couldn't be there. My name is Rondell Magic Jordan, and I represent and mentor Black youth for delinquency system involved with Open City Advocates here in DC. Prior to this, I defended Black folks from evictions with Legal Aid DC. However, I speak to you today in my personal capacity as a Black man. I'd like to start by admitting that I struggled in deciding whether to testify this afternoon in support of the proposed legislation. My conflict internally was no way grounded in opposition to the purpose of the proposed act. I absolutely believe that Black people, particularly Black American descendants of chattel slavery, are entitled to reparations, period. I'm confident that any such task force would work diligently and competently in their efforts, and I don't have any doubt that their findings and recommendations would someday be adopted and implemented. And honestly, that'd be pretty dope. However, I do reject the premise that a task force is necessary to study and develop reparations proposals for Black folks. I believe that this avenue of change suffers from a lack of imagination. I worry that we risk creating academic or politically palatable recommendations in lieu of redressing the most violent, persistent, and sinister weapon wielded against Black Americans yesterday, today, tomorrow. It's poverty, man. We do not need a study to find a cure for poverty. Like mad people said earlier, it's wealth. And I believe that charging a non-member task force with studying and developing recommendations for reparations risk grossly misconstruing our people's state of crisis. Simply put, we all know, we heard it all day today, we're in a state of economic emergency. Emergencies require decision makers to take swift and decisive actions, often with little and sometimes incomplete information. For instance, a DC firefighter responding to a building engulfed in flames must not pause to consult with her colleagues as to whether the people in the building are in need of water. She must charge toward the fire, full of fear, without hesitation, risking her life to rescue strangers. She sees a child badly burned, barely breathing, pulling from the flame. She does not stop to consider whether the little boy lit the match that caused the fire. The heat of the flames does not discourage her. Her inability to see beyond a few steps does not discourage her. She is terrified, but she knows that if she allows her fear to paralyze her, she will not survive. She does not permit her fear today to become her regret tomorrow. Fear of legal scrutiny will not close the racial wealth gap. Neither will fear of political unpalatability. Will not alleviate the ongoing economic violence that our people endure. We must resist the urge to exchange what we can get, for what we are entitled. And fearlessness first requires us to take an honest look at the most ferocious and glaring challenge that our community is facing. And then without delay or discussion, deciding to run straight towards it. For instance, instead of studying the breadth and magnitude of racialized economic damage within our community, that's continuing and is unambiguous, and then proposing a remedy, I think that the district should first address poverty by making monthly and direct cash payments of $1,500 to all Black Washingtonians who earn less than $100K a year, and then study and develop recommendations for the harms that persist. I imagine concerns of feasibility, fraud, waste, and perhaps class deservedness and Black enough being areas of interest to, this proposed task force. But given a 400-year plus state of emergency that we've been in and we've endured in this country, these worries are misplaced at best. As expressed several times today, the federal, state, and local government is culpable for economic violence inflicted against our people.
Rondell Jordan.
Sorry, I don't know how long I got on time. I'm running over time. I'll just sit it later.
Yep, you're about a minute over your time.
My bad, I'm finishing up, but you go.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I really do appreciate it.
And thank y'all.
No, thank you for taking the time to provide the testimony to the committee. Next is
Whichever
Travis
again.
Bally. Welcome, and thank you for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman, for your time today. My name is Travis Bally, and I am a Ward 7 resident. I want to thank the incredible staff of this committee, in particular, staff member Donnie Crawford, for the hard work you put into this hearing today. I am here today to testify in support of the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. This bill would help us figure out how to address one of the most extreme forms of inequality one can find in our district, the racial wealth gap. Reparations are the bills that our deadbeat nation and preceding entities have failed to pay for 404 years. The labor of African American communities are primarily responsible for building this nation to such a state that ancestors such as mine moved our families and futures to these shores. Communities like mine have long been placed in opposition to African American communities. We've been held up as model minorities and used to depict Black people in a negative light. We will no longer be divided by white supremacy. Just 6 months ago, a coalition of 76 Japanese and Asian American organizations joined forces to call for the formation of a presidential commission to study Black reparations to address the injustice of slavery. Decades of racist immigration policy blocked all but the most wealthy and educated South Asians and South Asian descendants from moving to the United States. But it was thanks to the African American civil rights movement that racist immigration laws were abolished, allowing less privileged families like my grandmother's to be given a chance for a new life in this country. A more perfect union is only possible by righting the wrongs of our pasts. Reparations, along with a racially just tax system in the district, will begin to change a tide of ever-widening racial wealth inequality. I want to commend Chairman McDuffie for a monumental year. Finding full funding for the innovative baby bonds program, as well as this landmark legislation on a reparations task force. I hold out hope that Chairman McDuffie will continue this year of boldness by aligning with the fight for a racially just tax system and to learn more from organizations like the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. I want to close with part of a quote from South Asian American writer Deepa Iyer. We must continue to amplify the importance of solidarity with Black communities and undo Blackness within our own people. That means explaining how white supremacy and racism are devastating all people, including South Asians. Thank you for your time.
And thank you so much for your time and your testimony. Our next witness is William Jordan. Good afternoon.
Hello.
We can hear you. Begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? Yes, this is William Jordan with the Park Morton Equity Team. I'll make it brief. I would like to ask that the Park Morton New Communities project be taken as a model to begin to reverse the process in terms of reparations. So we know that the new communities process has harmed and failed residents and leverages actually the harms from slavery because we base the project on the black-white wealth gap. So what I'm asking is that in the legislation, we start now, we work backwards, we look at how the new communities came about, how it came about from the abuses of Hope 6, how that came from the abuses of the control board era, how that then, trace it all the way back and then do intermediate programs and models for reparations until we get back to slavery. We know that many of the public housing in DC is a result of Southwest urban removal that was then a result of Blacks who migrated from the South and other areas after slavery or post-Jim Crow into the city looking for opportunities in the federal government. And we had actually built a model for Black power. That's how we came to be called Chocolate City, right? But then the Reaganomics and all these other things, and then the housing bubbles and all those things reversed that in the last 20 years, all the progress that was made. So the legislation should not just study in general, but should pick the new communities, particularly the Park Morton new communities, take those residents, trace them back all the way through history, and almost every element that we now know contributes to inequities in our city, those residents, those families experience, and we can repair it as we go, as we learn, rather than do a study, wait years, and then come up and fight. Let's do it now. Let's model it now. And I believe that the Park Morton New Community is the place to do it because we can see Ward 1 has basically been dispopulated of its Black population, whether it was low income or whether it was middle and upper income. So we have a chance. We can model it. We can figure it out. And I'm asking you to put that specifically in the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, William Jordan. Really appreciate you making the time to testify and your patience. Next, I'm going to call the remaining 2 in-person witnesses. And my team has informed me that there aren't many remaining Zoom witnesses, so I'm going to call the remaining Zoom panels at this time. We're going to make the call for the virtual witnesses and then hear from the 2 in-person witnesses. I want to give my staff an opportunity to migrate anybody who's remaining virtually. Sheila Reed, James Powell, Christine Diagre, Lydia Curtis, Dr. Franklin Malone, Bridget Roussan, Anna Kessler, Richard Ox, Tambra Stevenson, Mark Fisher, Charlene Smith Johnson, Jillian Buford, Thomas Houston, Ambrose Lane Jr., Quiana Lamont, Don Harris, Nina Murphy Martin, Scott Thompson, Christopher Pear, Terrence Barber, Harry Williams, Solomon Palmer Jr., Alan Kelly, Valerie Matthews, Stacy Balcaran, Kyle Carson, Jeremy Jones, Thomas Blanton, Destiny Middlebrooks, Darian Smith. We have, as I mentioned, 2 remaining in-person witnesses before we transition to government in-person. Howard Marks is with us in person. We're going to turn to you next, to be followed by Raj Sadali. Thank you for joining us in person. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Chairman McDuffie, good afternoon. I know this hearing started 6 hours and 15 minutes ago. Chairman McDuffie, 6 hours and 15 minutes ago. It's amazing, and I wanted to give a shout out to Ronald Galev, who has just been a tremendous organizer. I used to do this in the U.S. Senate and the Senate Governmental Affairs and Homeland Security Committee, putting together hearings. I never had a marathon hearing that went for 6 hours with over 100 witnesses. So it's quite an achievement, Mr. Chairman. So we know each other. You've been to our building. My name is Howard Marks, and I live downtown. I'm also the former president of the Illinois State Society of Washington, D.C. I've taken no position on this bill, but I think it's encouraging, Mr. Chairman, that you are looking perhaps for alternate sources of funding for this concept that goes beyond governmental funding. Previous witness had discussed beefing up the foundation concept. I think that's going to go a long way to building the consensus that you need to just not only pass this legislation, but to get support from all 8 wards for this bill. Because I'm just afraid the way it's written now, it falls a little bit short. I found the absence of any acknowledgement of the role played by whites in fighting for racial justice and equality shocking. There was no mention of the 360,000 Union soldiers who died to end slavery and preserve the Union. I would be very happy to take you to visit the Gettysburg battlefield, where 23,000 Union soldiers died in one 3-day battle. There was also no mention of the white Supreme Court justices who unanimously struck down school desegregation in 1954. No mention of the 3 white slain civil rights martyrs, Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner, who were abducted and murdered in the city of Philadelphia, Mississippi in June 1964. I might also add the Jewish-American businessman Julius Rosenwald, who constructed 1/3 of all black schools in the South at the turn of the last century. These are my recommendations for amendments to make this a better bill. Exempt from any tax or fee increase which might result from the passage of this bill, the descendants of Union soldiers who fought during the Civil War and nurses who tended to their wounds. Quite rightly, we honor those brave soldiers through the many statues of Union generals throughout the district. The names of those who fought in the Civil War could be obtained from the Department of Veterans Affairs and their descendants traced through experts. Also, I believe the descendants of immigrants who arrived in the United States after the end of the Civil War in 1865, especially immigrants from Africa and Latin America, should be exempt. Why should they be held accountable for slavery or racial injustice when their ancestors were living abroad, especially those that are arriving from Nigeria? This might include even my own relatives who were living in Eastern Europe at the time of the American Civil War. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony. I would be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our final in-person witness is Raj Sadali. It's good to see you and look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored to be the last person.
If you could hit the button on the base of your mic to turn the mic on.
Thank you. My name is Raj. I live in Ward 7, and I strongly oppose this action. I feel like money is not the solution to our problems. If money were, Washington, D.C. would be a utopia. It is not. I feel like individual choices trump government policy. I believe more money is going to cause more problems. And I think the concept of keeping up with the Joneses is something that we all know, but it doesn't make us feel better. I know there's been a lot of statistics. Here are a few. 96% of the murders in D.C. are by black people, upon black people. So if D.C. were a state, the 51st state, it would rank 29th in murders. So I'm wondering where are the reparations for the victims of black crime? I live in Ward 7, and I encourage every policymaker to take the train to Minnesota Avenue. Walk south on Minnesota Avenue, go all the way down to 16th Street, take it to Good Hope. There's a little jog, go down to 16th again. If money were the solution, we would have solved it by now. It is not the solution. I feel like individual choices have led me to the life that I live. It may not be the best. And there are examples of individual choices happening, some good, some bad. And I think that DC, I mean, there's so many free services. I've taken advantage of free food, low-income housing. Kenyon, I used to live in Ward 5 in low-income housing. It's the easiest place in the world to live. And I think we need to raise our expectations. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. It's good to have alternative viewpoints and suggestions about how to improve legislation. As I mentioned earlier, and I think you, given your experience on the Hill, know bills that's introduced often end up looking differently, sometimes slightly, sometimes significantly different than when they come out of a committee than they do when they're first introduced. And so this is obviously part of the process in hearing from witnesses to get the feedback necessary to be able to move a bill forward and to shape it, hopefully, into something that's better. And so I appreciate you both providing your testimony. I'll just ask you, Raj, though, you mentioned reparations for the victims of those homicides. I'm not, which victims are you talking about? I wasn't sure.
I mean, if you compare black crime to any other racial group, it's off the charts. And the idea that we would pay people that are damaging our country, our cities, the numbers are there. It's just shocking to me. I think we got it flipped. So, again...
What do you mean when you say you think we have it flipped? What do you mean by that?
I think that there needs to be attention paid to the damage that is happening in black communities by black people, mostly upon black people. And we have tried for, low-income, discounted housing, free food. I see it every day in Ward 7, and nothing seems to work. This is something that's going to have to be either an internal process where people are going to have to be re-educated. We cannot live in a world where it's very difficult if you're going to have, if you're going to have 15 grandchildren at 45 years old. It's very difficult to prosper in a world like that if you make those choices. Mm-hmm. And if anything, put this money into family planning in black communities, because it is just total chaos where I live every day. I had, there was a murder at Benning in Minnesota, this afternoon.
What do you think is the root cause of some of the violence that you
choices.
and others are experiencing?
And no one gets to pick their parents. I mean, I've sat on, juries and have heard stories of young men in their 20s that have been in jail since they were teenagers. I'd probably be there too, because you hear the stories of their families. It starts with the family, and we all make choices on how we start or don't start a family. And, every culture deals with it differently. And, I think...
If some of these people who are committing violence can trace their lineage back to being descendants of slaves, would that at all change your mind, or maybe give you something else to think about?
No.
No? Okay.
I think,
But you think the root cause of some of the violence is choices?
Absolutely.
What about education? Poverty?
That's part of it. That's
housing?
part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, but, I feel like there's so many, UDC, free education, for certain, we all know that. And it's
well, you said we all know that. You think everybody knows that?
I can't say, I couldn't say that everybody knows that, but it is there. In every block, there's a church in Ward 7, there's a concerned citizens group there, and then at the same time, right next door to it, there's stolen cars, there's, think of any law, who's breaking it. In DC, it's going to be black people.
Yeah.
I mean, across the board. Name something.
Do you think there are not other races who are breaking laws in the district?
I do think there are.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, but not in the numbers and consistency and disregard for the law as the African Americans I see in my neighborhood and in DC in general.
You think it has anything to do with the fact that you don't see some of the laws being broken by other races?
I'll give you an example, man. You know, people talk about weed. You know, they always say white people smoke weed the same. White people don't smoke weed on the corner out in public for everybody to view, okay? Maybe that has to do with where they live. They may be able to smoke it in private, but there comes a point where, again, you got to be responsible for your actions. And
so you've never seen a white person smoking weed out in
once,
public?
and I was shocked by in Ward 5 at the new parks over there. I was like, wow. You know, but every other, and I live in public. I rode my bike here. I live in public. I can't avoid it. I can't avoid what happens in public. I have to see it. I have to pay attention to it. So, look, it is what it is, man. And we have to do something about this because it's just like a hamster on a wheel. We'll throw money at it,
Let me ask you this. Do you think the work that might happen related to reparations has to happen at the expense of doing something about the things you're talking about? I mean, we can address some of the challenges with crime and violence and poverty and housing and employment while we're also addressing issues related to this? No?
I mean, I think we already are. I already think there are reparations through policies that affect certain neighborhoods, or you qualify for a certain housing's a good example. Contracts are a good example. And
you think those things are reparations?
I think they're geared to help a certain racial group.
Like what?
HPAP. I would love to see the HPAP. It's like what the racial breakdown of HPAP is.
Okay. Well, I'll work on trying to get you some of that information. Mm-hmm. I would assure you that it's not just black folks who are benefiting from policies like that. Okay. But it's also probably in this city fewer black folks who have generational wealth to purchase homes.
But I think that's choice, though. I mean, look, man, I can live my life being a fly on the wall because no one knows what race I am.
Where you from, Raj?
I grew up mostly in the Midwest.
Where about?
Ohio.
Ohio, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And no one's against black people, man. It's just white people want to, be done with it, man. But I feel like we've monetized this whole process, and it's just become a moneymaker for people. I got no skin in the game. I don't run a nonprofit. I don't, I'm not begging any council person for money. It's just, I just want to live a peaceful life. And I want people to raise their standards.
Yeah.
And
I would encourage you perhaps to do a little bit of research maybe and understand, I think, some of the roots of slavery, Jim Crow segregation, black codes, redlining, some of the policies that perhaps haven't been viewed as entitlements. You talked about entitlements and everything that's available to black people. Mm-hmm. But there were, maybe not call it entitlements, but there were, VA loans, there mm-hmm. were programs, government-sanctioned, mm-hmm. federal government programs that provided, loans and insured loans and mortgages for people to buy houses who were white, mm-hmm. But didn't afford those same opportunities to folks because they're black. And those were intentional policies designed to benefit certain people
I understand.
and denied black people those same wealth building opportunities for generations.
Right. Look, man, we're still in that time. My kids go to DC public schools. People still don't want to live around black people. It's not a history. It's still, people just don't want to talk about it.
Why do you think that is?
Violence. They don't pick up after themselves. I see it in my neighborhood. Those are probably the two biggest ones.
Raj, do you hear yourself right
Yes,
now?
I do.
Okay,
I do.
all right.
Believe me, Kenyon.
I
I
appreciate it. Well, let's do this.
I didn't want to be
gonna-
an expert in this, but when you look like I do, I get to hear everything, man. You don't. You get to hear white people saying what you want them to say and what they think you want to hear. You don't hear it all.
So you don't
Okay.
think I get to hear other people talk about these things?
Not in casual conversation.
Why is that?
Because they don't want to offend the black guy. All right?
Okay. I mean, listen, I would tell you there are plenty of people who don't mind offending a black guy, number one. Number two, there are people whose opinions I seek out who are different than mine because I want to hear different opinions. I think this hearing process is useful not simply because everybody comes down and says the same thing, but because people representing opinions like yours also feel like it's a space where they can provide that opinion. And so I really appreciate you taking the time to put your opinion on the record. We may not agree with everything that you're saying, but that's okay, right? I mean, this is the type of forum where we can have these types of dialogues and conversations and ask questions and put it on the record. And so I think I'm likely to follow up with you and explore this a little bit further because, you know, I think part of the challenge in the city is that people hold views about an entire race as if it is a monolith.
It absolutely isn't, though.
Well,
I mean,
I appreciate
my
that.
doctor's black, my psychiatrist is black. When I go to court, the lawyers are black. I mean, it's an overclass and an underclass.
I'm not going to even, I'll just say you said some things earlier like people don't want to live by black people because they don't clean up after themselves. They don't do, I mean, you weren't providing caveats about what type of black people. You made a broad-based statement about black people, which might be interpreted in a way that you don't intend it to be interpreted. And so I'm sharing that with you because I think, you know, I've seen you around doing stuff in the community, right? I think you care about the city, and people at home listening to this might not think that's the case. But again, I still think it's useful to have your opinion represented on an issue as important as reparations. And so I want to thank you for coming down to provide that testimony and putting it on the record. Yeah, for sure. And I also want to thank you, Howard Marks, as you mentioned, we know each other. We've had conversations about the city and some of the challenges that we're facing. And, you know, when I think about hearings, I don't always know the types of folks from across the city who would provide testimony, who will find it important enough to take time out of their days to do so. So I appreciate you doing that.
Well,
today.
thank you. I grew up in the city of Chicago, and we lived in a mixed neighborhood, and I went to a black high school. Was that 90% black? 90% black. It was an education, and I think that sort of shaped my views on race in a way that I couldn't do if I lived in the suburbs, the all-white suburbs of Chicago, the affluent white suburbs. So, you know, we live downtown, residents at Gallery Place. We have an increasing number of people of color that live in our building and bought into our building. We're very happy with that. You know, we need to increase this dialogue. I mean, he mentioned about, you know, when you think of metro fare evasion, under our building is like Gallery Place, Chinatown, Metro Station, and people view this as a sort of a black crime, black fare evasion. We have like yesterday, 3 white women. I saw one at DuPont Circle and 2 at Gallery Place that jumped the fare gate. So, you know, this is, we have to be objective. And so the baton, you started out with the baton this morning in your opening statement. So thank you for having me, and thanks for your service, and so proud that I supported your election.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and you enjoy the rest of your evening. All right, final witnesses: Akosua Ali, Lydia Curtis, Mark Fisher, Thomas Houston, Kyle Carson, Bridget Rousseau. Okosua Ali. Folks who are here, Lydia Curtis.
Yes, I'm here.
Brigitte Roussan is also here. Chairman McDuffie.
I made a call for you. We're going to get to you as well. We're going down the line as my staff is informing people are available. Lydia Curtis.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie. I am Lydia Curtis, founder of Siddiqui Educational Safari, a DC nonprofit. My colleagues and I started Siddiqui to fill an educational sociological gap left by the school system. My colleagues and I were heartbroken to see how much self-loathing our juvenile clients had and how it affected their relationships and their ability to succeed. As probation officers and educational experts at the DC Superior Court, we knew that if only they knew the history of Africans born in America as a people and knew about their ancestral cultures and where they came from, they wouldn't feel so bad about themselves. So we started Siddiqui Educational Safari as an educational enrichment program in 1995. Research done by Dr. Howard Stevenson at the University of Pennsylvania has shown that Black boys enrolled in aftercare programs that taught them about their history and connected them back to their African heritage through culturally relevant curriculum served to inoculate them against the chronic exposure to racism. Research done by Osceola Thomas at the University of Michigan and Harriet McAdoo at Michigan State, published in 2008 in the Journal of Black Psychology, has shown similar positive outcomes with Black teenage girls using history, culture, critical analysis of racism, and the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. We used Dr. Howard's research as motivation and ammunition to start our Saturday school in Parkview, Ward 1, Washington. For years, we ran this program out of our pockets, meaning that it was self-funded. All the meals, transportation, field trips, supplies, and books were paid for by us. Because of this, everything that I've said supports the need for a reparations task force and fund in DC to continue to study, collect data, and teach all DC citizens about the importance of reparations. Reparations is not a fairy tale, to quote attorney and reparations scholar Nkechi Taifa, who has testified today. Quote, it is a well-documented principle of both domestic and international law, and the right of victims to be compensated by reparations has been established by the UN. Had the atrocities of the transatlantic slave trade not happened, millions of African descendants would not have had their ties to their culture severed and their psyches damaged by hundreds of years of racist policies and actions. The need for repair would not exist. The need for an organization like Siddiqui Educational Safari would not exist. But because it happened, organizations like ours are necessary to make culture and healing through culture accessible and make bridges back to Mother Africa accessible. Siddiqui has partnered in the past with African Ancestry, a local business that through the science of DNA testing can determine what country and ethnic group within the country people have descended from. Together, we offered our middle schoolers not only the opportunity to learn where they came from, but to actually go to Africa. We took 3 students to Ghana. Pardon me.
And your time is actually expired.
I just have 2 more lines.
Okay.
We strongly believe that it is a African descendant's birthright to know where they come from and to be able to return there for either a visit or for repatriation. Therefore, I strongly urge you to vote in favor of the proposed reparations bill of 2023. I do not think it wise to have one branch of government have more control or influence over another. Therefore, I recommend that you change how the task force determines the members and not have the office of the mayor appoint 5 of the 9 members.
Thank you
for
so
your
much
time
for
and
your
attention.
testimony. Our next witness is Brigitte Roussan. Thank you for joining us, and you can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and my wonderful Stronghold neighbor. I certainly appreciate this visionary leadership and the opportunity for the nation's capital to be among the first localities and soon to be a state to address reparations. May the ancestors be pleased. May we live their wildest dreams. I come before you as a community member who first took up residence in DC in 1975 and have since dedicated myself to creating a vibrant and just DC where people of African ancestry and all people thrive. The hat I'm wearing today is as resource organizer for alternative ventures, specifically the One DC Healthy Workers Collective cooperative enterprise called the Douglas Commonwealth Changemakers Cooperative. With a phenomenal core team, I have the good fortune to play a key role in forming one of 3 co-op businesses, specifically creating products that show our rich heritage of DC Black activists and change makers. Our intention is to build economic power and collective well-being. I also own a business whose entire focus is to strengthen people and organizations working for justice. I am a lawyer admitted to practice in DC 40 years ago, and I serve in ongoing volunteer roles that support racial justice grant making and activism. I favor the 3 core main provisions of the legislation: a 9-member reparations task force, development of a slavery era database, and a reparations foundation fund to pay reparations. It is time to embrace a complex reality that opening doors to elected office, public accommodations, formal education institutions, and business opportunity have not been sufficient. We still have the racial wealth gap. DC has been #1 in the nation in displacement of Black residents. We have been #1 in the nation in Black maternal mortality. Now is the moment to learn and use the Sankofa principle of looking back to go forward. It is not just about money. Black lives matter when we have the conditions to lead full, dignified lives, and that includes addressing forces and systems, including economic policies and development agendas. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Root Shock, a searing analysis by Mindy Fullilove that shows how local development causes collective harm akin to bodily burn injuries. I urge the council to change the process for naming the task force members to a people's assembly. Let there be no mayoral appointees, limit council appointees to 2, recommended by the Council Office on Racial Equity. Second, revenue should be from tax dollars that are produced from progressive taxation, wealth taxes, from corporations, families, individual and institutions that benefit most from the legacy of enslavement.
Bridget,
Third, provide that operating funds be
time has
deposited in
expired.
Black financial institutions exclusively, including not-for-profits such as the Black Credit Union currently being chartered by
Bridget,
Appeal.
Your time has
Oh, I'm sorry, am I
expired.
over?
Yeah, I
Okay.
know it's
And
virtually,
finally, provide that if the foundation sunsets because it hasn't been formed timely, please let those funds be used for nonprofit organizations such as Cooperation DC and
Thank
One
you
DC.
so much
Thank
for
you.
your testimony. I really appreciate it. I'm going to turn next to Mark Fisher, and if you're at home, there is a clock, a virtual clock, that shows the time. I just ask that folks are mindful of that. And so, Mark Fisher, welcome. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate everybody's patience. If you can begin your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you. And I decided, since I've been waiting all morning, to stay on the call because, you know, frankly, for you to give, you know, that man all that time to basically tear down the whole premise of this meeting to establish a task force, I find totally, absolutely offensive. I mean, and who in the hell is Raj Sadali to talk about Black people when there's a ban on his community from even coming here? You know, there's so many things. You even asked him, you know, do you hear yourself? But to allow him to continue to go on like that and give him a platform, I find troubling. But that's okay because obviously you're doing your job. You're doing it to the best of your ability. You're here to, we're all on the same page to establish reparations. We want, you know, a specific debt paid. to a specific entity by a specific entity. And myself, as a descendant of American freedmen bound in chattel slavery, a descendant of slaves, okay, I speak with supreme authority and righteous indignation on this topic because I'm still being harmed. So are my family and friends by the vestiges of slavery. American slavery, which is the deepest disgrace ever branded on a people. We walk around with that shame daily. Not only is it felt tangibly, but also intangibly. When you talk about the average median wealth of a white family, which is $188,000, compared to the black family, which is $24,000, that's almost comical. That's still happening. That gap is that wide. And we give this man a platform to tear down the very reason that we're here together to address that. You know, and the mental trauma that has been caused by slavery can't even be quantified. The trauma that my community has to deal with and carry around every day. I just moved down here from Boston, and when I saw the divide, the economic divide, the cultural divide, I mean, by a street, I was overwhelmed. I mean, it's like that in every major city, but you're talking about one of the capital of the country, where Martin Luther came and marched and gave a speech. My dad told me growing up, Mark, the most dangerous thing in this country is a cop because he can kill you and justify it. Okay, those are the things that we carry around, that we have to deal with, the daily intangibles as well as the tangibles. So I submit my support, Chairman, and that of my family for B250152, Reparations, Foundation Fund, and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023, because I must. Thank you.
And I appreciate your patience in waiting to provide that testimony. I really do. I'm going to turn next. We're going to have, just for planning purposes for people, Thomas Houston, Cal Carson. Okay, and then I'm glad Akosua Ali will be after. So Thomas Houston, thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Councilmember McDuffie and other members of council in attendance today. My name is Thomas Houston, and I'm here today as a Ward 7 resident, a member of the Washington Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi, and the executive director of Medici Road. Medici Road is a Ward 7-based CDC that seeks to reduce poverty by connecting the dots between education, housing, public health, and racial equity. It is through that systems change lens in which I'm here to speak with you today. There have been amazing points today about why reparations and why now, and so we want to focus on the what and how. Now, Spike Lee introduced me to the concept of 40 acres and a mule and go-go in the late 80s by watching School Days. It was at Howard University when I learned that 40 acres and a mule was a radical and systemic approach to reparations. And to us, that should be the focus of this bill, radical and systems change. We should be looking at what does it mean to change the system of narratives, the system executing this bill, creating a system of a real working class, and a systematic approach to giving Black people what is due to them. Now, I want to start with a monologue to all 13 council members since it's being recorded. You likely know the NIMBYism and bootstrapping narratives, but have you ever heard of zero-sum gain? It means someone else's gain equates to my loss. Now, it's going to be said to you, but it won't be proposed that way. You're going to hear, we need funding for this capital project, or all teachers need raises, or affordable housing must be built in Ward 1. You may even hear, let's just create some higher paying city jobs that we can market to Black residents, or we're already doing it with the Commercial Property Access Fund. We call those what about because they detract attention. We recommend you prepare talking points that speak to equity by way of reparations and how to increase your constituents' lives and make DC an even better place to live. Regarding the executing of the bill, we ask for a few things. First, studies cost, so fund the study and fund the people doing the study. Second, the bill is written so a reparations program is completed by 2028. Those funds are broken out, with one of those ways being the small business capital access. Now, those funds can technically go to any DC resident, so we want more language to ensure that those funds are earmarked for Black small businesses. Third, all 4 slots could technically be that could be nominated by council, could technically be taken up by all council members. We think this should be limited to 1, so you aren't essentially presenting to yourselves, and those other slots should be filled with people who've actually been affected by the system of racism. And 1 person should have experience in education, housing, and 1 in public health. Finally, I know most people are focusing on the reparations portion of the bill, but we shouldn't forget the creation of the slavery-era database of records. Historically, databases have been used to oppress Black people, so there needs to be language that restricts the use of the database to reduce the risk of harm. We know that Black people in general are paid less, have less opportunity for advancement, and are more likely to be in a job versus a career. So we recommend the bill mandate the task force to do a few things. Propose at least one monetary compensation act, propose at least one erasure of debt, propose at least one version of a GI Bill that covers up to a master's degree, and propose some reservation of HPAP that is earmarked for under 50% AMI residents so they don't hear that we're out of funds throughout the year. I want to thank you for your time today and look forward to what's next for this bill in the city, and look forward to how DC Road can participate in making sure it passes and is executed how you plan.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next is Cal Carson. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. My name is Kyle Carson. I'm testifying on behalf of Urban Temple, a grassroots movement based east of the river that bridges healing justice with political education, activism towards Black liberation. First, I want to give thanks to the ancestors, elders, and peers who have come before me in this effort. I stand on their shoulders today. I will offer a brief glimpse into why I have personal interest in this topic and why, in principle, Urban Temple supports this bill. My maternal ancestors immigrated to the United States from Italy, Ireland, and Quebec over 100 years ago. My maternal grandparents did not attend college, but in their lifetime, they achieved the American dream. Quality employment, home ownership, they sent all 4 of their children to college, retired modestly but comfortably in their 60s. My dad's family descends from those enslaved in Georgia. Multiple generations of my paternal ancestors were paid nothing, but worked to build this country into one that would attract immigrants from Italy, Ireland, and around the world. My dad's parents both graduated from college. My grandfather also served in the military and earned a master's degree, but they struggled mightily and narrowly to achieve the pieces of that American dream for themselves and their 7 children. My own family is evidence of that white immigrants without a college education can fare better in one generation than college-educated Black family whose ancestors built this country in the first place. My own parents experienced racism directly as well. In the early 1980s, as college grads and newlyweds, they were calling leasing apartments, trying to find an apartment for where to live. Over the phone, they were told places were available. When my dad showed up, there was no vacancy. Of course, when my mom went, minutes later, there were places available. I know the experiences in my family are not unique, which is why we're all here today. This act, with some changes, is an essential step to begin the long overdue redress for Black descendants of enslavement in this country and DC specifically. This task force should include a diverse mix of folks, including those who've been directly harmed, those with academic and policy knowledge, and those with activist and organizing experience, all specific to DC. Descendants should be paid for their time on the task force, and non-descendants should volunteer their time. The task force, led by those harmed, should answer critical concerns: eligibility requirements, sources of funding other than those that are in the act, bearing in mind that the federal government set the precedent when it paid enslavers as part of the DC Emancipation Act in 1862. A specific itemized list of harms should be derived with a framework for meaningful redress: financial compensation for unpaid wages during the period of the chattel enslavement, policies to remedy wealth and education gaps, including real estate, farmland access, business financing, etc., funds and services to remedy pain and suffering, including mental health services, reimbursement for health expenses resulting in segregated, inadequate, and unsafe housing, support for doulas, community care for Black mothers, liberation and expungement of records for community reentry support for those criminally incarcerated. And broadly speaking, we need to cancel current policies and laws that are still rooted in white supremacy, colonialization, and exploitation. Resma Medicum said that rest is a radical notion to the Black body. If reparations is done correctly, Black people will finally be able to rest and live abundantly in the country that we built. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Cal Carson, for your time and for your testimony. Next is Akosua Ali. Welcome and thank you for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me, Councilmember McDuffie, and thank you to members of the committee for holding this hearing. Again, my name is Akosua Ali, and I'm the president of the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch, and we stand in support of this Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. As you know, for over 112 years, the NAACP has championed the fight for racial justice as the nation's oldest and largest civil rights organization since we were founded in 1909. The mission today is to achieve equity, political rights, and social inclusion by advancing policies and practices that expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and economic security of Black people and all people of color. The NAACP originally established a national policy position on reparations dating back to 1991 as embodied in H.R. 40 that demands the United States government take immediate action to commence hearings and to establish a congressional commission to examine the issue of reparations for descendants of enslaved persons of African descent. In 1997, 99, 2001, 2003, 2007, 2016, 2019, and again in 2022, the association reaffirmed and continues to stand in favor of financial reparations to African Americans and those of African descent in the United States that are descendants of slavery and the Jim Crow era. We support reparations for Black American descendants of persons enslaved in the U.S. for harms originating in chattel slavery and ongoing through multifaceted institutional and structural forms of anti-Black racism and discrimination. As we approach Juneteenth, we are reminded of the continued fight for racial justice, civil rights, and equality. Historically, Blacks have had to fight for equality in all spaces. Today, we are in a fight, we are still in a fight for equality and racial justice. When unemployment, underemployment, student loan debt, the Black wealth gap, healthcare access, homelessness, disparate COVID-19 health impacts, environmental justice, housing insecurity, maternal morbidity, bias policing, and gun violence all continue to suppress Black upward mobility, now is the time. So 161 years after the emancipation of slaves in the District of Columbia in 1862 and 158 years after Juneteenth, justice is still delayed and cannot be denied. So on behalf of the Washington, D.C. NAACP, we support this legislation and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and for your testimony. I really do appreciate it. I want to thank all the witnesses who provided testimony today for doing so. I know it's been a very long day. I don't have questions for this panel, but your testimony is absolutely vital to the work that the committee is doing on this very important and historic bill. Now, before I turn to our government witnesses, we're going to close out the public witness portion of today's hearing with Erica Alexander, actress, producer, director, and co-founder of Color Farm Media. We are pleased that you're able to join us virtually this afternoon and look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you so much for taking the time. The hearing is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'll try to go as fast as possible, so forgive me if it's not in a storytelling manner. Hello. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Erica Alexander, and I am an actress. But through the years, I've expanded my skill set and added to my resume. So I'm a writer, producer, director, and co-founder of Color Farm Media, along with my partner, Ben Arnon. And although I've been an actress for 40 years, I learned through skills to survive and thrive in a business that has for years traded on toxic narratives and images that were designed to create me and other marginalized communities as the other. Through the years, I learned a thing or two about being human and influencing narratives. We produced the documentaries John Lewis, Good Trouble, and The Big Payback that featured Evanston Reparations Alderwoman Robin Rue Simmons and HR 40's Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. So I can bear witness to the power of story as a mighty tool toward making reparations for African Americans today and in the future. Here's what I want to talk about: storytelling. If you ain't in the storytelling business, you ain't in the game. Everything is about narratives, everything. And those who control narratives control the world. As a journeyman storyteller, I'm here to tell you how to sell the story of reparations. And for the record, I believe in reparations for African Americans as a way to heal a nation who has yet to reform, repair, or to apologize for its heinous history. Reparations need creators and great storytellers because storytelling is the most powerful tool for change in the world. You see, most people cannot remember details beyond the way something makes them feel. Story is the conduit to our minds, but once a seed is planted, it's the quickest to our hearts, and that's what galvanized people to join movements or to abandon them. My mentor, Reverend William Barber II, the MacArthur Genius Fellow and Senior Pastor of Greenleaf Christian Church in Goldsboro and co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, is a master storyteller and used the power of story and its might to create right. To have this discussion, I'll borrow from his signature framework called the Third Reconstruction. In it is a moral, constitutional, and economic call for reparations. Reverend Barber says, I don't separate morality from economics. I don't think America can be if she doesn't ultimately deal with this issue, the legacy of systemic racism and how it continues to hold the country back. Reverend Barber is the creator in this story, a world builder. He knows we are the architects of the third Reconstruction. That one phrase, recast you as a person outside the issue, that is now a character inside a more dynamic world with a purpose. Our everyday ordinary becomes mythological. It's there that he believes that you have a place to shift imagination, prophetic moral imagination. He believes we must tell that story before we can even have a hope of a political and public policy implementation. In storytelling terms, storytellers and activists like Reverend Barber are the blueprint who help me see that the arc of history is shaped and misshapen by the stories we tell ourselves, each other, and our children. We must engage them to move the conversation from slavery to the enslaved, to its champions, to the current day freedom fighters and abolitionists whose success or failure will become the new story of our American DNA. This includes combating the toxic rhetoric and entities that plague us and target ignorant people to block the road ahead. But rearmed and educated and trained, the story of America is not history at all. It is here now as our everyday. If you're a part of it, its effects and deformities don't feel so far away. But Americans need to understand who they are and why we are all here now. Story and storytellers, narrative is the conduit. With that knowledge, Americans are assured a place inside history. That's what Woke is, you consciously making history in your own time. Now reparations are within our grasp. The challenge is to awaken others into joining this journey. Storytelling is the key, and we must access and deputize talented creators and compel them to embrace and create the narrative that will shape the path for a movement. In turn, citizens can then grow and communicate and take action. The good news is there's no experience required, but imagination is essential. Imagination is the biggest nation, and that battlefield is the circumference of your head, approximately 22 inches from ear to ear. We'll need to launch a counteroffensive of stories that can occupy and hold that sacred space to move the reparations conversation forward. I'll end with this. If this is the third Reconstruction, then we are all the architects of it, all of us. And surely building that well and strong is a higher calling. But be forewarned, if it only took reason to make a season, all our days would be 72 and sunny. And this ain't Hollywood. There'll be real Katrinas and other storms we must endure. But now more than ever, we must succeed. And we will, if story is the ammunition and storytellers and creators help to prepare the way to make reparations for African Americans and all Americans real for a better tomorrow today. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for providing the testimony and really taking the time out of your schedule to be able to do so. This hearing has been historic, and it is capped off by the work that you're doing, which we really appreciate. So thank you for that, Ms. Erica Alexander.
Appreciate the opportunity. Take care.
So we have come to our final two witnesses of the day. We have our two government witnesses, Karima Woods, who's the Commissioner of the DC Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, as well as Dr. Amber Hewitt, who's the Chief Equity Officer, the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity. We really appreciate you all being here with us. Look forward to your testimony. I do have to swear you all in before we get going, so if you all don't mind raising your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I think we're going to turn first to Karima Woods, to be followed by Dr. Hewitt. Thanks. If you could hit turn the mic on, base. There you go. Perfect.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, committee members, staff, and district residents. I am Karima Woods, Commissioner of the DC Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, also known as DSBE. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on B25-152, the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. DSBE regulates the insurance, securities, banking, and other financial service entities doing business in the District of Columbia. Our mission is threefold: First, to cultivate a regulatory environment that protects consumers and attracts and retains financial services firms to the district. Second, to empower and educate residents on financial matters. And third, to provide financing for small businesses. We accomplish this by effectively regulating the district's financial services industry to ensure district residents have access to a wide array of financial services, products, and providers. We also work to sustain a district business climate that encourages fair and open competition. Bill 25-152 would require DSB to request and obtain information from insurers licensed in doing business in the District of Columbia regarding all records of slaveholder insurance policies issued by the insurer or any predecessor insurer during the slavery era, as well as to require all insurers to research and report to the commissioner on insurance policies that provided coverage for injury to or death of enslaved people. The legislation also would require DSB to establish and maintain a database of slavery-era records. DSB is willing to collect and provide to the task force the information identified in the legislation concerning insurance policies that provided coverage for injury to or death of enslaved people. 4 states, California, Illinois, Iowa, and Maryland, have conducted data calls that required licensed insurers to provide all their records related to insurance policies that were issued to slaveholders covering death or injury to enslaved individuals. These 4 states requested information for policies issued anywhere in the United States, not just within their state. Members of my senior staff and I spoke to senior members of the California Department of Insurance about their experience in conducting their data call. California assigned 1 full-time employee and 2 part-time employees to work on this project, which took 3 years to complete. California received records from 4 national insurance companies. All of these records are available on their website. DSB proposes amending the bill to allow DSB to obtain the required information from other states that have conducted similar data calls rather than through its own data call. There are approximately 1,300 insurance companies licensed in the district, very few of which, including any predecessor insurer, were in existence prior to 1865. Requiring DSB to do its own data call will take considerable time and effort and will produce identical records from the same 4 national insurance companies that provided records to the 4 states. Moreover, DSB will need to hire a consultant to assist the department if we are required to conduct a data call. Although we are unable to estimate the cost of a consultant at this time, this will have a fiscal impact on the legislation. Finally, I also ask that you include language in Section 5 that will enable DSB to request additional time to establish the slavery-era database if we encounter delays in obtaining the records. In conclusion, DSB is willing to provide the slavery-era records to the task force. However, we ask the Council to accept our proposed amendment to B 25-152, which will allow us to do so more efficiently and without compromising the integrity or completeness of the information. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
And thank you for your testimony, Commissioner Woods. We're going to turn next to Dr. Hewitt for testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and members and staff of the Business and Economic Development Committee. I am Amber Hewitt, and I have the privilege of serving as the district's Chief Equity Officer and Director of the Mayor's Office of Racial Equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. In addition to offering a policy recommendation, I will provide a brief overview of the Office of Racial Equity's mission, discuss the historical legacy of housing and justice in the district, and highlight the administration's commitment to addressing racial and ethnic inequities, in particular, the racial wealth gap through investments in Black home ownership. The Office of Racial Equity is responsible for establishing the framework for district government agencies to apply a racial equity lens across government operations. In its simplest form, a racial equity lens is a set of questions we ask in decision-making processes to center the lived experiences of people who have been impacted by racism and those who will be most affected by the decision into the conversation. ORE brings a specialized lens of accountability across policy areas from housing and health to education and the environment, which all play a role in the day-to-day lives of DC residents. ORE envisions a District of Columbia where race no longer predicts opportunities, outcomes, or the distribution of resources, and is committed to working with district government agencies, residents, and stakeholders to achieve that vision. The United States' unique history with racialized enslavement has created through lines of racial and ethnic discriminations and inequities to today. The district is not exempt from this history. It is important to acknowledge actions or harms committed by government that have historically contributed to disparate outcomes, specifically by race and ethnicity. As Mayor Bowser previously stated, it is important to take steps to undo the lasting legacy of discriminatory housing laws that locked many Black families out of economic opportunity and home ownership throughout the 20th century. We can point to drivers like institutional control and collusion, or practices that were created to limit where Black people could live, such as in the Fort Reno neighborhood. Or we could examine the impacts of redlining and racial housing covenants that placed a limitation on the land that could be sold, leased, or rented to Black residents, as evidenced in the Bloomingdale neighborhood. These are all examples of injustices that should be redressed and reflect the administration's urgency to set bold goals to increase Black home ownership, as well as other legacy initiatives to help longtime residents and businesses stay in DC. Efforts to identify the best methods to redress the legacies of racism and oppression are critical. As the Council deliberates Bill 25-152, ORE urges the committee to identify alternative funding sources which are not regressive in nature, like sales tax and flat fines. As you know, research suggests that for families on the lowest incomes, a $175 traffic ticket causes the same mental distress and household financial hardship as a $950 loss in annual earnings, consistent with the poverty trap. And we know that Black households in DC have the lowest household income and household wealth on average. In closing, ORE will continue to be intentional about tackling structural racism head-on and addressing the legacies of policies and practices that led to the inequities that we see today. Again, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you both for providing your testimony orally in person, as well as the written testimony that you provided to the committee. I do just have a few questions. We had witnesses from the Urban Institute who testified, and one of them cautioned us about the potential data governance challenges and re-traumatization associated with a public slaveholding database, which I thought was really important. And we, of course, are going to consider the testimony that they provided to us, but I wanted to just toss a question to you, probably to Commissioner Woods, to find out whether you anticipate that there would be any issues with making the database of slavery-era records public. I don't know if you've had a chance to think about that, or if anybody on your team has looked at some of the other jurisdictions.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. This isn't a question that has necessarily come up in our conversation, particularly with the state of California's insurance department. However, in our conversation with them, they've shared that they provided data. The data included the methodology of the insurers that they use for collecting and analyzing the data. What I do know is that California does have their data already publicly available on their website. That information has been available since they completed their data call in the early 2000s, in addition to Illinois and the state of Maryland, all of which have made their data publicly available. With that being said, we are mindful that there could be harm caused, and something that we would really look to the council and or the task force to determine whether or not you would want to make that data available. Per the existing bill, it states that we would provide that information to the task force, which we are willing to do. However, we're mindful and sensitive to any re-traumatization or challenges or concerns the public may have. So we would really look to you all to determine whether or not we should make that information available. But what I will say is that a lot of the data is already publicly available on the websites of at least 3 other states.
Okay. And you mentioned in your testimony that it would be the agency's preference to obtain the required information from other states that have conducted similar data calls rather than through your own data call. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity just to hone in on that, clarify what this would look like in practice to request that information from other states.
So I would say overall, it would look like us reaching out to the state and requesting the information. As I mentioned, we met with the state of California. They made it very clear that they laid the infrastructure of the work already out, and they've done the lion's share of the work. And so it would be a matter of us contacting those states and asking them to provide that data to us.
Okay, and California, Iowa, Illinois, and Maryland, but with the exception of Maryland, the other states became states after the district was established as the nation's capital. So would there be any concerns that the records that the other states have might be incomplete? In other words, are you aware of the earliest policy available in the data set by year, perhaps?
So at this time, I don't know definitively. However, all the states that I referenced, California, Illinois, Maryland, Iowa, required insurers to provide slavery-era records and their predecessors that were in their possession, notwithstanding when they were established. So we asked California directly the same exact question, and they informed us that they defined slavery era as the period prior to 1865 rather than a set period, which we have 1619 through 1865. And so we're confident that the 4 states obtained the slavery era records from all the insurers that were in existence at the time of their request, including their predecessors, and those same insurers are in existence today. I would also add, we've done our own kind of rough scrub of some of the data that is already available, and through our own observation, we were able to find even some records that exist of actual slaves and slaveholders in Washington, D.C. Through an insurance company, and that information is already, in the database of the California database. So I'm comfortable in saying that we think, and I can find out definitively, but based upon the information that we've seen, we think that it does cover the period even before when those states were established.
Okay, all right. We've heard testimony today from witnesses who recommend that we explore connections to the injury of enslavement and its lasting legacies, as well as the parties responsible for providing the remedies and redress. My proposed legislation includes the slaveholding era database for insurance companies, but after testimony today, both what we heard in person and virtual and some of the written testimony, I'm also interested in potentially expanding this to financial institutions. And so, have you heard about slavery disclosure ordinances which led to the reveal of financial institutions' historical ties to enslavement? And if so, do you have any best practices recommendations? If not, I'd love to work with you and your team on how we can make this a part of the bill moving forward. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that question.
I would say that I am aware of some cities that have had slavery disclosure laws. I'm not aware of any best practices. I think that would require some more review, analysis, research on the behalf of my team. I know that Chicago was the first to enact such legislation. Philadelphia, they also have a business, corporate, and slavery era insurance ordinance. Los Angeles also has a similar slavery disclosure ordinance, and the city of San Francisco published a report entitled Slavery Era Disclosure Ordinance, and that was back in 2007. What I'm not as clear about is what type of jurisdiction do we have as a regulatory entity to request that information of some financial institutions, particularly national banks. And so we would need to do some more research to determine whether that was through, say, their insurance departments or through some other wing of government. But at this time, I don't know, but happy to have that conversation with you.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. It sounds like you all have been doing a little bit of background work and research already, and so I appreciate that, and would love to be able to work, as I mentioned earlier, with you and your team and the committee team to explore some of these things that have been done in other jurisdictions, or to answer some of the questions that I think remain unanswered based on the work that's happened in other places. Dr. Hewitt, again, thank you for your testimony. And you had talked about or suggested that the committee explore alternative funding streams rather than the ones that were listed in the bill as drafted. And frankly, we heard that from a number of witnesses today, and so I appreciate that. I was curious, though, as to whether or not you have any specific suggestions about what alternative funding streams we might consider outside of those that we listed.
Thank you for the question. And just to clarify, I was speaking specifically to the sales tax and the flat fines and fees, given ongoing work across the administration on racial equity. That would be somewhat counter given the disproportionate share that we highlighted. At this time, we are committing to a specific alternative funding structure. We'll be happy to work with your office on what that specific policy improvement could look like. And I know that's something that the task force would also be grappling with as well.
No, it certainly would be something that the task force is grappling with. Even before this bill is passed and it establishes a task force, though, we would also get a racial equity impact assessment on this measure. And so I'm sure the Council's Office on Racial Equity would probably raise some of the concerns that you've already raised in your testimony and some of the witnesses have raised throughout the course of today's hearing. And so I did want to acknowledge that. I actually don't have any additional questions right now. I'm sure we're going to have some additional questions as we give more thought about this measure and reflect on some of the testimony that we've heard throughout the day. We've heard great testimony from witnesses throughout the day. But before we close out, is there anything else that you all would like to add to the record?
I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the behalf of Mayor Bowser. Thank you.
And thank you both for being here to provide your testimony and include that onto the record. I want to thank all of the public witnesses who joined the committee today to discuss Bill 25-152, the Reparations Foundation Fund and Task Force Establishment Act of 2023. And again, I want to apologize to those who signed up to testify but were not able to do so. I know we called every name that we had on the list, and sometimes timing just doesn't match up, and I appreciate that. But we want to encourage those who have not turned in their written testimony to do so that it can be incorporated into the record of today's hearing. Those interested in submitting written remarks for the record may do so until Friday, June 30th at 5:00 p.m. Submissions should be emailed to the committee at businesseconomicdevelopment@dccouncil.gov. Again, that email address is businesseconomicdevelopment, all one word, at dccouncil.gov. There being no further business before the committee, this marks the end of today's public hearing. The time is now 5:41 p.m., and this hearing is adjourned.